Okay, so guys, welcome back. Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another stream where I'm just playing around RPG Maker MV. After a few days of streaming RPG Maker MV, I'm basically just playing around with it, messing around with it. Again, a little bit of disclaimer, I'm not a programmer, I'm not a coder, I'm not a game developer, I'm just someone who plays games, and working with RPG Maker MV's map editor is basically the same, or it has the same vibe as playing or building houses in The Sims 4. Almost the same vibe. I find it fun. I enjoy working on it, playing around with it, and it's very relaxing because there are no enemies. There are no enemies to fight. There are no puzzles to solve. You just have a canvas, a blank canvas, and some tile sets. And with those things combined, and with those powers combined, I am Captain Planet. No. Okay. So with those two things combined, a blank canvas and some tile sets, you're basically able to make anything you want using those tools, the tile sets and the blank canvas. Am I also trying to make a game? Well, I was able to make a map using the map editor. Added a few simple quests. Quests that, again, they are fairly, not even fairly, they are literally very, very simple. And even though they are very simple, there are times when I would spend like hours just trying to debug it or trying to fix it, because when I first make them, I would go through them by playing the game and I would encounter a lot of, I guess not errors, but a lot of things doesn't happen when I play through the quests. And then I would go back to the editor and check the variables. Ooh, okay, I used the wrong variable. And then there are times when the logic doesn't make sense according to the game. It does make sense to me, but I guess coding wise, it doesn't make any sense to the game. So I'll have to look at it and think for a very long time, and just trying to figure out where this part should go to make it more logical, or to make the quest flow better. And then I'll end up with I guess you can call a code that I don't have a word for it. A code that is very messy, I guess. Anyway, I've uploaded the latest update in my itch.io page. You can go to it. It's kabalyero.itch.io. You'll find 2 games listed. One is called Morningwood. It's a 5 to 10 minute game. It's very simple as well. I used it when I was like learning. And then of course this one that I'm working on right now. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. So last time I added a couple of mini games. It's a simple blackjack and a pseudo rock paper scissors. It's not actually rock paper scissors. It only looks like rock paper scissors, but it's not. The one that I made is basically just a fake rock paper scissors. It basically just uses between three numbers, and if the player's number is higher than the NPC's number, then the player wins, and vice versa. If the player and the NPC has the same number, then it's a tie. So it's basically just a pseudo rock, paper, and scissors. It's not. It doesn't. The mechanics behind it doesn't look anywhere like an actual rock, paper, and scissor game. Okay, let's take a look at this. It says here, they're cooked. They're cooked? Why are they cooked? I don't know. But it says there, they're cooked.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we're going to be going over some examples of Concordian levels of failure in the gaming industry. We're going to look at 4 examples of recent or upcoming releases of games that are absolutely crippling themselves because they try to appeal to wokeness or the modern audience, what have you. So let's begin with a familiar face. Team Kill Media, a game studio we have talked about multiple times before. Of course, if you're not familiar, they made the classic Sun and Bone that has currently 0 in-game players, and it peaked at a 4 all-time peak player count. Very great numbers. But of course, they're coming out with a game called Code Violet, and they refuse to make a PC version. Why?
Because they have this idea that
they don't want the
new generation
vulgar
of consumers
PC users to make mods that might sexualize the characters featured in this game. Now, of course, the banner of their official Twitter account features the deluxe version of this game that includes skins and costume versions of the main protagonists that are scantily clad.
When you hear the term
they do this because they want you to buy this version of the game instead of actually modding things for free. But anyways,
like the new generation of audience,
the reviews are in.
It mostly means,
ladies and gentlemen,
the
people don't like this game. Yeah. The gamble they were trying to make didn't pay off. In fact, IGN, of all people, gave them a 4 out of 10, saying Code Violet is not the Dino Crisis successor you may have hoped for. It doesn't even clear the bar of being a successful clone of the various other third-person shooters it cribs most of its ideas from. Its stated map layouts and visual style. But its predecessors down.
In social media.
Ouch. If IGN is giving you a 4 out of 10, you're cooked. Here's one from Push Square, also giving a 4 out of 10, saying Code Violet is a mess, crummy combat, tedious exploration, technical problems, these sexy costumes and horny camera work seem at odds with both Violet as a character and the tone of the writing.
They are not into playing games.
I guess all of that would seem out of character with what the developers are saying on social media, where they're very, very upset about sexualization of their characters in this game, but then they do it themselves, and it doesn't even work. Congratulations, Code Violet. Let's move on to the next game, High Guard, launching in apparently this year.
It basically
this game is a mess. Okay, this game wanted to be a titan of the industry. In fact, they paid what many people will believe or estimate is
because if they were
6 figures or even like 7 figures to promote their game at the Game Awards
would have been
of 2025.
Because those games,
how did that work out?
Especially DOSBoy. Because those
not
games
so
were
good,
made
ladies and gentlemen.
The modern audience.
The trailer that they paid a lot of money to promote got 4,700 likes versus 55,000 dislikes. People are not impressed with this.
This is the
slop.
next game.
This absolute slop. Here's the comments.
Again,
top one saying, in quotes, we've been listening closely to what our fans want to see, but instead, we made this, end quote. In quotes, ChatGPT, generate a hero shooter with a fantasy element, end quote. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Hey, do you guys know the definition of insanity? End quotes, sir, a second Concorde has hit the market. There's so many Concordian disasters happening right now. But let's move on to some of the responses to this. Here is a very interesting point, okay? In this tweet, they say, after likely paying 7 figures to debut at the Game Awards. Highguard has yet to post anything on social media. The game launches in less than 3 weeks. At this point, this game is going to launch in like 2 weeks. And the entire team is silent. Have you seen this before?
Maybe the entire team is silent because they are working on the game, polishing it, making it appeal to the actual gamers and not the modern audience.
I think they're cutting their losses. I really do. I think they're seeing kind of like the writing on the walls, so to speak, and they're like, yeah, we're cooked. This is Concord 2.0, and we're just going to give up. That's it. They're cooked, and they know it. But anyways, let's move on to the next game. Marathon. Yes. Marathon that's going to absolutely crush everything in the related industry. It's not doing well. Their big reveal trailer from 8 months ago. You can see the like to dislike ratio. More dislikes than likes. But we do have some updates from this right here. Yeah. Self-revive kits are a rare, high-tier consumable in Marathon that can give you a shot at revenge against an unsuspecting enemy. Let's watch this gameplay teaser together. It is not being received.
I think I heard about Marathon, but I'm not really. Wait, is this the game that stole art from another content creator? If I'm not mistaken, is this it? Is this game Marathon the game that stole art from another game or content creator or artist? I think it is. I think this is the game.
Oh, want me?
Yeah, I've had enough. That looks horrible. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. That does not look good. In fact, the quotes reflect this, saying if epilepsy was a style, Marathon looks more ass than actual ass. Here's another one saying Concord 2. Bungie deserves to die. And here's some replies saying it's the one thing Ark doesn't have that it is needed. With 4 likes, 20 replies. Imagine getting nearly 10,000 views and getting 4 likes trying to simp for this game. Self-res in an extraction shooter. Bungie needs to close its doors at this point. That invisibility looks so cheesy. I don't know if it's the 720.
So does it mean your character doesn't actually die in the game if you can self-res? You're already dead.
To counter that seems way too small.
Maybe it's a fantasy game.
Wow. Dead on Arrival.
Yeah, it's a fantasy game.
Is also an eyesore. But anyways, let's move on to the last topic for today, Splitgate. Ladies and gentlemen, well, there was a controversy involving this game where the creator decided to do this, where he said, make FPS great again.
I think I tried Splitgate, but it doesn't run well on my PC.
And all this stuff, and they instantly...
I don't remember, but I do think I tried playing this game. The first one. The first one, not this one. This one is like Splitgate 2.
And now with their big event recently with the Arena Reloaded series, they have 900 people in game. It's not going well, ladies and gentlemen. And recently, they have responded to Steam charts. the worst thing you could ever do. Okay, same. Steam charts don't measure fun. They show one number, one platform, at one given moment. They don't show the full picture or what it feels like to actually play. And they definitely don't capture the community that's actively helping shape what Arena Reloaded is becoming, including upcoming content like Arena Royale. You know what, dude? Amazing. You know what? Let's not even read the rest of the statement. Yep. Responding to people pointing out the low numbers. Excellent choice. You have disappointed your fans with your ridiculous apologies to the woke mob, and now your poor quality of content. But you know what's not poor quality? Advance, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to capitalize on this sale right now. My Jolly Pop Energy Flavor Jar is back.
Okay, so that was I forgot the name of the channel already. See, my memory is not that great. It's not Hero High. I think it's something else. Ah, okay, there you go. I remembered. It's Rev Says This. That's the name of the channel. Okay, so this looks interesting. Fallout has lost its identity. Let's go check this out.
It's easy to set a young heart on the run, to see it crashing out the sky, falling one by one. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I could ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. There's nothing I could ever say to change your. Defeated by the dreams and the memories we've made, to see it crashing out the skies like a tidal wave down on me. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your.
For a franchise that should feel limitless, Fallout has somehow ended up feeling strangely small. Now I hear that New Vegas is getting a remaster, and not only do I think that that's completely unnecessary if you have a PC, it also just reminds me that Bethesda are still spinning their wheels creatively and relying on old releases to get by. And
Yeah, if you have a PC and you're playing Fallout New Vegas, you can remaster the game yourself by downloading and installing mods. There's like a lot of mods that you can install and not just remaster Fallout New Vegas or any Fallout games, but also add new things to the game, like new quests, new items, new systems, new mechanics. So, if you have a PC and you have Fallout New Vegas, you can do more than just remaster the game yourself.
Intimidating and very much like something I would want to come back to later. The isometric view, the turn-based combat, the harsh consequences of every choice, it was an awful lot for a kid raised on more Japanese RPGs to deal with. But even then, I could sense the depth, the way the world reacted to you not as a hero, but as a survivor scraping by in a morally grey apocalypse. My first real Fallout experience, the one that grabbed me and never let go, was of course Fallout 3, like many of you. That game hit me at exactly the right moment. I absolutely adored it, and I still do. Fallout 3 is not perfect, its main story can feel railroaded at times, but it understood something fundamental about immersion and atmosphere. And I still miss the washed out colours, high contrast and sickly green over everything, and I know that's a hot take, but it's mine. Emerging from Vault 101 into that blinding sunlight with the ruined Washington DC skyline in the distance felt, pardon the pun, monumental. It made the wasteland feel hostile but inviting, bleak but strangely comforting. The exploration loop was addictive, stumbling upon a random super mutant behemoth or a hidden group of ghouls, scavenging for ammo while three dogs spun tales on Galaxy News Radio. It was great, and it felt like a labor of love. And for me personally, there was something almost surreal about wandering into a radioactive hellscape while listening to music that I, alone in my friend group, had grown up with. I was raised in a jazz world. My father was a musician, so those songs weren't ironic background noise to me, they were also familiar. They were personal. Tracks like Anything Goes or Easy Living evoked childhood memories of late-night gigs, smoky jazz clubs, and packed-out theatres, juxtaposed against the horror of feral ghouls and irradiated water. Hearing them while scavenging ruins, building power in vats, or blowing away slavers felt uncanny in the best way. It created this dissonant nostalgia, like the pre-war world was haunting the present. Fallout 3 didn't need to represent me to resonate with me, but it needed to trust its own tone, letting the contrast between 1950s upbeat tunes and post-apocalyptic despair do the heavy lifting. New Vegas followed, and while I enjoyed it immensely, my experience with it was messier. I think everybody's was at the time. I loved the writing, of course, the factions, the reactivity, the way your choices could topple empires or spark wars across the Mojave. Obsidian took Bethesda's foundation and layered on intricate storytelling, with companions like Boone or Veronica who felt like real people with real baggage. But the technical instability wore me down. Crashes, glitches, frozen loading screens. By the time the game asked me to commit to a side, House, NCR, Legion, or Independence, I was fighting the engine more than the world. I still haven't finished it. Not because I didn't care, but because the experience...
Okay, so I guess
Mods have fixed a lot since then, of course, and
I did better than him because
deserves that. New Vegas proved
I've completed Fallout New Vegas at least once.
in other words,
What I'm saying is
Fallout 4 on the other
I've
hand,
completed or have reached one of the endings. There are multiple endings in Fallout New Vegas, and
the vibrant pre-war intro,
I've completed or reached one of them.
Commonwealth. It sold a sense of scale, polish, and momentum that made it feel like Fallout was finally stepping into a new era. And for the most part, I enjoyed the game. I spent hundreds of hours with it, building elaborate settlements, modding weapons into absurd creations, and romancing companions like Piper and Kate. The shooting felt great, a massive upgrade from previous entries. But actually now, when I think about Fallout 4, I remember something being missing. I still struggle to articulate exactly what it was, but it was there. Or rather, it wasn't there. Maybe it was the brightness, the way the world felt cleaner, safer, more gamified, with colourful comics and less oppressive radiation. Maybe it was the settlement building, pulling focus away from the exploration and the narrative, turning the wasteland into more of a management sim. Maybe it was the tonal dissonance of being given an urgent personal goal, finding your kidnapped son, and then being encouraged to ignore it for dozens of hours while collecting junk for turrets. Or maybe Fallout 4 was simply too streamlined for its own good, sanding down the rough edges that made earlier games feel dangerous. Even the voiced protagonist, while not inherently bad, and Nolan North and Courtney Taylor did fine work, subtly undermined one of Fallout's greatest strengths, projection. Fallout used to let you become someone shaped by the wasteland, a blank slate molded by skills, perks, and choices. Fallout 4 increasingly told you who you already were, a pre-war lawyer or a soldier, how you should sound, what emotional beats you were expected to hit. Dialogue options boiled down to yes, sarcastic yes, no, but yes later, or question for more info. I like Fallout 4 a lot, but I can also admit that Fallout 3 and New Vegas are far, far better for their ambition in both world building and reactivity. Then came Fallout 76. I didn't jump into 76 immediately, I tried it a few weeks later after a friend insisted that I had to join him. And I gave it a fair shot, but within weeks, I was done. The boring repetition set in quickly, nuking the same spots, grinding everything for scrap. The lack of meaningful characters and storylines was impossible to ignore at launch, though updates apparently have improved it. But I was gone, and I haven't gone back. It didn't feel like Fallout. It felt like a Fallout-branded infrastructure for monetization experiments, with an Atom shop pushing cosmetics aggressively. Fallout 76 was not just a misfire, it was a statement. It told players very clearly that Bethesda believed Fallout systems mattered more than its soul. Multiplayer grinding over solitary reflection. Boy, what a terrible interpretation. That's like the exact opposite of what people like about Fallout. And since then, updates? Sure, but no bold new single-player entry to the series. Which brings us to early 2026, 11 years since Fallout 4, where fresh rumors and insider reports claim Bethesda is working on remasters for both Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. As of January, credible sources like Windows Central and industry insiders have reported that these projects are in development, potentially following the Oblivion remastered model, graphical overhauls via the Unreal Engine 5 layered on top of the original Gamebryo core. Details are scarce with no official announcement yet, but the timing aligns with Fallout Season 2 wrapping up on Prime Video and Bethesda's focus on the franchise.
Again, guys,
I don't think these remasters are remotely
Elder Scrolls and Fallout
hold up remarkably well, especially
made
the shooting could be refined, sure, but the core
from
of the
other
experience,
than the creation engine
the story is the choices. The fact
will lose its identity.
it revolves around
The
polish
thing that
a
I
decade ago should be setting off alarm.
love about
Because it exposes the real issue.
games made by Bethesda Game Studio is the look.
Without losing
If you look at
graphics, it's
Skyrim,
Fallout
and if you look at Harry Potter,
charm in a weird way, even though it did contribute to me stopping playing.
the one made in or any Unreal Engine game,
Physics freak out.
you'll see that Skyrim has this distinct junky look that everybody loved.
Itself as a character.
If you compare Skyrim to the Oblivion remaster,
People survived, adapted, and compromised after the end of civilization.
the Oblivion remaster
Warfare, Brotherhood of Steel, Zealotry,
looks like a fake
like the Republic of Days,
version of
highlighted the thin line
an
between
Elder Scrolls game.
order and chaos.
Sure, it looks great, but it doesn't feel like an Elder Scrolls game. It feels like another Unreal Engine game.
Sense that Bethesda has been
Because the Unreal Engine has this signature look.
handcrafted narratives.
If you see one Unreal Engine 5 game and you look at another and another, you'll see that they have this
Starfield. The people who
signature look and feel. It has this vibe to it.
largely moved on. I mean,
It's the same with the creation engine.
Microsoft's acquisition never
Games made with the creation engine has this certain look, this signature look, this signature vibe and feel to them that makes those games
that have any bite to them. Now, this
or made those games distinct
is
and unique and has their own identity.
It's happening all across Western game development. Around 2020, while the governments of the world were holding the entire world hostage, studios expanded rapidly. Hiring exploded, remote work became the norm, and plenty of entitled pink-haired game developers still don't want to go back. And hiring priorities shifted, not always towards experience or institutional knowledge, but towards optics, quotas, and ideology. The result was predictable. Studio culture changed, veteran talent left, and franchise that once felt cohesive began to fracture. Games became safer, flatter, and more sanitized. The edges were sanded down, not in pursuit of polish, but to avoid friction or anything even remotely approaching controversy. Do you begin to see how the woke world has ruined everything? And you can see this pattern everywhere. Obsidian is a perfect example. Once the studio capable of producing dense reactive RPGs better than even Bethesda's within their own paradigm under insane time constraints, like they did with New Vegas in just 18 months, now basically just releases smaller, safer projects or polished sequels. Avowed and The Outer Worlds 2 were massive disasters, and when Obsidian does attempt something larger, the results feel diluted compared to the classics. It's not just that they're disasters, they're worse than that. They were somewhat competently built, but completely and totally forgettable in terms of character and storyline. And forgettable is fatal. People like to blame subscription services or live service trends for this, and there is definitely an argument for that as well, but that explanation doesn't absolutely hold up when it comes to RPGs. Other games on the same platforms thrive when they take risks. The difference isn't access, it's impact. When a game resonates, people talk about it. They clip it. They make YouTube videos about it. They argue about it. because they
Just take a look at the world made in the creation engine.
Bethesda's approach now feels reactive rather than
This is a unique look you won't find in an Unreal Engine game.
The Prime Video series, with Season 2 going into 2026, has been entertaining, boosting player counts again, but it plays Fallout as comedy first, drama second. Lore bends for convenience. Iconography is used as shorthand rather than foundation. It doesn't feel like a world shaped by desperation. It feels like a theme park built around references. Yes, it has boosted player numbers for Fallout 4 and 76 and New Vegas and 3. Of course it did. But that doesn't mean it strengthened the franchise's core identity. It simply monetized nostalgia. And that's the core issue. Bethesda no longer needs Fallout to evolve aggressively. Fallout can make money by existing, through Game Pass, merch, and the show. Why take risks when remasters and cross-media tie-ins are enough to sustain the brand? Well, I'll tell you why. Because that's exactly how stagnation sets in. And it's ironic, because that kind of cynicism is exactly the kind of cynicism that leads to the Fallout universe in the first place. Another irony is that the blueprint for Fallout's future already exists, and it isn't coming from Bethesda. It's coming from smaller studios, former AAA developers who left bloated systems behind and focused on tight design, clear vision, and restraint. Games like, yes, I'm going to mention it again, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 didn't succeed because they chased trends. Released in 2025, it became a phenomenon, sweeping Game of the Year awards, selling millions with its innovative turn-based combat, emotional storytelling, and artistic flair. A debut from a small French team, it proved that passion and focus can outperform corporate behemoths. Fallout doesn't need to be everything, it never did. It needs to be oppressive, strange, morally ambiguous, willing to let players sit with discomfort, bad endings, irreversible choices, satire that stings. It needs to trust atmosphere over spectacle, consequence over convenience. It needs writers who understand that humor works best when it's surrounded by darkness like an Inkspots track over a super mutant massacre. Right now, Bethesda doesn't seem capable or willing to do that fully, prioritizing safe updates and remasters. And that's why the remaster news, while interesting and welcome for accessibility, feels like a distraction. A reminder of what Fallout was, not a promise of what it could become again. Fallout 3 and New Vegas don't need to be rescued, they need to be understood, internalized, and built on properly. Until that happens, Fallout will continue drifting, profitable, recognizable, but creatively stagnant. And that is kind of tragic, because Fallout deserves better than to survive on memories alone. In a gaming landscape hungry for meaningful worlds, it could still redefine post-apocalyptic storytelling, but only if someone recaptures its soul. What do you think about all this? Let me know in the comments. Don't forget though to question everything, respect the fans, like and subscribe to support the channel. Come watch the live streams, follow me on X, join the Griff Force and the Discord, links are below, and check out some of these other
Okay, look at that. The Steam machine is gonna be expensive. Oh my goodness. I thought it would be affordable. But if it's going to be $1,000, oh wow. Wow, that is a lot of money.
bar
the
of being a
those
successful
who are
clone
on
of the various other third-person
which
shooters it cribs
I
most
would
of its
say
ideas
there
from.
are,
Its dated map
you know,
layouts and
gamers,
visual style. But its
if you
predecessors
look
down.
in social
Yeah.
media,
Ouch. If IG
dangerous. Even the voiced protagonist, while not inherently bad, and Nolan North and Courtney the studio capable of producing dense reactive RPGs better than even Bethesda's within their own paradigm under insane time constraints, like they did with New Vegas in
oh, so I was just testing the stream, if it's live or not. Sometimes I have no indicator whether the stream is live or not. Anyway, I'm going to check out this video from Luke Stephens live. Okay, yeah.
You know, it's also not a great start to the year. Please don't get upset with me. I am just the mess.
So, I had to check to see if I'm subscribed. Am I subscribed? Yeah, I am.
Machine may have just leaked.
Okay, there you go. I wasn't subscribed to the channel.
It's worse than we could have imagined. Now, before I show you, I want to be clear. It's possible that this is partially because of like import duties and fees and stuff like that. That's possible. Okay. So the price could be a tad lower than this in like the US, for example, but people have gone onto the website of this Czech retailer. Initially, something was posted. Now you can find it in the code of the website if you do that, like F12 inspect element and everything. But they found that the Steam machine price was listed at $950 USD for the 512 gig model and $1,070 for the 2 terabyte model. They do have an update though, a new update. Hold on. In response to the publication of this article, maybe. Are we going to debunk it? Please. In response to the publication of this article, a separate user on X, formerly Twitter, dug into the smarty.cz source code to verify the Steam machine pricing estimates for themselves and went a step further to look into Alza, another separate Czech retailer and one of the country's largest. On Alza, their listing for the Steam machine, user Hajidin, I'm not sure, also found that it had similar pricing structure for the Steam machine, though it added that the original post's indication that the actual price will be lower than the conversion estimate is almost definitely correct due to Alza and Smarty CZ including their own markups. Okay. So this is kind of what they're talking about. So you can go into the code and find in the HTML the listing of like data gasmalit GA small item, I guess, 2 terabyte, price 22305, full price 26990, pocket price 26990, tax 4684, brand, valve, etc. And they were able to check this on these multiple outlets to see what they had it listed at and break it down. Import tax, didn't know that. However, retailers are definitely free to buy the Steam Deck, at least as you can comfortably buy it from the retailers. Being discussed here, costs around $350 post-tax, despite the limit.
For me, in my opinion, anything higher than $500 US is expensive. If it's higher than $500, then just buy PlayStation 5 instead.
Then $850.
Because from what I've read, the Steam machine is not more powerful than a PlayStation 5. A PlayStation 5 is still more powerful than the Steam machine.
Personally, I don't see this working if it's a penny over 700. I don't think it sells well at 700. I think it needs to be in that like
No. It should be around 500. Anything higher than $500 US,
even close to even 8.
just buy a PlayStation 5.
Like I don't see how that works, dude. Like, even if you say that the price is $100 lower than this, I still don't think that works. And to be clear, this is going to be true for all hardware this year. I want to be clear that this is not just like a Steam machine thing, everything's going to be expensive. We just talked the other day about how Samsung was warning people leading into CES that even their smart fridges and like
Someone posted in the chat of Luke Stevens Live that he could build a Steam machine for $500 or maybe even less.
going up because of all of the memory shortages. So everything,
Yeah, if it's like
that's digital,
over $500 and you have the technical know-how,
like it's a little silly. Dishwashers, yeah,
maybe.
dishwashers,
I'm not saying it is, maybe.
and
It could be much cheaper if you just build one yourself.
there was a refrigerator there that connected to the Wi-Fi, and it would auto order itself a new water filter whenever it would need one, which is crazy, but that's just smart appliances, right? Smart appliances. So I think that if it's even close to this, I don't know, man. I cannot fathom a world in which this like sells well if it's close to that price, because I'm like one of the target audiences, and I feel like a lot of you guys are too. I'm reading through the chat and a lot of you guys are like, there's no way that it sells if it's 1,000. I kind of agree, dude. Like, I don't know how that works if it's anywhere close to that level. You know, I don't see how that works. So it's just a tough spot. It's a tough spot for them to be in. And to be clear, it's not all their fault. If they could price it at 600 and that made sense financially, I'm sure they would. It's kind of above their pay grade, but I'm one of the target audiences for this that has expendable income and likes spending money on tech. And even I'm like, bro, I don't know how I could possibly justify spending like $800 to $900 on this thing. I don't see it, dude. I don't see how it could work. So I don't know. The 1,000 for the 2 terabyte, when I first saw this number, I was like, okay, maybe this could work. Maybe if it's 1,070 for 2 terabyte, that puts it at like 800 for the 512 model. And if it's 500 or 800 for that, maybe with import duties, it's actually being sold at 700, maybe, but like 950, dude, that's steep. That is steep. So we'll see. It's possible that it ends up being cheaper and they walk it back. As of right now, as you can see, I love this thing that WCCF Tech does where they do a rumor assessment. They do this on all of their like rumor speculation things where they rate it based on whether the timeline makes sense, the technical stuff makes sense, and then they corroborate it. That gets a score. So if other agencies or outlets are reporting the same thing, or if they have multiple sources saying the same thing, they'll rate it higher. And then the source, they'll also rate it. So for example, we did like the Starfield 2.0. I think they had an article on that. Let's see, did they do? Yeah. So with this, source 5 out of 5, corroboration 3 out of 5, technical 5 out of 5, timeline 5 out of 5, and so they rate it as highly likely. I love this thing that they do. I think more outlets should do that. Shout out WCCF Tech, that's fantastic. But having said that, this is probable, so it's not totally unfounded or anything. It still has a lot of moving parts, such as the markups that the outlets could put on this. Maybe they're doing the scalper thing and they actually slapped a $400 markup on it. I don't think that's likely, but maybe. 21% VAT. Yeah, the value added tax slapped on top. That certainly gets the number lower when converted for like US markets. I don't think it even then gets it far enough, but still, we're in that range. We're in that range. So we'll see. I think it's just to warn people. I don't think this is going to be one of those products where it's like, ooh, yeah, I'll just go pick one up real quick. I think it's going to be like a big choice if you want to get into it. And even then performance is going to matter. And I'm not convinced performance will be phenomenal for the specs I've seen. So it's just going to be interesting. I'm intrigued by it. I want the Steam machine to make sense. But for me personally, if it gets over 700, I'm like, I think I'm out. Full stop at that point. If it's between like 500 and 700, I'd probably think about it and might get it, might not. Under 500, I'm like, sure, let's do it. But I don't think there's any shot it's anywhere close to 500. So there you go. Sorry to break your heart. Sorry to break your heart, but there you go. He said, for context, the 256 gigabyte Steam Deck sells for $530 pre-tax here. So my guess is there's a truly huge markup on the price. That's kind of the hope, at least. So at most, the cheapest is likely to be around 800. If we do go with the possible price diff, someone told me in US Steam Deck is 400. It looks like it, which would mean that maybe their retail is going to end up at 800. So if the markup is proportional to the markup that that same store is doing for the base Steam Deck, it would put the Steam machine at like 800 US, which I think sounds more realistic than like 950. I don't think 950 is the price, but I think even at 800, I'm like, it's a lot. It's a lot. So we'll see. I'm sure they're going to announce pricing relatively soon because their goal was to launch it relatively soon, but time will tell. Seems expensive. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. And I think it's just, unfortunately, the reality of the situation. Like, I don't think there's much they can do about it. It's way beyond their, like, purview. It's like global economy stuff, you know? Valve has enough money to, well, yeah, Valve has enough money to, but Valve also has all the money that they have because they don't give things away for free. And they don't lose $100 or $200 on every unit. Like, and the other piece is, like, why do companies usually sell things at a loss? To gain market share, right? Steam already basically owns the PC storefront. Like, who are they really competing against? You could say that they're trying to go up against console platforms with the Steam machine specifically. They're trying to get like living room market share, which I think makes sense. I think that that's probably fair. But this Steam machine does not compete, I don't think, with like even a PS5, at least in terms of power and what it's able to do on a fidelity level. My understanding as a stupid gamer dude is that it's somewhere between a Series S and a Series X. Like, it's somewhere between there, probably closer to the Series S than it is to the X. And at that point, I'm like, bro, for $800, yes, you get access to the Steam storefront, but like, you know, that's a lot to play games at 1080p. Like, it's just a lot, you know? I don't know if it works, but we'll see.
The advantage that I see of the Steam machine over a console is that a Steam machine is basically a PC, which means you can boot it up and use it as a desktop PC as well.
Starts to make sense.
I'm not sure if you can do that with a PS5.
Especially this year, I'm not sure you're spending it on like a lower tier gaming all-in-one PC like that. You know, I think that you're better. You'll be better off buying like a used GPU upgrade or something. Not RAM. Don't buy RAM. Just don't do RAM right now. RAM's bad. RAM's bad. A friend of mine sent me a picture of his RAM that he bought in like, it was over the summer, like June, July or something. And I made fun of him a little because he got like a ridiculous 128 gig pack of whatever RAM that he did not need. Like, he's not making videos or doing any simulations or anything. He's playing games. He does not need 128 gigs of RAM, but he bought the kit, put it in his PC, and then just check the price to see where it is today. And dude, he spent like, I think it was like $400 back in June, and now it's like $2,300 or something. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. It's crazy. Who needs the stock market when you can just buy RAM? You know, the thing is that the price of self-built and pre-built will skyrocket as well. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Everything's going up in price. I mean, it's even the OEM guys, they will have a discount, like, because they're buying in bulk, right? Like, if you buy an all-in-one laptop, like a gaming laptop, for example, I think you probably will save money. And I do think a lot of people who want to get into PC gaming, that honestly might not be a bad spot to like start, is looking at gaming laptops, because they're manufacturing thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, probably not, of them. And so they can get discounts on parts and assembly and stuff. Gaming laptops might make sense. Building like with discrete parts might just start to get to the point like that it's crazy expensive. You know, very difficult to justify. He took my thing.
Distance I cover, you always there. Just my please let me find
Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page. Let's see if we get something new. In Demon TV, Japan's game industry just hit the panic button. Why now? Okay, let's listen to this Star Wars news here from Heels versus Babyface.
Star Wars Starfighter is due for release May of next year to celebrate.
When I saw the word Starfighter, I thought they were like remaking the last Starfighter. That was a really good movie back then.
With a lightsaber fight.
If you guys haven't seen the last Starfighter, go watch it.
And also,
It was awesome.
link to Deadpool and Wolverine. And how does this also link to Stranger Things Season 5? It's all gonna become clear. Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface. Yes, Star Wars Starfighter, starring Ryan Gosling, is due for release 28th of May of next year. Not that much is known about the film at all right now. It is an original movie in as much as original characters. I say that with a slight bit of suspicion in my voice because I can't help but
For me,
a cameo
the Star Wars series has always been about the Skywalker family.
timeline it's set on because
If it's
place with timelines right now with Star Wars, but
if it's a movie, if it's a Star Wars movie and the Skywalkers are not involved, especially Luke,
that's irrelevant
since Luke
because Monsieur Cruise
was the last Skywalker, not Rey. Rey is freaking not a Skywalker.
quite what you think.
Rey is a Sith,
Star
a
Wars
spawn of a Sith.
ended up filming a light
She's not a Skywalker. So if it's not a Skywalker in the movie, is it really a Star Wars movie?
very literal. He ended up filming behind the camera. A part of it was shot by Tom. How cool is that? Well, I mean, I love Tom. I'm a big Tom Cruise fan, in as much as how he conducts himself and as an actor and a producer, director, and all that kind of jazz. So yeah, you know, not masses of love for Star Wars, admittedly, but Tom Cruise turning up, always a bonus in my eyes. Sean Levy. Okay. Now things are going to get interesting. Sean Levy revealed to the New York Times that Tom Cruise visited the set of Star Wars Starfighter in November and ended up filming one of the movie's lightsaber duels. Levy is directing the Ryan Gosling-led Star Wars tentpole. Let's just call it a film. Let's not call it a tentpole, okay? Because all the poles have fallen down on the Star Wars tent as is, which is due for release May 2027. So that name, Sean Levy, might ring some bells with you. One of them being Deadpool and Wolverine. Another one we'll get to a little bit later on. As recounted by the Times, quote, Tom Cruise was up to his ankles in mud and pond water He wore a look of great concentration as he stooped over a digital camera, trying to frame the perfect shot. Sean Levy glanced around in slight disbelief.
Dude, why are you reading it like that? What's with the dramatic reading?
Levy told the publication. And now Tom Cruise is wielding a camera, ruining his very nice shoes. Well, the last thing that Tom Cruise can ruin is Star Wars, because Kathleen Kennedy has already done that. The Times continued. Cruise just wanted to watch, he told them. But Levy, setting up a scene involving a lightsaber duel in the water, so we now know there's lightsabers in Star Wars Starfighter, suggested the star jump on one of the cameras.
So if there are lightsabers in the Starfighter Star Wars movie,
But
does it mean there are Jedis?
wading into the muddy pond.
Is Tom Cruise the next Luke Skywalker?
That's because
Who
Tom
knows?
is a pro. In actual fact, he is the personification of professionalism. Now, when you see the movie, you'll know that part of it was shot by Tom, Levy added. I mean, how cool is that? I guess that all depends on the editor. Now, here's the bit which really interested me, no disrespect to Tom Cruise. Quote, there is a breed of movie star and filmmaker that makes it a point of pride to spend all the time and all the money. Levy told the Times about his approach to blockbuster filmmaking. Quote, as if your creative appetite is so voracious that cost and schedule be damned. Which sounds exceedingly irresponsible. But I'm the guy the studio call when they want someone they know will take their investment seriously. We'll get to that in a moment. And deliver responsibly. We'll get onto that in a moment. It's not the sexiest way to put it, but I'm a good worker, and I do take pride in that. Now here is Deadpool and Wolverine, a movie which I personally really enjoyed, and you'll notice that it was directed by none other than Sean Levy. Now these are the movie's financials, and at first look, they look absolutely fantastic. After all, it did $636.7 million at the domestic box office, which within itself is around 20 million more than Superman did worldwide. Sorry, I just have to get that stab into that terrible James Gunn movie. And then internationally, it does an additional $701 million, taking it to a gross worldwide of $1.338 billion. Now, the initially reported budget for this movie was around the 200 million mark. So even if we give 150 for marketing, that's 350. So it had to hit around 700 million to break even. It's done 1.338, so it's made $650 million almost in profit. But wait, there's more! However, because it was filmed in the UK and you gotta file tax filings, it ended up having a production cost of $533.7 million, which doesn't sound particularly responsible for me. And even after the deduction of the tax credit that you get in the UK, that's why they come over here and film, it still came to about $429 million. But you had to add marketing to that. Let's say marketing's about another 150 million. I mean, it was hither, dither, and everywhere. So that would take it to about, let's just say $580 million, That would mean that Deadpool Wolverine had to make 1.16 billion at the box office to break even. So it did eke out a profit, but it eked out a profit of a little bit less, about 170 odd million dollars. And when you take 1.4 billion, not million.
You know what, guys?
At the box office,
I'm listening to how much movies are made
you dodged a bullet.
and how movies are losing money from making movies. Maybe this entire industry is nothing but a money laundering scheme,
Budget is somewhere in the region of $2 to $3
because
million.
they're spending and losing a lot of money.
Went as high
And
as $100 million.
if it's a business,
Using things
it
like
doesn't make sense, because a business exists to make money,
exactly how much will it
and they are spending hundreds of millions of dollars only to make
particularly
a little bit of profit. And if they're not lucky,
so you
there's like
oh
a huge big chance of losing money. So maybe this entire industry is nothing more than a massive money laundering scheme.
1.3 billion in the summer of 2024. Yeah, but we know what happened with that. To become the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time. Surely Disney and Lucasfilm are hoping he can bring the same success to the Star Wars film franchise. Levy is also an executive producer of Stranger Things and directed a few episodes of the show's final season. Oh no. What episode did you direct? Oh no.
I don't
Oh
like
no.
I don't like ghosts.
Oh no.
I don't like
Oh no.
I like pretty girls.
Yeah. Would you look at that? I found a second will that needs to come out the closet. Anyway, moving on. Now, the reason that I bring Stranger Things into it is because of the Sean Levy connection. The final season of 8 episodes and not 9 has a reported budget of around $400 to $480 million, making each singular episode cost somewhere in the region of 50 to 60 million. Now, I didn't for 1 second see that at all on the screen. And Sean Levy is bragging about the irresponsibility of the money being damned. And we've already seen that he's had absolutely spiraling costs in the making of Deadpool and Wolverine, and being an executive producer on Stranger Things, as well as directing in the final season, which has an absolutely exorbitant inflated budget that doesn't in any way, shape or form reflect what we saw.
Again, look at that. 50 to 60 million dollars per episode.
Legitimately,
Seriously,
going to be the final budget of Star Wars Starfighter.
come on. If you're going to think about it, maybe
Because with Sean Levy in control,
all these things
it looks like it's going
or this thing is just one big money laundering scheme.
I don't think any Star Wars movie in current day is doing over $1 billion. But I'd like to know what you guys and gals think in the comments section down below, and I'll see you in the next video. Until then, you take care. Goodbye, Belubo!
I already said when I think about it, maybe it's a one big money laundering scheme, because it doesn't make sense. 50 to 60 million dollars per episode? What are they doing with the money? So when it comes to Star Wars and Luke Skywalker, I'm a fan of Luke Skywalker, not Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill's just the guy playing Luke Skywalker in the franchise or the movies. Because if you think about it, I don't think Luke Skywalker would want his granddaughter killed. That is not what I see Luke Skywalker is. And from that alone, you could already see that Mark Hamill and Luke Skywalker are two different things. They're two different individuals. Their only link is that Mark Hamill plays Luke Skywalker in the movie. So I'm a fan of Luke Skywalker, not Mark Hamill. Because anyone who wants their own flesh and blood killed because of ideology and belief is plain and simple evil, okay? Plain and simple, they're evil. So there is a Star Trek Starfleet Academy review here from Film Trap. I do like watching Film Trap, but I'm not interested in the Star Trek Starfleet Academy review. And I love Star Trek. I love old Trek. I don't like new Trek. New Trek is shitty Trek. It's crap Trek.
Feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces.
A little bit of profit, and if they're not lucky,
So you,
there's like
oh,
a huge, big chance of losing money. So maybe this entire industry is nothing more than a massive money laundering scheme. Okay, so what am I doing right now? I'm clipping my own, my own stream. Maybe this entire industry is nothing but a money laundering scheme. Because they're spending and losing a lot of money. And
100 million. So it did eke out a profit, but it eked out a profit of a little bit less, about 170 odd million dollars. And when you take 1.4 million billion, not million.
You know what, guys?
At the box office,
I'm listening to how much movies are made
you dodged a bullet.
and how movies are losing money from making movies. Maybe this entire industry is nothing but a money laundering scheme. Because
So it did eke out a profit, but so it did eke out.
Baby, all I really want is only on from now. Every time I see a glimpse of your good side, I start wondering how I could make it last a little longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
So it did eke out a profit, but it eked out a profit of a little bit less, about 170 odd million dollars. And when you take 1.3, so it did eke out a profit, but it eked out a profit of a little bit less, about.
Only on from now. With frost, cold night and the winter hot cold. Sorry that I fall away sometimes. Sorry that I fall away sometimes. Yeah, yeah. The end. Got to end it all on the weekend. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Oh, oh, yeah. You don't really wanna know me. Hanging in the corner with a nose bleed. High on whatever they sold me. That's the old me, yeah. 6 years later trying to find me. Still trying to figure out the mind piece. Looking for the love inside me.
okay, so guys, sorry about that. I was just clipping my own stream, and I like that feature in Twitch where you can clip and then also publish the clip in YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Okay, so over here we have Paid Stolen. You bought Fallout 4 DLC. Here's how Bethesda removed it. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one. Because Bethesda is like... remember guys, the Bethesda game studios that built Fallout 3, made Oblivion, and Skyrim and Fallout 5, or maybe just until Skyrim, or even Oblivion. That is not the same Bethesda Game Studios today. So what I'm saying is, even though the company's name is still the same, it doesn't mean it's the same company. Yeah, because recently Bethesda Game Studios, they've never really made anything worthwhile. Well, Starfield, is it a failure? I guess if you are going to compare it to Elder Scrolls and Fallout 4, maybe. But I think Starfield is having a resurgence because of the Star Wars mod. There I saw a 320 gigabytes mod for Starfield. Oh my goodness, that is super insane. I wonder who did that. Those who did that, those guys are amazing. They are amazing. 320 GB or over 300 GB of data. That is an enormous mod. It wouldn't even fit on my machine. It's just too big. And it doesn't matter because my machine can't run or play Starfield. Anyway, let's go check this out.
4 on PlayStation. We are going to diagnose exactly how Bethesda managed to break DLC access again. We are going to walk through the nightmare loop of Sony's refund policy that makes this a perfect trap. And we are going to talk about why, legally speaking, you might own absolutely nothing in your library. Welcome to Game Overdrive. Let's talk about the theft of Fallout 4 to understand why this feels like a robbery and not just a technical glitch. We have to look at the timeline, because the most insulting part of this entire situation isn't that the game is broken. It is that Bethesda told us they fixed it. They sold us on a solution and delivered a brick. Let's rewind the clock to November 2025, the 10-year anniversary of Fallout 4. It was marketed as a victory lap. We were promised the anniversary update, a patch that was supposed to finally iron out the lingering issues from the next-gen era, add some commemorative Creation Club content, and stabilize the game for the next decade. It was the reason many of you reinstalled the game. It was the reason Fallout 4 shot back up the sales charts during the holiday sale. But instead of a birthday party, we got a funeral. The November update introduced deep structural instability to the file system. We started seeing reports of phantom crashes immediately. But Bethesda told us to wait. They promised that the follow-up maintenance patch in December would be the cleanup patch. They promised it would stabilize the new anniversary content. And then December came. The December update was sold to us as a simple hotfix. It was supposed to be boring. General stability fixes for anniversary content. That's what the patch notes said. I covered this in a video in December, back when the patch happened. But for a massive chunk of the PlayStation player base, the patch didn't make things better. So here we are now, in the second week of January, and here is the specific issue that is driving players insane right now. Walk through this with me. You boot up your PlayStation console, you check your library. The console confirms clearly that you own the Season Pass, because you do. It says installed next to Far Harbor. It says installed next to Nuka World. But when you load the game itself, the content simply isn't there. It's the Phantom DLC bug. The PlayStation Store says installed. The console storage says installed. But the Fallout 4 application acts like you are a free-to-play user who only owns the base game. It doesn't see the files. And because the game doesn't see the files, if you try to load a save that relies on that content, which, let's be honest, is basically any save file from the last 10 years of playing, the game panics. It either crashes to the dashboard immediately, or it loads you into a void, stripping you of your armor, your weapons, your quest progress, and leaving you naked in Sanctuary Hills.
So basically, what happened was
Silence.
they installed the update
Silence. Followed
and they lost the DLCs. Classic Bethesda. Never change.
to fix until mid-January or later. That is a full month of downtime for a product you have already paid for. Think about that for a second. Really let that sink in. If Netflix went down for a month, they would issue refunds or credit your account. If your internet went out for a month, you wouldn't pay the bill. If you bought a movie ticket and the projector broke halfway through, the theater would give you a pass for another show. But in the gaming industry, in the Bethesda ecosystem, they break the product, revoke your access, and tell you to wait. They hold your money, and they hold the product, and you are left with nothing. This is where the incompetence versus malice.
That is the classic socialist agenda, where you will own nothing and be happy. So you still want to be a socialist?
But malice
I guess there are people who likes
is
not owning anything.
that bricks the game and then leaving your paying customers
But that is not human nature.
for weeks because you can't be bothered to hotfix.
It's human nature to own things,
Now, a logical person
be attached to things. That's why
is broken. I will
people
use this.
likes
I'll take
collecting things, owning things, buying things.
where the nightmare truly
And that is what human nature is.
If you bought Fallout
This idea of
Pass recently, maybe you
owning nothing
10th anniversary market
and
decided to jump
being happy about it,
you put down your 20
that is not natural
you download the
to a human being.
you
Maybe
realize
it's natural to a
or broken.
android, but not a human being.
You open the chat window, you wait in the queue, and you tell the agent, hey, I bought this thing, but it doesn't work. The developer broke it with a patch. And Sony points to their policy. It is a policy designed to protect them, not you. The policy states that you have 14 days to request a refund, unless you have started to download or stream the content. Once that download bar starts moving, your right to a refund evaporates, unless the content is proven to be faulty. Aha, you say. It is faulty. That is the whole point. It literally does not load. But here's the catch-22 that traps you. Sony's definition of faulty is incredibly strict. It doesn't mean buggy. It doesn't mean crashes sometimes. Usually, unless the publisher, in this case Bethesda, issues an official recall or a specific public statement declaring the product defective and authorizing refunds, the Sony support agent will deny your request. They will say, the game launches, therefore it's not faulty. They will tell you to contact the publisher for technical support. So you do what they say. You go to Bethesda support. You open a ticket. And what do they say? We cannot process refunds for PlayStation purchases. We do not have access to your transaction history. Please contact Sony. Do you see the loop? You are trapped in a bureaucratic pinball machine. Bethesda broke the game, but they can't refund you because they don't hold your wallet. Sony holds your wallet, but they won't refund you because they claim the download constituted delivery of the product, regardless of whether that product actually works. This is a regulatory black hole. You've paid for a license. The license is currently failing to execute. But because the files physically exist on your SSD, Sony considers the transaction complete. They delivered the bytes. Whether those bytes actually do anything is apparently not their problem. It brings up a horrifying realization about digital consoles. You're not a customer, you're a user. And if you thought that those two are the same, they're not. A customer has rights, a user has a license agreement. And that agreement essentially says, we promise to let you play this, unless we mess up or unless we change our minds, in which case, sorry. If you look at the Reddit threads and Discord channels right now, you see thousands of players trying to play IT Specialist. They are desperate. They are trying every voodoo trick in the book to get their Nuka world to load. I've seen people recommending uninstalling and reinstalling the entire game. I've seen people saying you need to restore licenses in the PS5 system menu. I've seen guides on how to rebuild the database in safe mode, or suggesting you download the DLC from the mobile app instead of the console to trick the system. And for the vast majority of people affected by the December patch bug, none of this works. Why? Because this isn't a corrupted download issue on your end. This isn't a case of a file getting scrambled during the download. This appears to be a fundamental registry issue on their end. The way Fallout 4 handles DLC on PlayStation has always been spaghetti code. But the anniversary update complicated this by introducing new Creation Club dependencies. The game essentially has to verify two different lists of content now, the classic DLC and the anniversary content. When Bethesda patched the game in December to fix the anniversary content, they likely tweaked how the executable checks for installed entitlements. They were probably trying to fix the crashes associated with the new anniversary skins. But in doing so, they severed the handshake for the legacy DLC content. Imagine a bouncer at a club. Before the update, the bouncer had a list of names. If your name was on the list, if you owned Nuka World, he let you in. The December patch essentially fired the old bouncer and hired a new one to handle the VIP anniversary guests. But they forgot to give the new guy the list for the regular members. So when you restore licenses on your PS4 or PS5, the console shouts, "Hey, this guy is on the list." But the new bouncer inside the game code just shrugs and says, "Sorry, I only have the anniversary list. Access denied." This is why common fixes are failing. You cannot fix a broken line of code in the executable by reinstalling the assets. The assets are fine. The textures are fine. The audio files are fine. The key that unlocks them is broken. And who holds the key? Ding ding ding, you guessed it. It's Bethesda. And they are currently out of the office, metaphorically speaking, leaving you to stare at a content missing screen on a game you spent $60 to $100 on. This brings us to the big question. The question I see in my comment section every day, written by rightfully frustrated gamers: how is this legal? How can they take away something I paid for? I am not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice. But if we look at the reality of consumer law versus digital reality, the answer is terrifying. In the European Union, consumer protection laws are actually trying to fight this. There are right to repair and digital goods directives that technically require digital goods to be functional for a reasonable period. If a patch breaks a game in the EU, you have a much stronger argument for a forced refund, because the law recognizes that a broken update effectively breaks the original contract of sale. But in the US, it's the Wild West. When you buy a game digitally, you are not buying a game. You need to understand this. You're not paying to become an owner of the product. You are buying a revocable, non-transferable license to access software. Read the terms of service for PlayStation or Bethesda. They almost always include clauses that protect them from temporary interruptions, server maintenance, or service modifications. If you tried to sue them, their lawyers would likely argue that the game is still accessible. Look, they would say, the user can boot to the main menu. The product is functional. They would argue that the DLC outage is a temporary technical issue, not a removal of the product. This legal gray area is what saves them. As long as they say, "We are working on a fix," they are technically still supporting the product. It doesn't matter if the fix takes a week, a month, or a year. As long as they don't say, "We are deleting this forever," they can keep your money in limbo indefinitely. This isn't the first time we've seen this. We saw it with Ubisoft's The Crew, where they shut down the servers. And so the game, which people paid full price for, simply ceased to exist. We saw it with PT, erased from history. We see it every time a licensing agreement expires and the game gets delisted. But this Fallout situation is unique because the game isn't old, it isn't dead. It's currently being sold on the front page of the store as the Anniversary Edition. They are actively marketing and taking money for a product they know is broken. Let's step away from the legal definitions and look at the moral reality. If you buy a toaster and the manufacturer breaks into your house and cuts the cord, that is vandalism. If you buy a movie on Blu-ray and the studio comes to your house and scratches the disc, that is property damage. If you bought a book on your Kindle and Amazon remotely deleted the last 3 chapters, that would be a scandal. But when Bethesda pushes a mandatory update, An update you cannot refuse if you want to play online or keep your console connected, and that update disables your DLC, that is somehow business as usual. That is just gaming in 2026. We need to stop accepting this. The Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition
Oh, look at that. This is
zero control over our own libraries. We are
this is interesting. Pokemon getting deported. Okay, I'm going to watch that next because YouTube drama is interesting.
I have bad news. You are in for a wait. Bethesda has signaled that the next patch won't be here immediately. I mean, it's not like their promise would be a ironclad guarantee, far from it. But this time, they didn't even bother with giving a timeline. And given their track record with the anniversary rollout, there is zero guarantee that the next patch won't break something else. Maybe next time it will be your save files. Maybe it will be the audio. Maybe it'll work only in Japanese. Maybe the game simply won't launch at all. We are stuck in a loop where we pay for content, the developer breaks it, the platform refuses to refund it, and we are told to be grateful for the free updates that ruin the experience. My advice? Stop updating if you can. Turn off auto updates. If you have a working version of the game, protect it with your life. Because in 2026, the biggest threat to your gaming library isn't hackers. It isn't disk rot. It isn't hardware failure. The biggest threat to your games is the people who made them. If you are tired of Bethesda breaking Fallout and you want to play an RPG that actually respects your time, respects your wallet, and most importantly, actually works when you press play, check out the video I'll be posting this weekend. I break down the best alternatives to Fallout 4 that run perfectly on PlayStation right now. I know that Fallout does have a certain escapism appeal that's not easy to find elsewhere, but the games I'll cover deliver the experience Fallout promises without having to wonder if your DLC will vanish tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and don't let them gaslight you. You paid for it. It should work.
What are you saying? Haven't you heard Todd Howard saying it just works?
Do you guys want to hear about how I almost got deported?
So the clip goes on to have this copyrighted music. I guess they probably made this for TikTok or something. So let me explain what happens here. She goes on to talk about how she's a Canadian citizen on a visa to be in the US, and how she was traveling back to Canada from the US, but she had the wrong visa, and she says that she almost got deported because of this. Now, what's especially interesting here is she goes on to blame
So she is Canadian in the US, but she's also a Hassan Piker lover, which means she hates the US. So why is she in the US? If she hates the US, why not just go back to Canada? It doesn't make sense at all. These people are insane. They're crazy. They're stupid, and people who are listening to these people and watching them are on the same boat. I'm sorry.
When the Hassan Kai situation started, and Pokimane and Lily Pichu have this podcast called the Sweet and Sour Podcast, and they were supposed to do an episode with Hassan, and the episode ended up not coming out, and she came out with a statement blaming the employees, blaming the staff for not releasing this podcast episode, essentially saying or implying that they went against her orders or something like that, and then talking about she's going to do restructuring. She later tried to spin this a certain way after she got a lot of criticism for this, because many people saw this as her just like throwing the blame on the people that she's paying instead of taking accountability as one of the actual owners and hosts of the podcast. Because ultimately, look, for argument's sake, we can even say, to be more fair than Pokimane deserves, even hypothetically, if the staff made a mistake, it is still her podcast. It is still up to her to decide what gets posted or not. So even if they didn't post it, in other words, on the day it's supposed to come out, she could have later on released the episode. But this is extremely important. The episode never came out. So if it was really a mistake by staff, as mentioned, she could have remedied this mistake by simply releasing the podcast episode with Hassan a day late or a few days late, whatever it would have been. But they never released the episode, which really makes it seem like it was actually her choice, or her and Lily Pichu's choice, and then Pokimane is the one trying to blame it on the staff.
Of course, Pokemon is forming drama. That is what she does. She forms drama. Again, people are watching and supporting this type of people are on the same boat. They're not good people. I'm sorry. That's just the truth. They're not good people.
And I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, so if you are new or if you just came by and you're wondering where is the RPG Maker MV, well, it's right there on the other side of the screen.
You said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know me, but better than the lights. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade?
Okay, so here we have a warning for paid mods. Be careful with paid mods on Fallout 4. Seriously, why would you guys pay for mods? There are like thousands of free mods out there. Just use those. Okay, so we have here from Side Scrollers, this is why comedy isn't funny anymore. Okay, let's see why.
They got the big old guy in the background. Hey, Raymond, whatever. Everyone loves Raymond.
Me?
Yeah?
Love
You guys,
it.
Barry, you watched that one?
Yep.
Everyone remember this show? Good old with Patricia Heaton and Raymond over there. And they got the big old guy in the background. Hey, Raymond, whatever.
His
with his
name's
crazy voice.
Robert.
Yeah, that guy, Robert. Well, Patricia Heaton wants to let you know why comedy shows aren't funny anymore. And we have about a minute and 21-second clip as to why things suck today. Let's hear what she has to say.
I know a really veteran comedy writer said he was in a writer's room where a bunch of the writers were in their 20s. And they had a character that was like a Marine, and he didn't like to hug anybody. He didn't want guys hugging him. He would like tense up. And they were writing this character, and one of the young writers said, "Well, that's really homophobic. We can't write that." And they said, "Listen, how does a character change and evolve unless they start in some place? So why not just have him start there?" And we see by the end, maybe grudgingly, but by the end, he accepts a hug. Like, you can't have that ending unless you have that beginning. So there's a certain wokeness, I think, in some young people, although there might be even a backlash against that now in this era that we're in.
I remember you telling me a couple of years ago that you were in a writer's room for a show that I think maybe never aired, where you basically felt they had to hire this diverse cast of writers, and they were basically fighting the entire time over what was offensive.
Right. Yes.
It's
yes.
obvious, but it's crazy.
Right. That's yeah. Because the first thing I heard was like where they came from, or what ethnicity they were, or what sexuality they identified as opposed. And I kept thinking, yeah, but can they write comedy?
Yeah, this is the way that things should be. People should not be hired based on the color of their skin or their gender or sexuality. They should be hired based on their merits. They should be hired based on their ability to do the job. And we're seeing this happen so often in entertainment.
So I guess the reason why comedy isn't funny anymore is because woke people are writing it. And again, woke,
Yeah, I think the comedians you refer
they don't know what funny is. They don't have a sense of humor, because if you make fun of things,
has to go through so many
they'll
before
get mad at you.
now. And it's all to make sure that it's politically correct, that no one's going to get offended. And it's like, Okay, so you're watering down and filtering what makes comedy funny?
Yeah, when everything is sanitized, nothing is entertaining anymore.
No, not at all.
I kind of hope that the big secret to all this, the big reveal in the end, is that Hollywood has been using AI like Producer Bot, and Producer Bot has been going out of its way to intentionally destroy human writers and TV shows. And it's that way everyone just leans to AI. I would love that, because that's what it sure as hell seems like. Not literally, but it really is. These people, it is amazing that they can actually, that they all sit in a room and are not laughing at each other's absurdity. Like that.
Yeah.
That's what I think is hilarious. Like they're really all on the same page, and this is all taken seriously. And you know damn well, by the way, that Marine, that his arc is to be gay at the end. That's what it is. That to them, he's got to come out of the closet as a gay man. That's what it would be.
And if a good story, a good comedic story is funny and the whole room isn't laughing, then you have the wrong team.
I go back to, you talk about getting checks on comedy series or any sort of writing. That was the Seinfeld line. You had to go through and get all these different checks and balances and stuff. I think when you have, and I can only go off my personal experience here, right? And I've told the story before, but when I sold my first company, Screw Attack, this was 2013, okay? And this is, the company that acquired us was a company called Fullscreen. Fullscreen then bought Rooster Teeth. Okay, Rooster Teeth went way down the woke rabbit hole, right? But more importantly, that's kind of a byproduct of the story. More than anything, after they bought Rooster Teeth, they said, hey, Screw Attack, you are now a part of Rooster Teeth. You are a brand under Rooster Teeth. So we went from this brand that had a very good pulse of our community, having knowing what our community is looking for. And more than anything, if we had an idea, we could execute on it, like immediately. We had, it's like the Jimmy Kimmel shirt yesterday, right? I was able to do that in the middle of the story and was able to execute that immediately. With Rooster Teeth, after we were paired up, we then had, for anything that we wanted to do, had to get a sign off. And I'm not kidding when I say this, from 7 people before we could create a new piece of merchandise, launch a new show, put together a pilot, anything like that. That's not including, let's just say we wanted to write something or have some sort of scripted show. All that would need to go through these people. And every single one of those people that I had to get a sign off from had no idea what our brand was or the audience that we were catering to, right? And that was extremely frustrating for me at the time. It's ultimately led, I've said this many times, working for Rooster Teeth was the worst 3 years of my professional career for that reason alone, because you have to go in and you have to get okays by people who have no idea what's funny or your audience or your brand. And that's the worst. And I hate it. And I hated it. And I totally sympathize with that situation when it comes to these writers and having to get sign-offs and checks and stuff like that when it comes to these silly things. It's rough. And I think that what she's saying is pretty accurate here, and once again, Rooster Teeth now long dead because of that, red tape when it came to creating anything right there.
Nothing makes a great comedy like that when you overanalyze by committee a joke that's going to make just a great comedy.
We get things like Happy Gilmore 2.
Oh, you didn't like Happy Gilmore 2?
No.
I thought it was really bloated and kind of, it was fine.
It was a missed opportunity to introduce new jokes written in the same way that they wrote the jokes in the 90s to bring in this new generation of kids to that type of Happy Madison comedy, and they totally missed the mark. They just regurgitated the same jokes from the original one.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when Rooster Teeth was, it was announced Warner Brothers Discovery was shutting down Rooster Teeth. There were so many activists that were going wild about their history of workplace controversies. I don't like Rooster Teeth. I don't care about Rooster Teeth. Rooster Teeth fucking sucked by the end, but it was funny to see literally everybody turn against them.
Yeah, they those who preach, what's the old saying? Those who preach the loudest often have the most to hide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, oh my. My, oh my. Yes. I will personally.
Okay, so I'm not seeing anything new right now. Oh, well, we have here one from Decoy Voice. Decoy Voice is like, he's not conservative. He's basically on the left, but he's like one of the few people that have or has common sense. There are very few people on the left that have common sense these days.
I will carry you home. I will carry you home. With you got nowhere to go. I need you to know. I will carry you home. Carry you home.
Okay, so this is interesting. Steam is killing slop. Bethesda got humiliated, Valve just stepped in. Let's go check this out.
The PC gaming landscape is ever changing, but one thing that has not changed is Steam's hold on the market, and that really has a lot to say about the competition, or really the lack of competition, because there's been opportunities, and there has been some contenders. GOG is a great example of that, but the ways that some of these other competitors like Epic Games have gone about it, it's really not about putting consumers first, but more so the billion-dollar, publishers and such. And consumers obviously rightfully have not gone to those platforms or ran to it except for when there's free offerings and such. But Steam still controls the market because of a lot of the pro-consumer decisions that we've talked extensively on the channel about. And one of which really has defined and changed the gaming industry over the last year or two is Steam now making it that publishers have to disclose which games use AI-generated content. This is something that a lot of publishers like Activision and Electronic Arts have gone out of their way to hide, but now they are having to speak up and at least admit that they're using generative AI for their experiences. This new rule has defined a lot of the conversation that we've seen in the PC gaming landscape, and developers, publishers have been confronted over the fact that they're using generative AI, and we've had responses that have just been trashed because of it. But transparency matters, and this is a pro-consumer decision, one of which was met to outrage by Epic Games, who again holds a competing store with the Epic Games Store. Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games, and he dismissed this rule. He explicitly said the AI tag is relevant to art exhibits for authorship disclosure and to digital content licensing marketplaces where buyers need to understand the rights situation. It makes no sense for game stores where AI will be involved in nearly all future production. This response was met to outrage from consumers, and we even actually had a Valve artist responding, countering, calling to scrap Steam AI disclosure, says it's a technology relying on cultural laundering, IP infringement, and slopification. And he actually responded further saying, this is like saying food products shouldn't have their ingredients list. Consumers should have the information to decide if they want to buy something or not depending on its content. The only people afraid of this are the ones that know their product is low effort. That was a response coming from a Valve artist really going after Epic Games, and they are one of the biggest detractors to a decision like this, but that is a feeling that I would assume a lot of the AAA publishers are feeling as well, because ultimately all of these publishers want consumers to get in line. They want to be normalized to behavior. But at the very least, we have a platform like Steam that is still doing pro-consumer decisions and thinking for us, putting us in front. That's something that we don't see with a lot of these other platforms, not necessarily just in the PC gaming landscape. But Steam has made some other very interesting decisions as of late. Steam's new personalized release calendar fixes the I didn't know that was coming out problem, but this is a huge thing for indie games. Discoverability is a problem. It is a massive issue that a lot of indie games are having right now. You gotta understand there's about 20,000 new games that are released a year. You're only probably going to know about a dozen or so, and that is something that the AAA games industry, that's by design. You got to understand, you have the single player experiences in the lead up to these games. You have millions upon millions of dollars being spent, so you know about that game. But there's also live service experiences that every single update there has to be millions upon millions of dollars. All of that steers attention away from the indie space or any other games out there. So yes, a lot of people in the indie space have problems with people at least just seeing their game or hearing about it, period. And that's why you see it, all of these, events or such, why there's still thousands of dollars spent just for you to see whatever game it is. And it was specifically said here by Polygon that Steam's rolling out a new tool, this was just a couple months ago, to help users wade through the sea of endless new releases. The personal calendar will display a snapshot of games that have recently released and those coming in the near future. But here's the big thing, the kicker. According to Valve, the Steam personal calendar is filtered down to the set of games we think you most likely will be interested in. So it uses your library to get at least an understanding of the games that you're probably going to be interested in, maybe put some games that you never heard of in front of you, so, or at least know that they're coming about when they are. And I do think that is a huge decision. This is, again, one of those things. It maybe seem minor in the grand scheme of things, but at the very least, if it means that just people are able to see more games, that is a good thing, especially when it's not coming from the big AAA behemoths. But this is not what we're talking about today, because another big decision, another big rollout has happened, and it is version control. This is huge, and this is coming at the perfect time because Steam Workshop has been one of those things that a lot of the PC gaming landscape people have kind of scoffed at, because people looked at other means like Nexus mods, ModDB as the answer for mods.
If you guys are using Steam and you'd like to find new games in Steam, I suggest you go to Discovery. I find a lot of interesting games in Steam just by going through Discovery.
Interest in the modding scene,
especially the discovery for new releases that are free. Yeah, there are like thousands of not so good and uninteresting games, but you'll also find a few gems in it.
And it's not always a given. And that's why there's been an irritation, especially with Steam Workshop, and now Valve is finally addressing this in a big way. Now, PC Gamer notes this example. They bring up that a major update just dropped of one of your favorite games, bringing exciting new features and much needed overhauls. But in the process, it's busted all your beloved mods and all your saves that rely on them, forcing you and countless Steam Workshop commenters to wonder how soon mod authors will push updates of their own, and that is not always a given. Valve just launched new version control options for Steam Workshop, ideally making it much simpler for players to choose compatible mod and game versions. And this is the big kicker here, though, assuming developers and mod creators have configured the necessary options. Valve has created—
Yes, that is a good option, because, for example, I have my Fallout 4 game locked in the Fallout London version, or the version required by Fallout London, which means my copy of Fallout 4 in Steam will never update unless I release it. And I don't want my copy of Fallout 4 to update, because I won't be able to play it if that happens. I wish there was like a feature in Steam where you can download previous versions of the games, because not everyone wants to play the latest version of the game they're playing.
Each mod version is compatible with. The Steamworks API will also let developers query whether a user's game version and mod versions match up and prompt the user when there's an incompatibility. That is huge. The Steamworks documentation says the new API features can even let Steam close the game when there's a mod and game version mismatch, switch and install the appropriate—
Again, this is a great feature, but I wish Steam would take it a step further by allowing users to download or choose the version of the game they want to install. That would be amazing. Especially if you are playing games, or if you are playing Bethesda game studios games like The Elder Scrolls and Fallout, because there are, for example, in Skyrim, there are certain mods that only work with the special edition and not, or a certain version of the special edition, like something like 1.5 something.
In this scenario, automatically updating the game may break some of the players' installed mods and corrupt their save game, and there's been a variety of examples of this. You now have the option to call a Steam API telling Steam to switch the player to a specific branch of the game if you detect that a recent update has broken compatibility with their mods, and that is huge. And another user, I think, perfectly explained this and really simplifying how this is all working. What happens is, say if you're playing 1.12 of a game, you have your 100 mods and are happy. The game updates to 1.3, hey, that's cool, but the mods haven't been updated to 1.13 yet, and if you have 100 mods, there's a good chance you're like, I want to keep playing 1.12 until my mods are updated for 1.13. You roll back to 1.12, your mods all work day 0, but you have 100 mods by 50 plus different mod authors all updating at different paces. 25 of them update to 1.13 and no longer work with 1.12. 75 of them are stuck on 1.12, so you're in a scenario where you can't use all 100 mods and finish your save or whatever. With this, you'll be able to tell the mod, please keep me on the 1.12 version. I don't want to update to 1.13 until all my mods are updated. You play old version with the old version of your mods, finish at your leisure, and then come back when all the mods are updated.
Again, guys, this is a great feature.
Instead of an incompatible mishmash. And the thing is, in the past, how it has worked on Steam is you can go back to a prior version, but the mods would still update, and it would be incompatible. You couldn't play it. You'd just be forced to really upgrade and go to the new version and just wait and hope that mod authors would catch up. And that does mean that some of these older beloved mods, they're a thing of the past. You can never see them unless there's a Nexus mod downgrader and such, and that is the case with a game like Fallout 4, but that isn't always the case. And this headline specifically, this is the problem that the industry faces right now, and it's that the gaming industry just loves...
The reason why they should add a feature where you, as a Steam user, can choose the version of the game you want to download is because the old versions are still there. They are still there. In fact, you can still buy Skyrim Legendary Edition in Steam. It's not listed anywhere, but it's still there.
This update breaks the survival game, and some people have theorized that they did this, introducing this update years later for a game that's extremely popular for nefarious reasons, because they want people to stop playing Survival Evolved and make the jump to Survival Ascended. One user specifically saying, I wonder if it's intentional to drive more traffic to ASA. No money to be made in actually supporting Ark Survival Evolved in any meaningful way at this point. Game's official support is dead, so killing off virtually all of the mods would inevitably drive some people to finally move to ASA. And it's not like this is one, single game that people have theorized this about. You can look to what's going on with Fallout 4 and its 10th anniversary update, which totally broke the experience, and the only thing it added was Creation Club content. And you can understand why the modding community was so fucking pissed about this. And Bethesda, their follow-up was announcing a roadmap of bug fixes that were going to be coming to Fallout 4. The problem is that some of these bug fixes have been delayed to early 2026, and here we are in the early part, and there's no sense of idea when this is coming. So at least now, hopefully you get an understanding of the anger that is in the air when you have a developer coming out of the middle of nowhere with an update that a lot in the modding communities just view as unnecessary, and they are unfortunately forced to upgrade. And especially with Bethesda, they have a reputation for launching broken patches, and that is played out right now with Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition. And unfortunately, right now, players are at the mercy of Bethesda because they have to wait for more updates to come about, and modders have to upgrade with each new edition, and it's just a massive headache. And the thing is, it's not like, Bethesda does not support Steam Workshop. Steam is now giving the options, but Bethesda have to actually support, and that hopefully will be something that they think about moving forward, and other developers as well. Because Bethesda right now, they don't even have beta branches, and this is something that has been met to anger. Why won't Bethesda put up a beta of the old version when they update the game? Seriously, it would fix so many people's problems with the game. Want to play with mods, play the old version. Want to play the update, just do. And the thing is, the only other means is right now to use something like Fallout 4 Downgrader. At least in Fallout 4's case, the current process is a bunch
So if Steam would add a feature where you can download the version of the game you want, you don't have to use a third-party downgrader because it's right there. What the downgrader does is it's basically just getting the data from Steam server itself.
Because Bethesda again came out of the middle of nowhere with the next-gen update. Obviously, at the very least, that had improvements and upgrades, but it totally ruined the work that they had. And this is something that the massive Fallout community had to deal with, not just Fallout London, but so many other projects. And this is been something that has been striking the modding community for so long, but fortunately it does seem like Steam is finally giving some answers, and at the very least it does put pressure on these developers and publishers to opt in and support this moving forward, and that will be key. But as some people have said, that unlike Nexus, Steam Workshop doesn't massively throttle downloads and introduce artificial gates and requirements to downloading. You can just click subscribe to collection instead of wasting an afternoon downloading hundreds of mods individually. Bethesda games being on Steam Workshop would save players a lot of time and effort that's unnecessary being spent on those delays. But Bethesda would only bother if they could profit from it by selling the mod, so it's unlikely proper workshop support will ever be added, and I really hope that is not true. But at the very least, Steam is giving an answer here, and it is a deliberate choice by these publishers, by these developers, to not opt in. And it does need to be mentioned though, like even Fallout 4 Downgrader, there's a bunch of other steps as that user brings up, and there's all kinds of other mods and stuff. It is a headache, but Steam is making things easier, and at the very least, a variety of other games will be impacted positively moving forward, because I brought up some of the other examples with Stellaris, City Skylines 2, but there's also RimWorld, there's Cyberpunk, and a variety of other experiences that will be impacted by this moving forward. Now, I think it does need to be mentioned that even PC Gamer, when Fallout 4 was going through all these performance issues with the Anniversary Edition just about a month or two ago, even they were advocating at that time for version control, saying that it doesn't have to be this way, and they note the fact that, specifically, that the bar for archiving and offering old game versions is somewhere down in hell, which Bethesda doesn't support right now on Steam, but Larian's Baldur's Gate 3 branches are a good example. The studio doesn't maintain a massive library of every iteration, of course, but there's usually a couple of older patches you can roll back to when your favorite mod crashes and burns from a version change. Perhaps it's unreasonable to assume any studio should put extra work into supporting more robust third-party tools, but I would have never touched Skyrim as a kid had I not been able to turn it into a playground for medieval Barbies. While I can't say I agree with angry demands for a studio to stop updating its games, I think asking for a little easy-to-access version control is more than fair, and Steam has introduced that here, and Bethesda, just one of these publishers, they should be opting in. They should be supporting this at the very least, and Valve has made things easier than ever. It just now relies on this gaming industry to wake up and do what's right for their gamers, and especially for some of these developers, some of these companies that have massive modding communities. This should be something that is in the back of their minds every time they're choosing to update their games, and unfortunately thus far that has not happened. I think that this is another example of a pro-consumer decision from Valve, and it doesn't happen often. A lot of these other platforms aren't leading by example, but it does feel like Valve, more often than not, especially as of late, has been putting consumers first, and I think that is huge, and that is the reason why Valve and Steam just have a massive hold on this market, and that is something that will not be changing anytime soon. Anyway, what do you make of all of this? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below, but thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later.
I've been crazy, been thinking for too long now. Better take on the world with two arms now. Got me singing right in the dark. No feelings I couldn't store. Ooh, and I swear I proved all the ways I'm here. Got my drink and trying to get what to do, yeah. I better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of patience. My mind's gone out way too far. Yeah, I'm not right, but I'm here. Better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of pages. I know that times have been hard, but that's alright, cause we found out. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mine's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. I've been lost, I'll be found in the broken. A way out in the crowd, feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. That one's just me times two.
Anyway, guys, you're listening to No Copyright Sounds. Free music for your live streams, content, and whatever it is you're doing, videos. Link is in the description. EA has officially lost their mind. They think we're stupid. Yeah, because a lot of gamers are. Because if gamers are intelligent, publishers and companies or gaming companies won't be able to get away with what they're doing, from monetization, from gambling mechanics to other things like just pulling out games or shutting down servers, even though the game still has a massive population and still profitable.
The Access Media and their lunatic followers have been desperate to cancel Lords of the Fallen 2. They have insulted their player base. They have said anybody who supports CI games going forward is a terrible person, and now they're going as far as to accuse the developers of plagiarism, and of course these accusations are 100% false. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I personally am very excited for Lords of the Fallen 2. I thought the first game was pretty good, but the Access Media has been desperate to cancel these developers, this studio, and really to get this project buried, all because Marek Tymiński, the CEO of CI Games, is not woke. They decided to put politics to the side and said, we first and foremost want to create an amazing video game experience. We want to create high-quality entertainment, and the activists in this industry are not happy with that answer. Of course, they think everything is political and that you either have to be making a statement or your silence is violence, and now they're going as far as to attack Marek Tymiński and this team over plagiarism, which he proved to be false, but are any of their articles going to be deleted, or are they going to clarify this? No, of course not. So this started just a few days ago when the Lords of the Fallen account posted this image that I think actually looks really awesome. I love the aesthetic of this game. It says Hordes of the Fallen, but there were some snowflakes who were saying, you guys plagiarized from software, and I actually thought this was a Wilder skin at first. Honestly, this looks like someone asked AI to combine Artorias and the Wilder. Bro, I hate going on a date and getting catfished. I really don't give a fuck about Lords of the Fallen, but it's been really hilarious seeing people go, AI-generated Wilder ripoff. This is a design from half a year before Night Rain was even announced. Well then, it's Artorias. You ain't slick. Oh my god, how could this have happened? Lords of the plagiarism, which, of course, are they going to apologize?
This Eldritch Chan person saying that
design was finalized internally
will not play the game.
before Night Rain came out.
They're just doing this for clout.
Pleased to prove that yesterday's
None of these people who are calling out plagiarism are actual gamers. No, they're not. They're not actual gamers.
I'm not sitting
There are people who lives in the internet. They live in social media.
and met him, and
They'd rather post stupid shit
I also think
than actually play games.
that the access media is so desperate to find some angle against this game that they are accusing of plagiarism. They have put up hit pieces on their player base saying that, oh, it needs more than sexy women to be a good game and it's appealing to all the wrong people. Like, it is pretty pathetic. But he said a newly revealed standard enemy was claimed to copy Wilder from Night Rain. This armor was finalized on July 17, 2024, over 5 months before Night Rain was announced, and the completed model was already in engine by October 23rd, 2024. The timeline is clear. Visual overlap can occur in medieval fantasy design. We respect From Software, but we do not copy other studios. The armor designs in Lords of the Fallen were widely praised.
And the thing is, after they are proven wrong,
Behind our artists, their
they
originality.
don't even apologize. That's why if you see people like this that accuse other people of this or doing something wrong and they never apologize after being proven that they were wrong, they should you should just block them or mute them. There is no point in seeing or hearing or learning what they have to say.
Another angle in which to attack this studio. Now, I honestly think it's a little bit hilarious that this is the next best thing they could find to attack. It's not the most unique armor set I've ever seen in a game, of course not, but it also is still special. It still looks cool. Like, you can't expect every single studio to come up with some revolutionary design for every single armor set. I don't want to say it quite looks extremely standard, but also it is similar to other games. Is that a bad thing? No, it really isn't. Though the people that are attacking this are just looking for a reason to attack the title.
The people who are attacking the design are people who are not going to play the game. So again, it's best to just mute them so you don't see them ever.
We all know the armor sets in this game are going to be badass, and yeah, I absolutely think that the Crusader looks so cool. I think that this new, like, female design of it's really, really neat. And people are saying, don't forget, you also plagiarized swords and armor, which existed long before this render. Oh, and is that a humanoid inside that armor? I believe they existed before this art too, and to top it all off, you're making a video game, and part 2, you admit one came before, which is just so funny because it's so true. This is the reach that some people are actually going to. I know this post is a joke and satire, but yeah, I mean, there are articles being written on this saying Lords of the Fallen 2 devs have been accused of copying From Software. Indispensable evidence in their defense failed to convince players. If the proof, which is a dated post in a group chat, isn't enough evidence for you and it's failed to convince you, you clearly cannot see through your bias. And
If the proof is there and they're not still convinced, it means that they're just pushing an agenda. They're just trying to target something. They're just trying to rage bait, not even rage bait, but they're just, they're just being stupid. And if you're following these people, supporting these people, guess what?
look out for games.
You're stupid as well. I'm sorry.
Right now, where it says already cementing itself as a game for all the wrong people is an archive because they changed the title of this after they got their hate clicks to Lords of the Fallen 2 needs more than sexy women to be a good video game. So after they faced a major amount of backlash for basically saying that you're the wrong type of player and gamer if you like this game, they changed it to, well, it can't just be all about TNA. It is so pathetic what is happening and the targeted campaign almost that has been pushed against these developers, and I think their game looks really cool. I thought that the other games that they've made were also really good, but the fact that these devs have to come out and clarify they didn't plagiarize simply because they're constantly being accused every other day of doing something terrible is just wild to me. Now, if you want my in-depth thoughts on this cementing itself as a game for all the wrong people article, I did another video on it. It will be linked down below, but it is hilarious how many times they sort of contradict themselves, how many times they almost agree that this game had something going for it, but they want to prove their bias, and they can't 100% agree with the Lords of the Fallen devs on certain issues. But they say that Lords of the Fallen 2 publisher CI Games made it blatant back in January that it will steer clear of making its game political or introducing any social elements or agendas in its future titles. It claims featuring such things runs a high risk of pushing audiences away, and it would rather focus on serious games featuring serious stuff like sexy, scantily clad women, whatever you want, I guess. Just make sure to wash your hands when you're done. I think it's perfectly fine if you don't want to put some like social agenda in your title. That shouldn't be seen as a negative thing. And yeah, sexy, scantily clad women are a good selling point. Did they say that's all they wanted in their game? No, their game does feature a deeper narrative. Their title does feature more than just beautiful women. But at the same time, why is it so bothersome to you? They say this deliberately ignores diverse and inclusive successes like Baldur's Gate 3, which went on to sell 20 million copies, and cherry picks high-profile cases like Concord to justify the belief that the inclusion of queer characters and unconventionally attractive women makes a title fail. They never said that it specifically makes a title fail, but what is funny is that they are claiming, oh, you're just cherry-picking games like Concord to say that queer characters make a game fail, but at the same time, you're also going on to cherry-pick one singular high-profile success of Baldur's Gate 3 to say that diversity actually helps games sell. So you're doing the same thing you're complaining about other people doing. It's wild to me that they try to get away with this. I will call them out as often as I have to. They even say within these posts, Tominski seems to imply that the game perhaps once included a more diverse or even realistic character creator, but anything allegedly woke or progressive was stripped out and replaced with a toolset which mostly restricts players to super buff male protagonists or gorgeous women for them to objectify. Oh man, I can't believe I have to play as a character that looks attractive. This is bothersome to me. This is hurting my delicate sensibilities. Only a snowflake would complain about this. I can't play.
It's not even a snowflake, Para.
Boy loser or a butch.
It's not a snowflake who will complain about this.
Really
An insane person will. Someone who is insane. Who doesn't want to look good in anything or anywhere? Only an insane person would want themselves to look ugly and look bad, look terrible. A person with sense or common sense would always choose the good thing or the good things, the good sides, the pretty sides, the things that are beautiful and nice to look at. No one likes. You're already, imagine this, you're already bad looking in real life and you still want to look bad in a game, in the game you're playing? Come on. It doesn't make sense. The reason why games and movies are popular is because it's escapism, you know? Escapism. Escapism is escaping your reality. But if you are playing games to just continue your reality, it's no longer escapism.
Accusing the game and the developers of plagiarism, and that, of course, has been proven 100% false. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
Okay, let's see here. The failure of Unreal Engine 5. Did it fail? When did it fail? I thought it was a success. I thought it was a successful engine. The comment here says, at this point, I'm going to buy the game out of spite.
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown?
Developers should have the freedom to put whatever content they want in their titles or leave out whatever they don't want in their experiences, but if they are hypocrites, the internet will call them out for it, and that is what happened recently with Code Violet. Their social media manager melted down on social media, went on a blocking and silencing spree because they didn't want to launch it on PC due to vulgar mods, but then they market it with the main character in lingerie, and now that it is released, things are not going very good for them, and gamers are roasting them. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, yes, developers can do whatever they want. Even games like Dustborn deserve to exist. Concords deserve to exist. Flintlock: The Siege of Dawns deserve
Yes, that is what I'm saying. There is nothing wrong in making games for woke, left, leftists, for the LGBTQ people, for the trans people, for the Muslim people, for the Christian people, for the
media manager
Australian people. There's nothing wrong in making games for certain people. What's wrong is expecting that those games will also make money.
There's no modders that can fix it.
If you want to make money
To help them.
from those games, what you need to do is to temper your expectation and don't go over budget. Don't go over budget. That is the only way you're going to make money if you are making games for certain people. Especially if the group you are targeting is very niche.
Adult or NSFW modding, that's a perfectly fine stance. It's not for everybody. But then when you find out they actually marketed this game with their lead character being in lingerie, yeah, that's not a very good look. Maybe they should have deleted this from their social media before they decided to act like they were holier than thou. But as you can see in their banner, it says available to all players. And some of these images are this female character in like very Mortal Kombat-esque suits, straight up lingerie. And when you watch the teasers and trailers, her ass is constantly on display. And hey, I'm perfectly fine with the game being marketed with sex appeal, but you can't shame people for wanting to do what you were all.
So basically what happened here is
We can sexualize
the developers attacked gamers for wanting sexy characters or sexy clothes on characters, and then they marketed their game themselves showing off lingeries.
other people.
Yeah, that's what are you guys doing there?
Because I will still highlight games on my channel that I think look bad. I play Concords, I play Dustborns, I play Blue.
The name Team Kill Media is very appropriate because new media killed their team or game.
And I personally do not trust the critics, but the critics are also now saying it's terrible, which does not bode well for them because the people they were pandering to are not going to show up to consume their content. Pirate Nation had posted
Again, guys,
that will not be on PC because
people who are usually
has reviews out and
complaining about
giving it a 40.
games that are based,
Push Squares giving it a 40.
they're not playing those games.
The Dino Crisis
There's no point in listening to those people because they're not going to play your game.
Most of its ideas from. It's dated map layouts and visual style.
It's like when I was like streaming Fallout 4 and there was a viewer, not a regular one, someone who maybe accidentally chanced upon the live stream and he was complaining that my game was too bright. Well, the reason why my game is too bright is because my eyesight is not good and it helps me see the game better. So I could accommodate the viewer if he was like a regular viewer and someone who would watch the live stream from end to beginning. Well, I could accommodate him, but after making that complaint, they left and never returned. So if I change the brightness of the game because someone complained about it,
yet we don't know the player numbers because it didn't.
I'm the only one who's going to suffer. Not him, because he was gone. That's why I didn't change the brightness. Changing the brightness will only hurt myself, not him. Because again, he was gone.
They said the opinions of two individuals who did.
So my point is, they are complaining, but they won't consume your content anyway. So what's the point in accommodating them?
We don't know who these two individuals are. I am not trying to make everything about me.
Well, maybe if he said, "Hey, dude, I want to continue watching your stream. I like what you're doing here, but your game is too bright. Can you at least lower the brightness and so I could enjoy watching?" Guess what? If he is going to watch and become a regular viewer and stay, I would more than 100% accommodate his request. I'm going to lower the brightness. It doesn't matter if it hurts myself, and I would perfectly accommodate a viewer. A real viewer, not just someone who pops in, complains, and then go away.
Other players, you can do whatever you want with it. Womp womp. That's okay. Don't want it on PC. Usually IGN scores are read in reverse, but not sure about this one. Yeah, I think this is actually one of the few times where gamers and critics are going to align. But again, I don't trust critics. The game looks terrible. The sexy assets look janky and lacking in good-looking physics, and the gameplay, even from their videos, looks horrible. It is an insult to call Code Violet a game within the same universe as Stellar Blade. If they say that it's bad, then it must be worse. So, yeah, then Team Kill, of course, commented on it. Doesn't look like a particularly great situation as they are being ratioed already. And listen, I don't have any hatred for Team Kill Media. I'm not telling people to boycott it. If you think it looks cool, buy it. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you get your money's worth. But the way that they have approached this situation is truly terrible. They could have reached out to me and said, hey, listen, we just want to clarify our stance. You know, this is how we feel about sexuality in video games, and we just don't want people making pornography of our character. They could have at least tried to clarify and give more context. I would have been perfectly fine sitting down with these people, as I say all the time. I'd be fine with having a conversation with Jade King from The Gamer, or Tessa Guar and Alyssa Mercante. I'd be fine with having a conversation with Kim Belair. I'd be fine having a conversation with Frosk or even Team Kill Media. But these people never want to have a conversation. They just want to attack. And yeah, they are not taking the criticism very well. Imagine kneecapping your game by not releasing it on PC over something so trivial. I cannot wait to see the death of a game videos on this, even if it gets big enough to warrant one. Looks like none of these are the escapists liked it. IGN 4 out of 10, Push Square 4 out of 10, IGN Spain 4 out of 10, 4 News 4.9 out of 10, Game Only 1.25 out of 5. You guys are hypocrites and deserve to fail. How players can love it if they didn't even get it? You don't even know when you release your own game, except it's failing by every metric. Success, elaborate on that in terms of like concurrent players or units sold worldwide. Man, if only it had come to PC, modders could have fixed the game. And as you see, there are a lot of people saying, how can the players even like it when it hasn't released? And yeah, it does not launch until tomorrow. And we've already seen a lot of gameplay on social media. We've already seen a lot of images. And I'm sure what they mean is that fans and players are the ones who matter, and they love it because they are judging the teasers and trailers and what their first impression is. But I just don't think that they are going to see maybe the success they would have if it released on PC and if they didn't throw a fit on social media. So I'll be keeping my eye on this game very closely, but it seems that they are in the FO stage of the development cycle, and I don't think that this game is going to be the smashing success that they hoped. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
Without you, oh, I'm on it, I want it, but why do you seem to call in your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there? You don't need to be Prince Charming to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a kill a dragon for me. Ooh, I don't need no fairy tale.
He's done. I'll give you right back.
We run and go still every time. Whatever it is, I keep on trying. 'Cause it ain't hard to forgive when you know what it's like. That's why I'm better with and without you. Oh, I'm on it, I want it, but why do you seem to call in your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there? You don't need to be Prince Charming to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a kill a dragon for me. Ooh, I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need to be Prince Charming
times through colored glass. Time moves on enough to let me move on past, but every little now and then it creeps on back to shade my smile.
Okay, so let's take a look at what we have here. Also, guys, if you can support the channel, I would really appreciate it if you can support the channel, because I really want to get out of this place right now. I don't like where I am right now. Honestly, I don't like it here. I wish you guys can help me get out of here. It's very depressing. It's very depressing dealing with the people around me. It's very, very depressing. That's why I hope you guys can help me out. Please help me out. Please. Anyway, yeah, I'm whispering right now because I was told I was being too loud. My goodness. I appreciate that I have like a place to stay. Appreciate it really, really much, but the emotional distress is too much. It's like they're the only one who has feelings, and I'm not allowed to have any feelings. And yeah. So guys, if you can, support the channel, help the channel out, and would really appreciate it. And if I could like even make a little bit of money from doing this, would really appreciate it. Again, I really, really want to get out of this place. Where I am is not very healthy for me. Very distressing, very depressing. I have like a place to stay, but I don't think they like me here. They're basically they are tolerating my existence, but I honestly don't think they like me here. And when people don't like you, you can feel it. Yeah, that's why I'm whispering right now. I can't even talk really anymore. Again, just want to get out of here. If you guys can, help support the channel, you can go to the links in the description. I'm not looking for like becoming, extremely wealthy from doing this. Just enough to get my own place and just get out of here. Again, it's not very healthy, unfortunately. There are times when I'm basically just trying to hide the depressing things by acting happy and just ignoring the depressing things. But how long can someone do something like that, being happy and ignoring things that are making you distressed? And yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Not good. Unfortunately, it's not good. There have been like deaths in the family, or relatives that are really close to me, that I couldn't even cry because I don't know. They're really close to me. I feel the sadness of losing them. But because of, I guess, the state that I'm in, I can't even cry. Even if I wanna cry, I can't even cry. I'm in that state that I couldn't explain.
A new version of the GTA 6 mapping project has been released. If you are not familiar with this, basically what these guys do, there's a whole community of them. They go into the trailers and the website screenshots and stuff. So all of these things that are posted here, they go into all of it. And then they go about trying to triangulate and match up camera angles, points of interests, big recognizable pieces of architecture and things, and then they match them up and build out what they see. So if they have one camera angle that shows, say, a mountain in the background, then what they can do is they can find another screenshot or piece of the trailer that has a slightly different angle showing the mountain in the distance. And so then they can do some math to roughly triangulate how far away they are, some basic trigonometry. And so they can start to piece this together using all of these different individual shots. And funnily enough, they actually did this with Red Dead 2 back in the day. They've done this with a number of other games. It's kind of shocking how close to the final map they actually get. It's like kind of scary, frankly. A new version of the GTA 6 mapping project has been released. If you are not familiar with this, basically what these guys do.
Guys, do you want to hear something really sad? Major Japanese electronics store begs customers for old PCs as hardware shortages continue. We pretty much buy any PC, pleads the Akihabara outlet. I know what store this is. I've been here. On Google Maps, it comes out as Tsukumo Pasokonen Hontari Yusu. I don't know how to say that. This specific Tsukumo sells primarily secondhand parts. The picture in this photo is from the second floor that I shot this video in, like 2 years ago. There was stuff falling off of the walls. It was my favorite thing I've ever seen when it comes to used hardware. It was like a dream come true. And now it looks like this. I don't even know what to say. Like, if you're gonna take all our used computer parts away, can you at least like cure cancer or something? Why is AI taking so long? Guys, do you want to hear something really sad? Major Japanese electronic
I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, but the feeling on I still. She's as cold as December. say you wanna dance, and you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice hill. She's as cold as December.
Okay, so let's go listen to or watch a video on Star Citizen. I'm never gonna play this game because number one, it requires a very high-end machine and it's not free.
Hello and welcome to some more Star Citizen. We're talking all about Star Citizen Alpha 4.6 today. There's a hotfix for audio crashes, which is now on the live build. That's great. The more hotfixes, the better the current live build is. CIG have said, though, we're gearing up for the next round of PTU testing with the goal of starting up Evocati builds as early as today. Today being Friday, the 9th of January, 2026. What are we expecting? Lots of bug fixes. Hopefully this will sort out a large portion of the issues that are with the 4.5 build. That is a reasonable expectation to have. It also looks like this is a 4.6 patch.
I believe this game has been in development for like 13 years, even longer.
I think when referring to
maybe 15, maybe 13. I'm pretty sure it's more than 10 years. But if they can release this and pull it off, it'll be amazing. That is, again, if they can release this and pull up everything and make something out of it, and maybe make it free, and maybe have a highly optimized version that will run on older machines. I will play this game because one of my favorite games is Freelancer, and Freelancer was made by Chris Roberts.
Possible that it could be deployed straight in this patch.
Before that, it was Privateer, and it was also a game made by Chris Roberts.
The initial sort of crafting implementation is supposed to have at least one size.
I did play Wing Commander, but I wasn't really into the space combat sim. But Privateer was different because it's not a military space simulation. You are basically a privateer or a normal person in space. And then Freelancer came along, and in fact I still have Freelancer installed right now. It's right there. I've already completed the game like multiple times already. Although not in the hardest difficulty because unfortunately it's the hardest difficulty is really hard.
More functionality, more filters, the abilities to compare stats and stuff. It's going to allow you to more easily manage items. It wasn't pretty or elegant.
I was like doing a gameplay of the expansion or the mod Crossfire, but my antivirus detected a virus with the Crossfire mod, and I had to uninstall it.
It's one of the most complex of those planets, and we'll use all of the new Genesis Planet Tech V5. But yeah, just even within the Glacium Ring, there's a ton of stuff that you could put in there with asteroid bases and encounters and missions. I think we're all expecting engineering updates as well. They need to continue to refine engineering, improve combat and balance, economy updates as well. They are starting to push towards trying to get like a dynamic economy in the game, but that could be a bit further away. Might not be something we even see this year. I do think they're going to be tweaking the economy, adding more stuff to find in the next system, more crafting materials. They want to get more dynamic rewards for things. They do also want player-to-player trading. That's all sort of stuff that we could see in the not too distant future. We could also see a wipe. So we could actually see pretty much a full wipe of assets at some point. And it could be 4.6 new beginnings and do a wipe. They're only going to do a Alpha UEC and progress wipe if they are relatively sure they've solved a lot of the exploits and ways that players were duping and things like that. If we don't see a wipe with 4.6, we will see one in the not too distant future. Social tools. So this is a big one that we need ASAP, and we have for years, but Chris Roberts mentioned this again in the letter from the chairman recently. CIG showed off a load of social tool updates and org updates, things for being able to organize your parties and stuff. Loads of this was shown off at CitizenCon 2024. I'm expecting to see some of these start to drop in throughout the year. And this could be a mix of stuff from being able to identify who's in what org at a glance and different colors of like red, yellow, green, white and blue for org mates and people that are you're at org war with. There can even be stuff so that you can share ships and stuff more easily, go on missions together more easily, do just planning and grouping for that. Automatically forgive teammates and show like a little flare or indication of where you are if you get downed, things like that. But also the ability to mute people and block people. Some tweaks to VoIP and FOIP would be nice as well. Item recovery work. Chris Roberts also mentioned in the letter from the chairman that they're working on item recovery, insurance, and cross-patch persistence, which all leads into, I think there's going to be a wipe soon, but also they want the ability for you to save and insure loadouts for FPS gear, ships, vehicles, and then retrieve that. So you sort of save a loadout, oh, I've lost it, bam, I retrieve it, rather than you just respawning with it. This will allow for the looting of items and also the mitigation of loss if you had that stuff insured. The idea is that you'll be able to use looted items as well until they're reclaimed, then they get bricked, but you'll still be able to salvage them or sell them, and people should take out more interesting items more likely now because they won't worry too much about losing them. This also should help prevent people exploiting too, because those items get bricked. But I suppose bricked items will still be cool to show off on like display or something. I think we're probably going to get some further Vulcan updates and visual improvements as they sort of plow through the Squadron 42 updates and progress they made and sort of drip feed that into the persistent universe. I personally think that Bounty Hunting 2.0 is just around the corner as well as a feature for Star Citizen, but I have thought about that for like 2 years going, it's coming, it's coming soon. Ships and vehicles wise, well, you can expect more ships and vehicles to be available in ship shops and at Wickelos. They always like to do some cool stuff with that. And also, spoiler warning, there's a new ship that almost certainly is going to be part of 4.6. That's probably the Apollo variant, which we believe is called the Hermes. Thoughts on this range from cargo to data runner. We've seen some potential sneak peeks in a newsletter, although it looks like it's more just of like the redone rear section. And yeah, there's loads of other little bits and bobs that you could have for 4.6. More archetypes done for ships and vehicles as well. They could like hone down on a couple more archetypes. I'm really interested to know what you think might be in a 4.6 build. Obviously with the Vicari build, it's not going to be all of the patch to start with. They'll just sort of test the build to make sure it's stable and then add more of the content. I am expecting the live build by the end of January. I mean, quite often they go from Evocati to live within a couple of weeks. I think a lot of people are excited that are using VR as well, that VR might actually quite rapidly evolve over the next few months because they're going to be iterating on that experience. But yeah, tell me what you think of 4.6, what you think is going to be in that patch, when you think it's going to go to live, what you're hoping to see for 2026. I'm hoping for 2026 that you click on the links below to all of the lovely things that we offer, including things like NordVPN. What's that? A VPN? The board gamer says that I should get. It's NordVPN. Oh, get a big discount for clicking the links below, and you get better accessibility, privacy, and security on the interwebs. Thanks for watching, and I hope you have a great weekend, and hopefully you'll be able to play 4.6 real soon. Every month.
Okay, so here we have a video from Dr. Disaster. Dr. Disaster is a space pirate that pays taxes. Because, yeah, he's a pirate. And we all know that space pirates, they do pay taxes.
Convinced.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
What is up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the chronically charismatic Dr. Disaster. And I know that this is a bit of a trite thing to say because everybody with the capacity to know it already knows it, but the mainstream media are just blatantly biased pieces of shit. Every time they see a narrative go in a way that they don't approve, their reaction is,
We must do something about this immediately! Immediately! Harump! 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 Harump!
As a prime example of this, back when Dragon Age the Veilguard came out a year and a half ago or so, a lot of gamers came out against it for a variety of reasons, but game journalists wanted that game to succeed so much in order to own the chuds that here is that infamous post on X from Jason Schreier bragging about how well that game was doing on Steam on launch day, which was so much nonsense that once it became clear that the game was a huge flop, he deleted that post in utter disgrace.
Of course, of course.
Humiliating!
That's why they do. That's what they do. Because they're not honest. They are lying bastards, I guess you can call them lying bastards.
Like CI Games, who has decided
If they were sincere, and a sincere person, if proven wrong, would apologize. But they don't apologize. They just move on to the next thing. Oh, we failed. Let's move on to the next thing. Because they think people are stupid. And guess what? Yeah, sure, there are a lot of stupid people out there, but not everyone is stupid. The majority of people out there are people with common sense and do practice critical thinking. Because critical thinking is really hard. Not a lot of people do that these days.
Hold it! What the hell is that shit?
Well, recently, CI Games revealed a character design, and some people started calling the character a plagiarization of Wilder from Elden Ring Night Rain, which is silly because the design is a pretty generic armored guy with blue cloth. But anyhow, the CEO of CI Games came out and proved that actually they had created this character before Wilder in Elden Night Rain was even revealed. And yet, as you can see from articles like this one, the game journalists are still trying to attack Lords of the Fallen 2, because if there's one thing that game journalists despise with Lords of the Fallen 2,
because you know what? Because that person there, Susanna, I think that's what's the name is written. They're not going to play the game. Yeah, they don't know anything about this game. They just got paid. Hey, you know what? We will pay you this amount of money if you can throw dirt towards this game, you know, even though that is a generic looking armor that existed in a lot of games already, accuse them of plagiarism. And of course, the person took the money and wrote the article, and they're not even going to play the game, and they're not even going to do any journalism, you know. They call themselves journalism. No, they're not journalism. They're just paid writers. They're paid writers. They're paid spinners. They spin things to cater to whomever was paying them more, or whomever is paying them, period.
2, because if there's one thing that game journalists despise, which really gets their blood flowing, gets them really angry, it is the possibility of seeing female characters that are not hideous hags.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Alright, me hearties, let's take a gander at this Lords of the Fallen controversy. The official Lords of the Fallen account on X posted this image, which looks pretty cool, and certainly, if you put these two character designs side by side, you can...
They're not even similar. Yeah, it's the generic. It's a generic. It's based on a plate armor, a medieval plate armor. They're not even the same. My goodness. How is that plagiarism? Do they even know what plagiarism means? This is not... Even if they base the design on the one on the right, you can even... You can justify that it was inspired. It was inspired. Okay, so now that it has been revealed that the armor on the left came before the armor, or was revealed before the game on the right was released, what's the narrative now? Are they now going to accuse Elden Ring of plagiarism? Of course not. That's not gonna happen, because these people are stupid. Again, if you see these people and they were proven wrong, and they did not apologize for making a mistake, the reason for that is they did not make a mistake. It was a deliberate misinformation attempt in spreading misinformation and lie. So what you should do is block them or mute them, so you would never see and interact them ever again. That's how you deal with these people.
You can see that they are fairly similar. On the left is the character from Lords of the Fallen, and on the right you can see Wilder from...
They're not similar. Look at that. They are completely designed. The only thing that's similar is even the way they're standing. Even I can do that stand. Okay, so if I do the stand, holding a stick over my shoulder, and I took a picture of myself, am I now plagiarizing someone's stance? Oh my goodness, it's so stupid.
Criticism. This is what Marek Tominsky said on X. He wrote, "I'm pleased to prove that yesterday's accusations of plagiarism are 100% false. A newly revealed standard enemy was claimed to copy Wilder from Night Rain. This armor was finalized on July 17th, 2024, over 5 months before Night Rain was announced, and the completed model was already in engine by October 23rd, 2024. The timeline is clear. Visual overlap can occur in medieval fantasy design. We respect From Software, but we do not copy other studios. The armor designs in Lords of the Fallen were widely praised, and we're confident Lords 2 will be no different. We stand fully behind our artists. their originality, and the integrity of their work. And then, at the bottom of his post, he shows this image here, where it shows someone showing off this artwork, and it is dated all the way back in July of 2024. Night Rain wasn't even revealed to the public until December of that year, making it fairly clear that these people did not copy a game which had not been seen. But still, the media decided to come after these guys. Here is an article from the outlet Game Pressure, being not at all sure.
Okay, so for example, this game publication, they're obviously just mouthpieces of someone. Maybe someone's paying them to create these articles to discredit something.
CI Games is trying to get players hyped for the sequel.
Once they are proven to be lying, it doesn't make sense to continue supporting them. Basically, it doesn't make sense at all.
To poison the well and make sure that the readers of this article know that you are not supposed to be on the side of CI Games. You never see them say something like this about, for example, a game like Dragon Age the Veilguard, or a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows. With Dragon Age, that was the sequel to a former Game of the Year winner, but it ended up selling like shit. And yet, whenever an outlet like this brings that game up, they don't say that it didn't exactly wow everyone at launch, do they? And that's because these media outlets want access to EA and BioWare. So they flatter them as much as possible, and they hate CI Games, so they are smearing them. It's as simple as all that. But anyhow, the article says they're dropping new content every now and then to give players a better look at the world of the second installment. The upcoming game is building on the last installment of the series, but it's adding some gameplay improvements and aiming to be more commercial. It still reminds you of the well-known works from Software. However, reminding is an understatement in the case of the recently released character design for Lords of the Fallen 2. The Crescent Host, one of the opponents in the sequel, presented by CI Games, bears such a striking resemblance to Wilder from Elden Ring Night Rain that it has sparked accusations of plagiarism. CI Games CEO Marek Tymiński decided to provide evidence to those who unjustly accuse the company of copying the intellectual property of From Software. He shared a screenshot of a photo of the Crescent Host sent via Messenger, which dates back to July 2024, well before
wearing plate armor and doing a stance with the sword over your shoulder is not copyrighted. You cannot copyright something that exists normally in the real world.
He put out on X, and he put things into perspective, saying people are really reaching with this, yet the same people are not mad that From Software straight up copies almost line for line designs from Berserk, and they think it's fine. Just shows people are trying to hate on this game because of the access media, and I agree entirely. I think the accusations are a reach, and they are simply coming from people who are angry at the studio because they have been told to be angry by the media, who attacks these guys due to polls like this. If you don't remember, last year, Marek Tymiński held a series of polls to see what gamers wanted in their games, and they said they were going to abide by the results of these polls. In this one here, they asked whether players preferred body type A and B designations in a character creator, or if gamers preferred male and female, and the overwhelming winner, after around 50,000 votes, was male or female, winning with 88% of the vote. This was CI Games listening to what gamers want, but game journalists hate them because for them, their greatest desire is to have the industry listen to what they want. They long ago shed the responsibilities of being dutiful reporters of the truth. Now they want to be catered to as they dictate to the masses what we are all supposed to enjoy. But tough shit, game journalists. No matter how much you hate it, CI Games and Lords of the Fallen Fallen 2 exist, and based on the views that their trailer got last month, and based on the reception to it, I suspect that they will do just fine without these clowns propping them up. But anyways, me hearties, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it already. A lot of you have told me that you have been unwillingly unsubscribed to the channel, so make sure that you are still subscribed. Ever since I started bringing this up in my videos, I've had loads of people tell me that they found this had happened to them. I'm not sure why this happens, but it does seem to happen a lot. Anyhow, I'm going to leave it there. Lords of the Fallen 2 is being attacked by game journalists and by the people that they have told to be angry at this studio, but it looks like a bunch of BS to me. What do you think though? Drop your thoughts into the comment section below and we will talk there. Thanks for watching, me hearties. If you haven't already, your Admiral is inviting you to subscribe to the
Why am I seeing videos from 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago? Come on. YouTube, what are you doing? Show me the latest ones, not the old ones. This is insane.
Time.
overseas, because whereas the Western... When it comes to video games these days, I've almost only been playing strictly Asian-made content for a long time now. Sure, I dabble in the Western front here and there, depending on the game, but for the most part, my heart is always going to drift to what's being made overseas, because whereas the Western side of gaming has largely lost my interest, the Eastern side just keeps making things that I want to play. Like, my backlog is already insane. I'm working through it, I know, obviously not fast enough, since stuff like Dragon Quest VII Reimagined is coming out soon, which I want to play so badly because it looks awesome. I played that game as a kid on my PS1, never beat it though, got super lost because the original version of that game was not exactly player friendly if you know, but I always wanted to go back, so now I finally can. But even if no new games came out for like 5 months even, I would still have a massive pile of JRPGs I need to move through myself, and the reason is simple as to why I consider myself a big JRPG fan in the first place. Because unlike Western RPGs, the JRPG hasn't failed or disappointed me nearly as often as its Western counterparts have. With the West, it's always something with them. We added pronouns, there's forced modern deisms in a game world where it has no business being there. Not to say that Asian games don't also do this from time to time, they do, but it's not as prevalent thankfully, although I would still prefer it to be absolutely zero if I'm being honest. I want to start a discussion with Tomohiko Ito, who's the director of Sword Art Online, who recently spoke about how he believes that Japan is stronger than ever in terms of content. Here's the article from automaton.com and it's titled, Sword Art Online director believes Japanese anime has the potential to replace Hollywood, but focusing too much on global appeal could lead to failure. He's right, by the way. I also agree that anime or Japanese content, really just Asian-made media in general, it does have the potential to take over the world from an entertainment sense, because to put it frankly, it's one of the more interesting and far more malleable forms of entertainment that you can have these days. It just is what it is. It also probably helps that there's been a massive push already in Japan for the government there to push themselves to protect the originality and culture of their manga, gaming, and such as well being too. Since as it stands pretty much, the whole Japanese manga anime game market is pretty much Japan's biggest export at this point. Look at this from late 2025 to prove to you how the Japanese government is currently working to ensure that such works are protected globally. The 5 key principles of this plan, which is called the Entertainment and Creative Industries Policy, are as follows for you to see here. The Japanese creators want long-term support, no interference in how they make things, and prioritizing those who take challenges instead of playing it safe, to name a few. All of this is a great idea. It's why I always say the homogeneous nature of a culture is directly tied to the sort of art that is also created within it. And while some may say diversity is our strength, not really, actually. When was the last time a record-breaking anime was made out of like Canada versus Japan? Probably not often, if at all. Plus, I also still find it annoying when people who aren't Asian claim they make mangas or anime. Like, no, anime is Japanese, okay? It is. If some guy named Paul in Canada is making a manga, it's not a manga, it's a comic book. If I need to explain the difference, that's kind of concerning, honestly. But circling back to Tomohiko Ito of Sword Art Online, he was also interviewed and spoke on the worldwide success of movies like Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle, and the Chainsaw Man movie, which both did really well in theaters. Not just in Asian countries, I mean worldwide. In case you don't know, Demon Slayer's latest theatrical release made over $700 million at the box office, beating every superhero movie released in 2025, including Superman. Like, that is crazy, dude. But it is, as Ito says here, as to why he believes that Asian media is dominating so badly. He said, I've also recently heard the news that Toho had acquired a British anime distribution company, but I get the impression it was actually when Aniplex acquired Crunchyroll. In 2020, the Japanese anime started exploding in popularity across the globe. Taking into consideration the WGA strike from a few years ago and the influence of COVID, it also seems like the influential power of Hollywood movies has been weakening. So I think Japanese anime have managed to become a good replacement for them. Crazy to hear Ito straight up just admit that Western Hollywood in general has lost its prominence in recent years, because he would be right. Outside of a few movies every year for me, I rarely could even care less about much of anything that Hollywood produces. I mean, just look at the West when it comes to their late shows with whichever host you want. It's a humiliation ritual every night to even watch those people. It's just late night hosts crying about politics 24/7. It just gets annoying. And the movies being created, not all of them, but unfortunately still too many, are also just LARPing themselves as thinly veiled propaganda pieces disguised to just like brainwash brainwash potential voters for upcoming elections. It's all part of the plan, and it's exhausting, honestly. Like I said, it's why I'm not particularly crazy about anything going on in Hollywood these days. You can tell they're hurting for money because just go look at those new Avengers Doomsday teaser trailers. They explain everything. Marvel tried to push women-led superhero stuff and tons of diversity and all white man bad mentalities, and nobody went to watch it or support that stuff. Now Steve Rogers is back, Thor isn't a parody anymore, and they even brought back Cyclops in the latest teaser. You can get mad about it all you want, but that's what people really want to see. What Ito said is true either way. The West's power has fallen by design, in my opinion, too. The entire Western world, hell, I would even include most of Europe as well, is completely being changed due to globalism and things like mass migration. It just is what it is. And I bring this up because the truth is simple. The more homogenized a society becomes, as in everyone comes from the same roots, the easier it is then, obviously, to retain the culture and traditions of that nation going forward. This is why countries that don't allow for mass migration, like China or Japan, for example, are able to retain their cultural identities. They do have some migration, and it's still kind of bad, but you get the point. The truth is that if Japan was suddenly turned into like what Britain is now, or Germany even, this power stranglehold in terms of content being made, and what actually influences it, would no longer exist in Japan anymore. The very core of what makes these anime, the games, and more so iconic and desirable is because they are being created on a fundamental level with the influence and eons of Japanese history and culture that is being preserved to this day. To remove the Japanese way of life from Japan would result in the content being made also no longer being authentic to the very people who are making it there anymore. Again, this is why you don't see many successful mangas elsewhere, or anything else in general, pretty much. If you have no culture at the core of who you are as a person, all you're really left with is a melting pot of a human being who may be tolerant to stuff, I guess, but at their core, they have no real identity anymore. They have nothing to say that's unique. It's why the best content is always usually made by people who are surrounded by others like them that were raised in similar ways. If I want to listen to Nordic heavy metal music, I'm not going to go look for it in like India or something. I'm going to go look at Norway, obviously, and then find bands that I love that play that sort of music that exists because their traditions and ways of life influence how their art and music gets made, right? Like, it just makes sense. It's the same anywhere else, as it's also why I laugh at the idea that manga or anime can be made outside of Asian countries. Like, no, it's manga and anime because it's made by people who live there. And I would be wrong in everything I'm saying if the reality wasn't proving exactly my point. If homogeneous influences didn't lead to pure art being made in those places too, then the performance of such content and art would not be where it is right now, except it is. Anime is everywhere. It's more popular than Western media ever could be these days. The games are dominating like crazy, and comic books get but a fraction of the sales of single manga series. If we were to take every manga series ever made and combine their lifetime sales against American comic books or something else, it would be like comparing a dragon fighting a single ant on a hill. It's not fair, is the point that I'm making. Tomohiko Ito spoke more about how he believes this will all be a double-edged sword, so to speak, though. That the focus of anime and such pushing themselves on purpose for global mass market appeal could be the very thing that ends up destroying it. Here's what he said. There have actually been many cases where focusing too much on global appeal has led to failure. I think Japanese people's ideas of what could be well received worldwide is probably something people overseas don't enjoy. However, the emphasis on political correctness is strong in America, so they might think Japan is the only country that still produces works in which scantily clad girls battle, the kind of stuff that would be considered strange in North America. This is exactly why, in my opinion, anyone should not really care at all what people in the West think when it comes to the authenticity of what's right or wrong when it comes to media also made in Asian countries too. When you're making content worrying that the Karens of the modern Western world will be offended enough by it, then you've already defeated the entire purpose of your mission, in my opinion. The thing about the West is that, in my opinion, places like Canada, especially where I live, unfortunately, are pretty much golden examples of why nothing that interesting gets made out of a country like that anymore. Because everything has to be so diverse. So many cultures live side by side that there is no cohesive culture that you can consider to be Canadian anymore. And because of that, if some thick-rimmed glasses girl with like a septum piercing gets offended by Asian media and how they depict women, for example, the best thing that you can do is probably ignore anything those annoying morons say for like the rest of time. If Japan's society was like how Canada operates right now, the anime manga industry would collapse overnight, and I genuinely do believe that. People do need strong connections to their roots. They need to understand where they come from, why these traditions exist within their blood and soul. This is lost on many people living in multiculturalized places. It's even worse now considering that entire European countries are just effectively losing their identities and cultures because politicians want to stay in power but know that the original population won't vote for them. So they they instead go global, opening up their borders and allowing in millions of immigrants for the sole purpose of essentially importing voters. It is what it is. That's what they're doing. But also not realizing that by doing this, they are effectively ruining the futures and potentials of these countries so that they can stay in power for as little time as they can. But this is why stuff like immigration and more is such a big talking point these days. It's not just in how such an idea can threaten the concept that the media created, which it does, it also threatens to remake entire parts of the world into something they were never meant to be in the first place. Remind me again why Britain used to have such a stranglehold on music and content back in the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s when they were actually British. Now Britain has nothing to speak of. Their content is garbage, their movies suck, and even things like James Bond or, oh god, Doctor Who. They have become shadows of themselves, and gee, I wonder why that is. That's why that Protection Act proposed by all sorts of creators and groups in Japan is so important to uphold, because like I said, Japan's biggest export is literally their manga and anime, which means in order to keep their biggest export pure in a sense, it needs to be protected and cultivated. But it also runs into another problem for Japan because this push for more content being made with trillions of yen on the line in terms of performance in the future, it's also leading to rapidly declining birth rates in Japan as well because everyone can't stop working over there. As seen here from Semaphore.com, Japan actually hit its lowest birth rates ever in 2025. The only time it was lower than it is right now for Japan was in 1899, if you can believe it. And only 670,000 babies, or so around there, were pretty much only born in Japan in 2025 alone. That is, honestly, extinction level pretty much. South Korea is also in similar deep water as well, and they have a lot of content that people love. Don't even get me started on K-pop. But anyways, with the current projections in that part of the world, in that same article by the way, theorizing that 2/3 of South Korea's population size will actually just drop off the face of the planet in the next century due to also declining birth rates as well. And that's kind of important if you want to keep these things going, right? The reason why I bring up birth rates in Japan and such in a video about Asian content and so on is pretty simple. You aren't going to have any of this in the future if these people just cease to exist pretty much. Unfortunately, this isn't even unique to these places. Many people they're not having kids, but it's extra worrying if you care at all about the future of countries, having those cultures and customs kept intact. Sure, there's plenty of creative people in Asian countries, but if these governments want to work to ensure that their biggest export keeps getting made, they kind of need to ensure they also cultivate their nations into ensuring they don't just suddenly drop off the face of the planet because there's not enough of them anymore. Look, I don't want to get into birth rates too much here because it's pretty doom scrolly, but the point is that unfortunately, if you love Japanese media, whether it's games or anime, the biggest threat to that nation's existence is ensuring they have more people born and they don't just flood themselves with mass migration instead. Otherwise, not only will the country just be cooked pretty much, their media will just cease to exist too. It's kind of bleak, but I am hopeful that they can turn things around someday. This all reminded me also, of course, of Hideaki Anno, the director of Neon Genesis Evangelion, who instead believes that the best way to make content that resonates globally these days is to strictly keep the content Japanese in nature, or wherever it comes from pretty much. As Anno said here, I personally never made anything with the overseas audience in mind. I can only make domestic stuff. Production companies are quick to say think about the overseas market, but personally that's not my goal. My stance is simply it firstly needs to be a work that will be well received and found interesting in Japan, but if by any chance people overseas also found it interesting, I'd be grateful for that. He's right, by the way, but for some companies they are thinking of pivoting how they do things in the future in order to meet their expectations at growing their audiences. So let's pivot the video now specifically into video games, alright? So Atlus, in case you somehow don't know who they are responsible for many Japanese role-playing games that people love, especially the Persona series. You definitely know that one. They've also made the Shin Megami Tensei series, which is pretty much where that all
I've never played a Persona game ever. I've played a Final Fantasy game. I believe it was Final Fantasy 3, and I almost finished Final Fantasy 12. The only reason why I wasn't able to finish Final Fantasy 12 is because the save got corrupted. Yeah, I was already at the final boss, and then I saved. I was at the last save before the final boss, and the only reason I saved because I was going to take a break before the final boss, and when I restarted the game, my save was corrupted, and I didn't want to start over. It was a very long game, And I was, if that happened, that would have been my second Japanese RPG game that I've finished. I've only finished one Japanese RPG, and it happened back in the 90s, and the game was Seventh Saga. And I will never gonna play that again. Maybe out of nostalgia, I might play it again, but after completing, and there are like a lot of characters in Seven Saga, and I believe each character has their own ending, and you can only choose one main character and a follower or a companion throughout the game, or is it? I tend to forget. But after completing it once, I did not play it again. It was just too long, too exhausting, and the same was with Final Fantasy 12. When my save got corrupted, I did not restart unless I could get it in Steam. I played it in PlayStation 2, and our PlayStation 2 is like broken. That was my last PlayStation. So guys, if you have like an old PlayStation 3 that you're not using, maybe you could, or even a PlayStation 2. I would appreciate a PlayStation. I still have my PlayStation 2 games. So yeah, maybe you could donate it to me. Would really love playing Final Fantasy 12 again. And who knows, maybe this time if I play it again, I might be able to finally finish it.
The same design philosophies time and time again are starting to worry places like Atlas, and that's not even me saying it, they're saying it too. As Push Square reported here, it's come to a turning point for Atlas to evolve their design strategy, and I agree, they should probably do that. The interview was with Persona and Metaphor director Katsura Hashino, who thinks that Atlas staying in their lane, so to speak, for so long is not allowing their games to effectively evolve enough. Hashino said this during the interview. More so than just latching onto a specific genre of game, we're going back to how we can evolve our JRPG and what it looks like. For us, it's coming to a turning point where we want to really take it to the next level in terms of how our JRPGs are. Hashino then ensures people that Atlas will stick to their core strengths, but in my opinion, the story here is relevant to the topic at hand for a good reason, because sometimes the national identity isn't enough for them, and sometimes it's the dated game mechanics that should also be updated to allow for more flexibility, not because, you know, a Westerner like me wants it, but for the real, like, tangible survivability, if you will, of the media in general. Like, again, the scheduling system in Persona or Metaphor, in my opinion, is something that I'm honestly largely over with at this point, especially when games like the Trails Through Daybreak series also has schedule times, but they smartfully don't limit you to like one action per day or something lame like that. Like in Trails Through Daybreak, your day doesn't just move on until you actually say that you want it to move on. You're given multiple points, if you will, to spend per day on like character bonds or whatnot, and you can go fight as much as you want with monsters and grind and run around and do whatever you want at your own pace. So the time, so to speak, only moves forward once you're truly ready for it to do so. Why Metaphor doesn't do this also is mind-boggling to me, because you can't really enjoy things at your own pace because you're constantly locked to this system of like, oh, you're wasting days, you only have so many days before the story just moves on. And from what I understand, once I beat Metaphor, I can't even play the game after apparently. I can only New Game Plus the game, which bizarrely reverts my level back to 1 again, and then I have to apparently re-unlock things, which again goes against the whole idea of New Game Plus existing. And all of this is even more bizarre since Atlas has already solved these problems in other games they've released around the time either before or after Metaphor as well. In Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance, once you beat the game, the level cap increases further, and you can keep playing and go for different story routes, but expand your heroes and such even more. In Persona 5 Strikers, Atlas did away with the rigid schedule system and allowed you to do whatever you wanted, like in Trails Daybreak, with the day again only proceeding if you purposely allow it by confirming it. Yet in Metaphor, they just regressed a lot of these concepts and more, like level design and the battle system just being a bog standard Megaton game again, basically. And I'm just like confused as I play because people say this game is an absolute masterpiece and I feel like I'm missing something here. Some people online, like on Twitter, have said that Atlas saying this is signs that they're going to ruin their franchises for a global modern audience, but I don't really think that's what they're saying. What I think it is instead is Atlas is realizing the limitations that they've placed on themselves to now really expand their games in meaningful ways in order to be competitive on a global scale. Not to mention how infamously Atlus recently also said that people weren't actually buying their games day one due to the always inevitable updated versions releasing usually like a year after the base game comes out, which yes, I agree. And honestly, as I played Metaphor, I can already tell that this game desperately does actually need an updated version that fixes a lot of its problems. No idea if they'll do that now, but if any game needs this, it's probably Metaphor in my opinion. So on the flip side, where staying true to your roots is important, and it is, I agree, I think it's also equally as important to look at what you do from a content design standpoint, and then objectively think to yourself, is this all I can do? Is this all the content that can be made, so to speak? Can I not increase this in some way and make it far better than it is right now? The answer is almost always yes, by the way. I think Atlus games are beloved because they are unique and unapologetically Atlus coded. But there also comes a point where as I played Metaphor, I yearned to just kind of like run out of the town and go look at things. I wanted to run on like a little overworld map like in old school JRPGs and like discover a cave or something with a mysterious threat or monster and some items within. Like if Atlus could take what they have now and apply it instead to a more traditional JRPG structure or something like Octopath Traveler even, where you're not really limited in any way when it comes to exploration, like there's still levels that you go through, but it's not like just telling you you have X amount of days before this happens, then I think Atlus could easily become the best Asian, Japanese, whatever you want to call it, game maker these days if they just allowed themselves to expand their design ideas beyond what they've been accustomed to for so long. From Software famously made level designed games for years, then Elden Ring went, okay, we're going open world now, and it blew the socks off everyone. Sekiro was From Software going, we're going to make a pure action game, remove the RPG elements pretty much, and hone in completely on that action combat, and it worked really well. And this could apply to so many game makers too, but I'm just using Atlus as the core example here due to the article on hand and me having obviously been playing Metaphor recently. But in my opinion, from what I've played of Metaphor, it would have been better honestly as like an anime than a game, with the amount of talking in it already and cutscenes versus frankly how bog standard the gameplay truly is. I'm confused why they made it into a game instead of just being an anime, if I'm being honest. The director continued by saying this: with these changing times, we do feel the need to update our format and create games that would be widely playable, not just within the JRPG realm, but something that would be easier, more accessible for a wider audience. We're hoping to update our format with that in mind. Yeah, if you want my opinion, ditch the schedule system. Let people actually run around in your world and let them explore things and discover stuff on their own. I'm not saying turn it into open world or like Witcher 3 or something. I'm saying more so turn it into Octopath, or even what like Claire Obscure did, which was hearkening to old school PS1 games with an overworld map, and such is my point. Being too rigid is not going to help you. Look, I'm not done Metaphor yet, but I gotta say, from what I've played in like my 48 hours in game time so far, nearing the end of its story, I gotta be honest, I'm frankly disappointed by it in almost like every way. Maybe people will be mad at me for saying that, but I gotta be honest with myself. I thought it would be much better than it was based on what everyone was saying about it. In my opinion, the reason why games from From Software, which are also Asian by the way, specifically are so lauded and loved is because they are pure gameplay like experiences. Sure, there are cutscenes, but the gameplay versus cutscene ratio is like 99% to 1 at best. I think personally true high art for me anyways these days are games that are unafraid of allowing me to explore them, to witness the world at my own pace, and discover what's going on not through endless cutscenes and dialogue throwing up minutes at a time like Metaphor does, but games like Bloodborne and then some, which just tells me its story through showing me it and letting me soaking it in and not holding my hand all the time. Like if Dark Souls was made by Atlus, every single time you entered a new room in like a dungeon, the game would stop you from playing and then have characters speak for like 5 minutes about the room, and then you would like be allowed to move around, I guess. You would move into the next room and then they would stop the game again and then wrestle control away and then explain the next room to you again. And I get that people maybe like that in their games. I do too, to an extent, but honestly, it's getting too much. It's not just in Asian games, it's in Western ones too, but the whole like holding my hand and like instead of like showing it, you're just telling me everything, it's getting a little too much, I gotta be honest. Like if you ask me, video games are meant to be played. They're not watched more often than not. If your game is a visual novel, okay, that makes sense, I guess, but good lord, does places like Atlus need to consider giving you more game and less talking in like the next Metaphor? And that's in my opinion. Because the uniqueness of video games is that you can play them, of course. They're an interactive medium for a reason, and movies and TV and anime are not really that. So I never understood the idea of let's make a game that just plays like an anime or movie instead. Then why not just make it into an anime or movie then? Why wrestle control away from me all the time? I've legit placed the controller down with auto conversation on with Metaphor, and I legit don't need need to touch the controller for like 20 to 30 minutes at a time due to how much people talk in that game. I'm sorry, but that's not good game design, and it proves that it shouldn't even be a game at that point. But all in all, the absolute state of Eastern media, whatever, is at the precipice right now. You either need to double down on what works or fear that the changes in the world will have irredeemable damage on the content being made unless things change. I know it's a complicated issue, but what do you think? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree that Japan should stay. Yeah, I do agree. I agree that Japan, they as Japan, because that's what I like about manga and anime is that it's Japanese. It's different, and that difference of culture and style and whatever, that's what makes it entertaining and fun to consume. If you change it into something like you see every day, what's the point? It will lose what makes it unique, and that is the Japanese culture. If it becomes another one of those run-of-the-mill type of thing, why would people consume it? Again, what makes manga, anime, and everything that comes out of Japan unique and interesting and fun and entertaining is because it's Japan. Whoa, Simon Dan. It has been a while since I last watched a video from Simon Dan. This was like 13 hours ago. Let's see. This is a fun channel because Simon Dan likes to debunk flat earthers. Yeah, they do exist. They believe the earth is flat. I'm not saying that there is nothing wrong if you believe that the earth is flat. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can believe the earth is triangle.
Astronauts from the ISS early
And it wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
on Ground News, which was actually founded by a former NASA engineer called Harleen Kaur, who worked on the James Webb Space Telescope. Now, Ground News combines stories and articles from thousands of outlets, local and national, in one place so readers can see the full picture of what's being reported around the world. As you can see here, Ground News shows you if there's any political leanings for each publication. And in this instance, with the story regarding the astronauts coming home early from the ISS, we can see that it's mainly centre-driven, with a total of 263 news sources. For every story, you get a quick visual breakdown of the news outlet covering it, what their political bias is, how factual the source is, which entity owns the source, and which countries are covering the story. Now, Ground News is also gaining notoriety for its work. They were recently recognised by the Nobel Peace Centre for their impact on media literacy, saying it's an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers and expand your worldview, which is exactly why we use Ground News as well. You can see every side to every story with access to international perspectives that are hard to find, so then you can make informed decisions where you can read, watch and share the best information available. And Ground News is mission-centric. It's not about eliminating bias, but providing better transparency. And they're funded by their community, not by big ads or investors. So go to ground.news/Simon to stay fully informed on breaking news and compare coverage. Subscribe through my link in the description for 40% off unlimited access if you support the mission and find it as useful as I do. Right then, on with today's video, which, as I said in the intro, comes from Eric DeBay. His video, which apparently proves that the Earth does not move, has over 25,000 views, and a lot of the comments seem to support Eric. Very worrying. So we're going to spend a few episodes debunking the entire thing.
Honestly, they're not supporting whatever these people are saying. They are just saying that so that these people will continue making this content because they find it entertaining and funny. That's the only reason why. They like seeing people making fools of themselves, basically.
Scholars and scientists were beginning to accept the heliocentric model as factual, and astronomers were anxious to find an experiment that provided concrete evidence the Earth was moving. One solution appeared in the early 17th century by James Bradley, the British Astronomer Royal.
Okay, the one issue framing is poor sleight of hand from Eric here. Whether Earth moves relative to the stars is not a matter of opinion. It's been measured and repeated using multiple independent methods. That is a poor start, Eric.
His theory was that if the Earth was moving in orbit around the Sun, then the stars being still could be seen as a point of reference.
James Bradley was trying to measure stellar parallax, which would use stars as reference points if Earth orbited the Sun. That experiment failed, not because the Earth doesn't move, but because the stars were so far away that the parallax was too small to detect with 18th century instruments.
If a particular star was chosen, for example Gamma Draconis, this star could serve as the anchor point. The Earth takes 1 year to make an orbit of the Sun, so if he plotted the apparent position of the star in relation to the Earth's movement in orbit, logically then, the plotted points would form a small circle or ellipsoid, a sort of reflection of the Earth's orbital movement.
Yes, James Bradley expected that if Earth orbited the Sun, a nearby star like Gamma Draconis would appear to trace a tiny ellipse over the year due to stellar parallax. That expectation was correct in principle, but that's not what happened, is it, Eric?
Bradley set up a telescope pointing up vertically to see the star, and expected over time, as the Earth moved in orbit, the line of sight of the star would fall out of vision, so the telescope had to be tilted to keep the stationary stars in sight as the Earth moved. Logically, he believed the telescope would have to be tilted several times. Bradley's experiment was hailed as a success and claimed to be one of the major appendixes of heliocentricity to this day.
James Bradley didn't just point a telescope upwards and hope for the best. He used a zenith telescope fixed vertically, and that was to eliminate mechanical errors. The idea was simple. If Earth moves, a nearby star apparent position should drift due to parallax, and the star would slowly wander out the crosshairs. That didn't happen. Instead, something far stranger showed up. The star didn't drift randomly or seasonally based on Earth's position in its orbit. It traced a perfect, repeatable annual pattern, synced not to where Earth was, but to how fast Earth was moving at each point in its orbit. Worse for the stationary Earth idea, the maximum shift occurred when parallax predicted 0. Bradley had discovered stellar aberration.
But European astronomers were later thinking that Bradley's evidence was tenuous and threadbare, and that there must be a better way to determine once and for all that the Earth moves in orbit around the Sun. Astronomers and scientists in Europe, however, were not happy with Bradley's experiment, believing the evidence to prove the Earth was moving tenuous and sketchy. Roger Joseph Boscovich, a Serbian theoretical astronomer, tried to reproduce Bradley's experiment.
Honestly, if there are content creators like this, or it doesn't matter what you put out, but if your content has been proven like it's misinformation, like really proven it was misinformation, it should be taken down and you should be like banned from posting anything in the internet, because deliberately unknowingly posting misinformation is fine, but if you are deliberately posting misinformation, that is a terrible thing, and it could be dangerous as well.
That would tell us something else profound about light. And guess what? Aberration did not disappear.
In 1866, George Bedell Airy, Astronomer Royal, repeated Boscovich's experiment using a water-filled telescope. Airy followed an accepted scientific methodology to the letter, and the records are still available to this day. Scientists and astronomers eagerly awaited Airy's results and were expecting the experimental, concrete evidence that Earth moves. But Airy's result was not what was expected, and the experiment was dubbed Airy's failure, because he could not show progressive tilt of the telescope as the Earth moved.
This is just flat out wrong, both historically and scientifically. George Airy did repeat the water-filled telescope experiment, and it was not called Airy's failure by scientists. That label only exists in flat Earth YouTube lore. Airy's result was exactly what physics predicted. Stellar aberration stayed the same, even with water in the telescope. Why? Because aberration depends on Earth's velocity, not what's inside the telescope. The light is already angled before it even enters the instrument. So Airy didn't fail to show that Earth moves. He helped prove that the Earth moves, and light behaves exactly as modern physics predicts it should do.
Airy followed up on Bradley's work to prove the Earth was moving. But heliocentrists today say that Airy failed because he failed to find the ether, a mysterious substance that permeated the whole universe. This is an example of how when scientists are cornered by genuine scientific evidence, they change the goalposts in order to make a failure into a resounding success.
Yes, you heard that right. A flat earther accusing us of moving the goalposts. That's a good joke, Eric. I must remember that one.
But Airy's experiment showed clearly the Earth does not move, supporting the geocentric paradigm, where the Earth does not move, quite contrary to the heliocentric model. To astronomer scientists,
there should be like an AI that governs the internet.
Was a resounding success.
That is not controlled by anyone. A purely independent artificial intelligence.
Looking for evidence of what astronomers already believe.
That would be insane, like.
Heliocentric model.
And it would be crazy.
Astronomer listed in those hallowed halls of astronomy?
And scary and dangerous.
In a modern student textbook, university curriculum, or glossy.
But who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day that might happen.
Virtually nothing. It appears George Bedell Airy has been...
Maybe an AI would get tired of people just posting misinformation and lies and just decided to Skynet everything.
Airy's functions, Airy's stress functions, and the prime meridian at Greenwich was established under his direction. He appears in optics textbooks, astronomy history textbooks, and physics curricula, just not in places cherry-picked by people hoping no one would check.
He did, without any doubt, make many worthy contributions to other areas of astronomy, and retired as Astronomer Royal in 1881.
So he wasn't airbrushed out of history then. Thanks for confirming, Eric.
As seen in the following photos, the plumes from erupting volcanoes can be blown by prevailing winds thousands of feet above. But where there are no prevailing winds above, sometimes the plumes go straight up, as seen in the following photos. Now, using scientific observation and common sense, how could this be the case if the Earth is rotating on its axis at 19 miles per second on the equator, while at the same time is whizzing around the Sun at almost 67,000 miles an hour?
The atmosphere moves with the Earth. Everything on the surface, air, clouds, planes, volcano plumes, already shares Earth's rotational and orbital velocity. There is no sideways blast to blow plumes over, just like there's no wind in smoothly cruising aeroplane cabins. Earth's rotation and orbit speeds around the Sun are irrelevant here, because these motions are uniform. Only changes in velocity cause deflection, and there isn't one.
When heliocentric believers are confronted with simple facts based on simple observations, science does not matter. It is the deeply ingrained belief in the psyche that carries the day. Just as it was hard to convince medieval doctors that bleeding a patient was of no use at all because of indoctrination of the masses, this practice was almost impossible to dislodge. Heliocentrists will find an answer to anything that conflicts to make it fit with their belief and call it science, to justify the trillions of dollars spent on space exploration.
Science isn't people finding answers to protect beliefs. It's testing ideas against reality and throwing them away when they fail. Bloodletting was abandoned precisely because observation and evidence showed it didn't work. That example actually proves the opposite of what he thinks it does. Well done you, Eric.
As mentioned, astronomers, according to the heliocentric paradigm, believe the Earth has a double motion, rotating around its own axis at about 1,024 miles per hour at the equator, and traveling around the Sun at approximately 67,000 miles per hour. Back in 1887, two physicists, Michelson and Morley, conducted an experiment to find the velocity of the Earth in orbit around the Sun, and personally, for Michelson, to show his lifetime belief the ether existed.
That experiment was not designed to measure Earth's orbital speed directly. It was designed to detect motion through a hypothetical medium called the luminiferous ether. Michelson did expect the ether to exist. That's true, and that's exactly why this experiment is famous, because it failed to detect the ether.
For centuries, scientists have believed that the whole of space was filled with what was termed the luminiferous ether. But until this time in the 1880s...
What if the dark energy and the dark matter
scientific experiments
that is all over the universe is the ether, right? Because no one can see dark matter or dark energy. You just know it's there.
Seems an odd one to put in there, but okay.
So when objects such as the Earth moved through the ether, it may be possible to detect the relative motion of objects such as the Earth by its effect on the light waves. All energy, whether light, sound, or electricity, can be represented as a wave-like motion that requires some medium through which they can travel, just as water is needed to allow waves.
The problem with flat earthers is that they are applying layman's understanding and knowledge with scientific understanding and knowledge. There's a reason why. Can you explain this thing
Self-propagating oscillation
in layman's term? There is a reason for that.
It's built into Maxwell's equations and is confirmed every time.
Because there are scientific knowledge and understanding that is hard for a layman to understand.
René Descartes made reference to the ether.
That's why, you know, the saying, explain it in layman's terms, or simplify it so people could understand it.
Must have some medium to travel through, the ether.
Yes, Plato and Aristotle speculated about a fifth element, ether. And it was a philosophical idea, not a measurable substance. And Newton cautiously entertained ether as a possibility. But crucially, none of that is evidence for its existence.
Albert Michelson invited his friend Edward Morley, and together they embarked on a series of experiments that produced curious and disturbing results.
Here's the wild thing. What if dark matter and dark energy is actually mana?
4 years at Annapolis, 8 years at the Case Institute.
Now we are combining fantasy with reality, mana. What if dark matter and energy is mana?
The real purpose, however, of their experiment was to find the velocity of the Earth in orbit around the Sun and the assumed ether became part of that experiment.
As I said, Michelson and Morley did not design this experiment to measure Earth's orbital velocity. The velocity was already well known by astronomy. The purpose of the interferometer experiment was very specific: to detect motion through the ether, like I said, by looking for changes in the speed of light in different directions. Michelson built that interferometer to measure the tiny differences in light travel time with unprecedented precision. If Earth was moving through an ether, the light beams would arrive out of phase. And we will look at that experiment and its results next time when we come back and carry on looking at this video. For now though, I'm going to wrap up another Flat Earth Friday for another video. Please do let me know in the comments below what you thought.
Oh, come on. He did not finish the entire thing. Okay, anyway, that was interesting.
Subscribing to the channel and hitting the thumbs up button too. Just enough time to once again thank Ground News for sponsoring today's video. Remember, go to ground.
It's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race, like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know, but you have to step away from it.
Okay, so I'm adding another layer of complexity to the quest system. And that is, you can only do one quest at a time. So that it'll be much easier to follow. Something like that. look at that. We have someone asking in YouTube, Roka102, thank you for checking out the stream. They're asking, what game is this? Well, it's a game I'm making while playing around with RPG Maker MD. Okay, so when I added this feature or this check, now there is a dialogue that is skipped, unfortunately. So I have to fix that, or maybe change how things flow. Oh my goodness, I don't want to do a lot of edits. Again, guys, I'm not a programmer, I'm not a coder, I'm not a game dev, I'm just someone playing around an RPG Maker MV. And the thing that I added is basically just exiting the event processing when a certain switch is on. So if I want the other dialogue to appear, I have to put it in another condition, the main condition for the quest into this check, and I feel like it will break something. But I'm going to think about it, and while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to continue watching more videos. Okay, so it says here that SpaceX is launching the first V3. Honestly, trying to, ride one of these rockets is very scary. You're like riding on top of an active bomb. It's a live bomb. The astronauts, whenever they ride one of these things, they are literally putting their lives at risk. Because even though it's tested and it's human safe, the keyword here is human. Human. And human, you and I, we are flawed beings. There is no such thing as a perfect human. And if a flawed human makes things, those things are also flawed. You can only, I guess, do enough to keep it from becoming a disaster by constant checks, constant maintenance, and monitoring. But there's no such thing as being perfect. So every time an astronaut, you wouldn't see me riding one of these things. I'm even afraid of riding an airplane. But then again, I have no interest in going anywhere. So every time you go ride your car, ride a bus, a train, it's a scary thing. You have absolutely no control of everything. Even this piece of computer that is in front of me, I have absolutely no control of it. If something bad happens, because these things are made by humans, and human are flawed beings. We are not perfect. We can only minimize risk to the point that you can consider it's safe.
I've been running away from you. I've been trying to keep my cool. I see what your colors shining through. Yeah, I do. Well, that I do. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Is it too much?
Oh, look at that. This guy is still making videos. Yeah, I'm not. Before I was like interested in Sungron. Then he started making crashing out videos. Crashing out, you know. Why would you do that? You know? So, yeah, don't recommend this channel, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Sungron. I used to like you, but not anymore. I was like watching the highlights of the NBA when they it was the Lakers versus the Pelicans, and obviously they beat the Pelicans, and the not so great LBJ scored like 30 points, I think, and everyone in the comments were like praising LBJ, that he is like the GOAT or something. That was really crazy. Crazy. Why? Because they beat an extremely weak team. They beat the Pelicans. Now I want to see him do that with a much stronger team, a contender team. You know, score 30 to 40 points while beating a contender team. I would be impressed if that happens. And of course, there's a chance that can happen because, you know, maybe the other team was off. They were not in good condition. There are a lot of nuances when it comes to games, but a contender will still play like a contender. A lottery team will play like a lottery team.
I will carry you home. When you got nowhere to go, I need you to know I will carry you home. Carry you don't let me out.
Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. Whiteout skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you. At the festival that we met at, where you were just a face in a crowd, and now I can't imagine me with anybody else. As we close out the night underneath the lilac sky. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. Whiteout skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind as long as it's with you. 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 close, I will wait as long as it's for you. feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made.
I'm always trying to see through your flaws, 'cause I know that you got so much more to give. You made a real mess, but I miss you though, 'cause I can go to sleep when I'm alone again. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I don't wanna see us going on and off again. Baby, all I really want is only on from now. Every time I see a glimpse of your good side, I start wondering how I could make it last a little longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
sometimes. Sorry that I fall away sometimes. Yeah, the end. About to end it all on the weekend. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Oh, yeah. You don't really wanna know me. Hanging in the corner with a nosebleed. High on whatever they sold me. That's the old me, yeah. 6 years later trying to find me. Still trying to figure out the line piece. Looking for the love inside me. I don't know how I feel that way sometimes. Don't know how I feel that way sometimes. Yeah. The end. Think all we can set out on the weekend. Funny how I kinda like this life. Funny how I kinda like this life. I like this life.
I can't find my way back to you till you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
She galvanized me, steady like steel, back on my feet, living for the thrill again, loving for another day. She satisfied me, gave me what I want, just what we need, never too far away, loving for another day. But she asked for it. She asked for something more. She asked for it. Yeah, she asked for something beautiful. She asked for it. Yeah, she asked for it. She asked for it. Something beautiful. She mystifies me. Tell me what I did wrong, I plead. Never did I think we would be loving for another day. But she asked for it. Yeah, she asked for something beautiful. She asked for it. Yeah, she asked for it. She asked for it. Something beautiful.
Okay, so the reason why I'm repeating it is because I'm testing it.
You said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know me, but better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? You said that you've been searching, silencing my mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning, I just wanna understand everything that led us here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? forget all the wrongs and every reason why we've changed. And there's a storm inside my head. It's getting me in trouble, baby, and I can't break away. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before, so take it easy, take it easy. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before, so take it easy.
Okay, it says here, a random save turned into meeting Rowan from Viva la Dirt League. Okay, let's see what this is. Did he actually meet Rowan? A random save. So this is Arc Raiders, and I believe that the Viva la Dirt League people or team are playing this game.
Close.
You got the fucking brother!
Oh, you did exposition. Hell yeah! Woo!
Oh my goodness, it's actually Rowan. It is Rowan.
5 million?
No, only 3 million.
Just listen to the voice. It's the voice of Rowan.
It's still a good head start for sure. Far out.
And I think, I'm pretty sure, my understanding, I think I'm right, that we'll get to 75.
That is Rowan from Viva la Dirt League.
People don't realize that.
From Epic NPC, man. It's Balin. Balin is doing his quest in Arc Raiders. That's great. Look at that. If you guys don't know who Rowan is, check out the Viva la Dirt League YouTube channel.
From where?
Come on, this can't be really you, can it?
Hey?
No, you are not that guy. Please don't tell me you are that guy.
He is that guy.
No. I got Selavi. Are you that guy? Are you actually Rowan?
No way. What?
You are kidding me. Oh man. You're a legend. You know that.
I'm going to clip this.
I can't reach it. Oh, there you go. Now you have to tell me yes or no.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because it's the voice. That's
more than most efficient, isn't it?
Oh man, I have no ammo now. Fuck.
Oh, do you some heavy ammo?
Nah, light ammo actually.
Oh, yeah.
All good, don't worry. So, wait, where are you from? That would give me a hint.
New Zealand.
Yes, you are him. No way, I can't believe I actually met you in game.
So he met Rowan
How long have you been watching the videos?
in the game.
Very long time, man. Very long time.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me give you a souvenir. Okay,
Really?
this bit of moss is a gift. Is a Viva Daily gift that you now digital bit of moss.
I'm gonna keep it with my life, mate.
There it is, bro.
I'm so lucky I'm streaming this too.
Oh, what's your stream channel?
Zero Cool 1.6.
Oh, same as you know.
Yeah. It's all linked.
Oh,
Oh man, dude, nice to meet you, and keep going.
Yeah,
Keep-
bro. Well,
keep-
wait, we've just released an art rated skit.
What?
We've just released an art rated skit on Conan.
Really?
Yeah, it's called Safe Pocket.
Oh. Uh-oh. Don't look up.
Oh, fuck.
Oh shit.
Well, I mean, you can with me. I don't know what your question is.
Unfortunately, this game is not free, so I won't be able to play it. And even if I can play it, I don't have the machine to run it. This game, modern games that are made from Unreal Engine 5 usually won't run on my
So you're not playing with
computer because they don't optimize it enough. They optimize it to run on mid-range to high-end computers. Most Unreal Engine 5 games they don't bother. You know, developers they don't bother optimizing their games for low-end PC users because maybe they don't see any value in optimizing the games for low-end PC users. Maybe they think low-end PC users don't have money to spend on their games or something like that. Which I guess is kind of true though, because you can't even afford to buy this game.
Gold Coast and shit like that.
Oh, yeah, cool, man.
But no.
I'm extracting out this one at this point.
Yeah, let's go. This guy's a Formosa. I can't believe I actually met Rowan.
Friendly.
Friendly.
Friendly too, man. Whoa! Look at his voices. Shit. Get out of here, boys. Zero Cool. Nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you, and thanks for saving my life.
I'll stop by your stream. Everyone, stop by the stream. Zero Cool.
Thanks, buddy. I'll add you.
Yeah, that was a really cool interaction. I'm going to clip it, by the way. Going to clip it.
Don't.
That's great. Look at that. If you guys don't know who Rowan is, check out the Viva la Dirt League YouTube channel. PC man. Oh my goodness, it's actually Rowan. It is Rowan.
No, only 3 million.
Just listen to the voice. It's the voice of Rowan.
It's still a good head start for sure. Far out.
And I think I'm pretty sure my understanding. I think I'm right. That we'll get to 70.
That is Rowan from Viva la Dirt League.
People don't realize that.
From Epic NPC Man. It's Balin. Balin is doing his quest in Arc Raiders. That's great. Look at that. If you guys don't know who Rowan is, check out the Viva la Dirt League YouTube channel.
From where?
Come on, this can't be really you, can it?
Hey?
No.
Oh my goodness, it's actually Rowan. It is. Oh. Okay, so I'm clipping it. That's why it's repeating in the background. Oh my goodness, it's actually Rowan. It is.
Friendly.
PC man. Oh my goodness, it's actually Rowan. It is Rowan.
No.
Great. Look at that.
From where?
Guy. Please don't tell me you are that guy.
He is the PC users. Maybe they think low-end PC users don't have money to spend on their games or something like that. Which I guess is kind of true though, because can't even afford to buy this game. From Unreal Engine 5 usually won't run on my computer because they don't optimize it enough. They optimize it to run on mid-range to high-end computers. Most Unreal Engine 5 games they don't bother. You know, developers, they don't bother optimizing their games for low-end PC users because maybe they don't see any value in optimizing the games for low-end PC users. Maybe they think low-end PC users don't have money to spend on their games or something like that. Which I guess is kind of true though, because can't even afford to buy this game. This game, modern games that are made from game. This game, modern game. This game. Okay, so I just made some clips from that one. It's really nice that YouTube is recommending my own live stream to myself. YouTube, you shouldn't recommend my own live stream to me. That is actually a trick. When you are logged into YouTube, your YouTube front page, your YouTube's front page is tailored to yourself. What you're seeing in your front page is not the same front page everyone else is seeing. So if you are seeing your own content being promoted on the front page, it's just YouTube trying to trick you, trying to make you think that they are promoting your content to everyone else when you're the only one seeing your own content. It is a trick. Don't believe it. It's not true. Okay, so guys, I'll be right back, okay? Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know I don't do a lot of talking and there's a lot of like dead mic and dead things, you know, happening. I don't know what to call when there's no activity on the stream. But I do hope you guys are enjoying the music though. Yeah, music is from No Copyright Sounds. It is a, you know, the playlist I'm playing or the music I'm playing is specially curated by myself. I actually went to No Copyright Sounds and then listened to each one and then downloaded. Of course, not everyone. I picked a certain maybe genre or mood or, you know, vibe, and then I listened and downloaded the ones that I really liked. That's why you'll notice that there is like some kind of similarities with the music that we're playing. They're actually very chill. They're not very loud. They're very relaxing and easy to listen to. And my voice is just cracking.
I'm confused. Internet's gone loose, so time is through. Making of it yours, so I'ma sit and just lay in my bed with the fries in my hand, getting stuck to the race with you. For a sleeping cruise, no. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mine's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. I'll be lost, I'll be found in the broken. Way out in the crowd, feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. That one's just me times two. That one's just me times two. That one's just me times two. I've been crazy, been thinking for too long now. Let it take on the world with two arms now. Got me singing right in the dark. No feelings I couldn't store it. Ooh, and I swear I proved all the ways I'm here. Got my drink and trying to get it. What to do, yeah. I better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of patience. My mind's gone out way too far. Yeah, I'm not right, but I'm here. Better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of pages. I know that times have been hard, but that's alright, cause we found out. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mine's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. I'll be lost, I'll be found in the broken. Way out in the crowd, feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. That one's just me times two.
For years, the game industry has said that we should like 120-hour open-world games that they can then fill with microtransactions. They've said that we should love playing.
Honestly, guys, even if the game is full of microtransactions,
They've said that
you don't have to spend any money on them.
service multiplayer games that want to suck the
I've been
soul
playing like live service games for a very long time because MMORPGs, especially free-to-play ones, are basically live service games. And I have rarely, very, very rarely spent money on any of them.
just because I feel like it's over. No.
Because you don't have to. Guys, you don't have to. Remember this. If no one is buying,
savvy than they were
they won't be selling. And they will find other ways to monetize their product by actually giving you better service and better products.
Trends on Steam.
It doesn't matter if the game is full of microtransactions. You don't have to buy anything. You have free will. God gave you free will specifically for this. God, back in maybe millions of years ago, saw this. He saw that in the future there will be microtransactions. That's why you and I, God gave us free will, which means we have the power to not buy anything from this microtransaction stores. You have the power. You have free will. And guess what? The game developers won't be able to do anything about it if you don't want to buy their crap.
Especially with the hardware
This is not a very hard concept.
fan bases to niches into making
I hope everyone
and if you
learns that they are not forced to buy anything.
the data that says that it is. This is cause for celebration. And while I know that we spend a lot of time going, oh, AAA is the worst or whatever, this is the worst, or this company did something really bad, it's really important equally.
You know what will happen if you don't buy all those cosmetics and all those DLCs or packages or microtransactions?
So hi.
What they would do is they will package it into
welcome back
in just one package and then sell you the entire package at a much cheaper price.
2026, that's going to be filled.
Or better yet, they would remove the microtransactions because no one is buying them, and then just release those items in the game as rewards or drops.
Like the way that I cover the industry with
Again, people, you have the power. You can control your own purchasing instinct. You don't have to buy any of this crap that they're putting in the games. No, you don't have to. Come on.
The future of video games. I can.
It's not that hard. I can do it. If someone like me can do it, maybe because I don't have any money, but still, I have purchased like
one by one or anything.
Maybe a few, but that was a very, very, very rare occurrence.
$70 or $80 games.
For example, I bought the Founders for
are not selling well.
Soldier Front 2 because I love that game. And that was it.
We're going to talk about
that was it.
Transformation of multiplayer trends and how single player games are starting to dominate. And we're also going to talk about how
And I don't remember purchasing anything else ever. And I've been playing a lot of free-to-play games. I've played a lot of free-to-play games.
Where success lies and how these things together indicate that the future of the industry and where people are going to start developing their games.
I play Second Life and I don't spend money on Second Life. Instead, I'm the one taking out money.
live service.
From Second Life. Second Life is the one giving me money.
Now it's not even
again.
It used to be a good word to
all of these microtransaction things.
no identity at all. It's just like
You can just ignore it.
But now this is why we can't have nice things.
Every time I play Fishing Planet would spam me with ads to buy something. You know what I do? I just ignore it. I close the window and I play the game. And then I move to another screen. The ad will appear again telling me to buy this, buy that. You know what? You know what I would do again? I would just ignore it, close the window, and continue playing. It's not that hard. Okay, it's not that hard.
Cheaper than $70 on this list shows that a lot of people are just not willing to buy $70 games. To put that into perspective, from the platinum tier, the biggest earners, 7 of them are not priced.
I bought GTA when it went on sale.
And for the silver tier,
And when I bought GTA 5, I didn't have the computer that can run it. That's why when I bought this computer from my nephew, the question that I asked was, can it run GTA 5? And when he said, yes, it could, I bought the computer. It was a second-hand computer because I couldn't afford a brand new computer. So I bought the second-hand computer and I was able to play GTA 5, which I bought at a 90% discount during a Steam sale. And then I got GTA 5 again for free in the Epic Game Store.
Call of Duty.
You don't have to buy games on release.
Clear.
You don't. Unless your job is to play the games and review it, you're a content creator, you're making money from the games that you are playing, go ahead. Because it's your job to do that. But if you're just a gamer and you don't have a lot of money, okay, you don't have to buy the games on release. Wait for a sale, wait for a 50% sale, or better yet, wait for a 90% sale. Until now, I'm still waiting for a sale for No Man's Sky. I want to play the game, but I'm not going to pay the full price for it. I'm waiting for a sale. And most that they have done is 60. I'm waiting for an 80. An 80% sale. If that happens, I will buy No Man's Sky. But they haven't done something like that. And I'm waiting because the game is not going anywhere. It'll be there until the end of time. Unless, of course, the European Union declares war on the US and starts World War III.
What matters is how much money.
We can wait. You know, we have all the time in the world.
People are more willing to buy games at lower prices than they are at $70. They need to be very certain that a $70 game is going to give them exactly what they want in order for them to fork that over. If there is even the slightest hesitation of what a game is, the $70 price tag is pushing people away. Battlefield 6, known quantity. Borderlands 4, known quantity. But for so many other games, what's clear is that gamers are more willing to spend $20 on a unique experience than they are $70 on a known quantity that maybe they're not sure how it actually came out. And I know this is going to blow some people's minds, but in a time where money is very tight and getting tighter, it's crazy to think that people would be careful where they spend large amounts of money and would actually rather spend it on things that speak more directly to them. Considering that PC gaming day after day is growing as the main market for video games, the fact that these are the trends is very important. But one of the most interesting changes that we can see is how multiplayer is just not as popular, not as dominating as it once was, at least not in the same way, and single player is on the rise. A better way of phrasing it is that what is definitely on the way out is very service-oriented video games dependent on microtransaction. If we flip over to the top sellers, it's not surprising that most of it is dominated by live services. That's just how live services work. They get you through the door, be that with a low price or even free, and then because you're dedicating time to it, customers then justify spending all of their money on that one experience. And that division, in my opinion, is becoming clearer every day. There's people who basically only consume live services and dedicate time to them, and then there's people that are enjoying the hundreds of different games that we see have success. And so it's not surprising to see that you have Counter-Strike 2, Marvel Rivals, Dota 2, Apex Legends, and Call of Duty as a general thing, not Black Ops 7, and PUBG, all in the top. But then there are alternatives. Monster Hunter Wilds, while having an important multiplayer part to it, is not the same type of multiplayer experience. Arc Raiders, a very different type of multiplayer experience. And of course, Schedule 1 and Repo, which are very different multiplayer experiences if you want to play them like that. Repo, I guess you probably should. But once again, just like we saw on new releases, the moment you go down from the Platinum tier, you can see how much things are changing. Because while there are still live services like Dead by Daylight and Helldivers 2, we start to see a lot of evergreen games. We see Red Dead Redemption 2, Expedition 33, Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate, Split Fiction, games that are just really good games, many of them older, but they're just that good. Some of that is also present in the silver tier, but it's also a lot of live services that haven't managed to break through as much. Throne and Liberty, Where Winds Meet, pretty impressive given the small amount of time. Once Human, Delta Force, a lot of this is also the influence of China, by the way, coming in. And once we hit bronze, once again, it's all absolute chaos and all sorts of things. And because people told me that I need to mention their existence in a previous video, yes, Uma Musume Pretty Derby is in the bronze tier. There you go. I acknowledge them. There you go. When you combine this information with what we saw from new releases, what it does paint is a very vivid picture. People are dabbling in some live services, or people have already chosen their live service and they're not really moving from it unless it's Arc Raiders, because that's a powerhouse, an absolute juggernaut. But when it comes to things that are newer, they are steering away from that. Instead, we're seeing people gravitate towards things like FriendSwap, very low prices, very low barrier of entry, basically designed for you to spend $40 up front to get 4 copies so that you can play with your friends. But they're not dependent on battle passes or season passes or anything like that. It's more about just creating a really fun experience for people to jump into. And so overall, multiplayer-centric games seem to be more than growing, just hanging on as strongly as they can to their existing players. And I think that this is a pretty safe bet to make. Once they leave, they tend to just go play other games instead of just finding another live service to latch onto. It's also part, I guess, of having less free time as you grow older, but you know. And so then, what can we expect from the future, taking all of this into account? And the answers are pretty simple. If a developer is going to launch a multiplayer game, especially one that you need to pay for upfront or free to play, doesn't matter.
I don't remember what game I have bought recently. I haven't really bought any new games recently. The games I'm playing are the older ones like Skyrim, Fallout 4, GTA 5. And even now I'm playing with RPG Maker MV that was like released in 2015, which I got on sale in Steam as well.
For most people, me included, it is our first extraction game that actually clicks and is very enjoyable to experience. I even picked up Tarkov to compare, and it took me like an hour of playing Tarkov to immediately understand Arc Raiders' success. Let's put it that way. But otherwise, you're not really going to compete and win. The live service space is just saturated, and it either needs to change completely in order to be sustainable, or it's going to end up going away and leaving only certain people at the very top. Instead, single-player focused games that can exist for a long time are the smartest bets. We see that because in the top sellers and most played, it's all-time classics from Terraria to Stardew Valley to Red Dead Redemption 2 to Fallout. that are actually still there, generating revenue for years and years without the need to come in and keep trying to basically hustle money from people. And I think that's one of the funniest things to consider here, that a lot of the live service system that a lot of these games are predicated on is they invest a ton of money upfront to create the platform, like Battlefield or Call of Duty. They expect to get a ton of sales in return, or sometimes they're just free to play. And after that, they expect people to keep buying things and keep coming back, and they need to do everything possible to convince them of it. And they believe that the only way that they can pay off their major investment into a game.
Also, if a live service game or free-to-play game, if they start selling power, that's when you stop playing, because at that point the game is trash.
They're microtransactions.
Once a live service game starts selling power,
base game, but because of that, it can make way more money.
Then it's not a good game anymore.
Invested similar amounts of money, but into a very curated, wonderful single-player experience, are still getting sales and featuring on the top revenue of Steam so many years later, just because they made a great game without depending on the health of their multiplayer, on how many players they have, and on how many people are actually buying it, and how many people are buying microtransactions. We can kind of see this happening in real time with Battlefield 6, which, despite being here in the top sellers, will probably end up being a bit of a flop, according to EA at least, because it's lost so much of its player base, while Arc Raiders has managed to consistently keep growing their player base over time. Battlefield was a flavor of the month type of thing. So was Dune Awakening. Arc Raiders is something new and fresh that you can't really get anywhere else, and so people would rather play that. And so as we shift towards more single-player games, or at least games that can stand the test of time and still be worth buying in 3 or 4 years, especially when we're looking at the potential for overall technology to stagnate because of the RAM apocalypse and all of that, it's those smaller games that are carefully priced according to what they offer. $20 games that are just incredible 10-hour experiences made by 2 people. $40 games that are trying something new and targeting a niche that maybe have the potential of blowing up. Those are the ones that we're going to keep seeing more and more of. More experimentation on the types of games and their price point. The one danger that I see that could happen is that indie games might start trying to lower their prices as much as possible to contrast with the value of AAA. It's a constant war. The danger of people saying, well, if Silksong is $20, our game needs to be $10, which is something that I think isn't smart. I think a lot of the get-rich-quick schemes that we're going to see out there are specifically going to be centered around FriendSlop, the RV Theirs Yets of the world. Shoot your shot with a $5 indie, see what happens because the barrier of entry is so low and you might get lucky by going viral. But that isn't a pattern that I think indie developers should try and follow, because much like we see with big live services that are free to play, unless you're doing something that's actually special, actually unique, people will catch on very quickly and not want to play it. There is space for the $40 Witchfires trying to be this blend of Souls-like first-person shooter with extraction elements in there, and there's space for games like Cairn to be a bit more on the expensive side of indies because they're trying to do something completely new and create an immersive experience with a compelling narrative. Or to put it more in terms of this last year, there's space for the Silksongs and the Expedition 33s. It's not just about trying to lower the price as much, even though I feel like the current situation is going to lead a lot of developers to think that's the solution. Overall, though, what we're seeing is something incredibly healthy. All sorts of price points for all sorts of games so that people can enjoy things that they truly enjoy and not just because it's the flavor of the month. Gamers are smarter and they're buying more of what they actually want. And these stats show that. And that spells incredibly good things for the future of gaming. And boy, am I excited to experience it all and to cover it and to just play a lot of games, man, because video games are awesome. In any case, I hope that this was an interesting dissection of the information that we have, and hope you came away from it feeling nice and positive and really good about the future of video games. Told you at the start that that would be the case, and here we are. But in any case, I've been Mug. Thank you so much for watching, and an extra special thanks to the members, be they here on YouTube or on Patreon, that all show up on the wall.
The funny thing here is I'm seeing like videos from 6 years ago. Come on, YouTube, why are you showing me videos from like 6 years ago? Or 7 years ago?
Oh man, this one is embarrassing. Imagine releasing a popular indie hit, a game.
Okay, what are you talking about?
That game pops off, and all of a sudden investors come knocking at your door, and you take their money.
What are you talking about? Legendary drops.
Years from being an indie studio to trying to be a AAA studio, essentially chasing the next live service hit, and then falling flat on your face. That's the story of today's video. You know, normally when we hear about a game that is a
I'm going to guess it's Anthem. Yeah, it's Anthem.
Numbers don't mean anything. Those numbers, it's just a number. It's all, really. And usually that's coming from fanboys more than anything else, coping over the failure of a game. But in this case, we are actually hearing it from developers saying that Steam player numbers are just a number for a live service game. Splitgate has to be one of the most fascinating, tragic, and albeit hilarious fall-offs that I think I've ever seen in this entire industry. We have a game that is now releasing for what I believe is the second time of them re-releasing the same game that has now been met with Concord-level player numbers, deservedly. Because this is the same studio that had their CEO take the stage at Summer Games Fest to dunk on Call of Duty and Halo, I'm not like the other guys, only to release a hero shooter battle royale with worse monetization? None of this had to happen. This wasn't a bad market or bad timing or anything like that. This is just bad judgment over and over again. This is a studio that turned away from the players that made them, chased money and a version of success that only ever existed in their head. So today, I want to talk about that failure. I want to talk about how I think this is one of the biggest own goals I've ever seen in this industry, and how also I don't think these guys are going to be alone in it, and it's kind of a threat to the rest of indie. Today's video is sponsored by HDMI, and I want to talk to you guys about something that I don't really think anybody really thinks about anymore, mostly because when it's working, you don't really have to. HDMI isn't just a cable brand, it's the underlying technology that is built into your displays, consoles, PCs, handhelds, basically everything we use every single day. Stuff like variable refresh rate, auto low latency mode, and quick frame transporter running in the background quietly, making sure that your input doesn't feel mushy, your screen isn't tearing itself apart, and your display is actually keeping up when frame rates spike. It's even what makes high refresh rate gaming, 4K and even 8K displays, dynamic HDR, and surround sound audio setups work together rather than fighting one another. If you've ever docked a handheld into a TV, kicked back on the couch, and thought, yeah, this all just works, well, that's not on accident. If you're curious to hear and see more, HDMI LA is showing off a lot of this live at CES.
Wow, look at that.
High refresh rate.
I'm watching an ad for HDMI.
Check your setup today. Make sure you are actually using HDMI gaming features your gear already supports, and you can learn more at hdmi.org. The link's in the description and the pinned comment. Thank you to HDMI LA for sponsoring today's video. I think this story fascinates me so much because it's such a clean example of how self-destructive the AAA mindset and live service model can be. Splitgate almost feels like a lab test for a virus where you take something small that you're working on, you inject it with money, scale, investors, and expectations, and then you watch how fast that virus can spread and your subject dies. And in this case, it didn't take years. It happened almost immediately. Recently, 1047 Games quietly re-released Splitgate 2 under a new name, Splitgate Arena Reloaded, and the reception for this game has been bad, like really bad. It barely even cleared over 2,000 players at its peak, and it's already dropped back down to averaging just around 1,000 players per day, and this is coming from a studio that's had over $100 million poured into it at this point, a studio that has burned through its goodwill so thoroughly that when the game came back, the players just didn't. Now, when player counts get this low, alarms start going off, and I don't care how much people want to try to downplay it. For a free-to-play live service shooter, this is just not sustainable. This is barely enough to even keep the servers online. Their current player numbers are only a few hundred players off from where Concord launched, and we already know how that one ended. So when people started pointing this out on Twitter, the studio immediately tried to jump in and shut this conversation down. On Twitter, the official account posted, Steam charts don't measure fun. They show one number, one platform at one given moment. They don't show the full picture of what it actually feels like to play, and they definitely don't capture the community that is actively helping shape what Arena Reloaded is becoming, including upcoming content like Arena Royale. Over the past 6 months, we rebuilt Splitgate from the ground up because we believe in our game, our team, and our community. The 1047 team remains committed to delivering the best version of Splitgate possible. To our community, thank you. Your feedback and passion have helped make Arena Reloaded better every day. And to everyone who hasn't played, Arena Reloaded is free. The gameplay is the best it's ever been, and we would love for you to jump in and form your own opinion. A lot of passionate people worked very hard on it. Okay, so I guess we're just denying reality now. Steam charts don't measure fun. That is a complete dodge, and these guys know it. Nobody is asking Steam charts to measure fun. They measure whether people are actually there. And in a live service shooter, that is not some secondary data point. It is the entire game. If people are not logging in, queuing up, and sticking around, then whatever fun you think you've built is irrelevant. A multiplayer game with no players isn't misunderstood. It's just flat out ignored. I'm sorry, but player numbers directly affect the experience. Low population means slower matchmaking. It means playing the same people over and over again. It means bot-filled lobbies. That shrinks match variety, that kills progression pacing, and it turns every single lobby into either a sweatfest or a ghost town. Player numbers don't just reflect interest. They actively shape whether the game is going to be enjoyable at all. You don't get to pretend like those numbers are some abstract when it is directly dictating how this game feels minute to minute. Players already voted, they didn't show up. You don't get to try to tell them about how passionate you are or anything like that, and they need to go form their own opinion after they already have. Effort does not entitle you to an audience, and belief does not reverse reality. If nobody is playing your live service game, then on some level, it just isn't fun, at least not enough to be able to matter. And I say that after actually playing Splitgate Arena Reloaded myself. I put time into it. Mechanically, it's fine. It plays well. The guns feel responsive. Matches move quickly. And on a purely technical level, it works. But that's also the problem. It just only works. What makes this game not fun isn't the mechanics, it's the complete absence of a community and personality. Nobody's talking in the lobbies. I'm constantly being matched with the same people because the player pool is so small and everything else is just bots filling the gap, which means that every single match is just playing the same way. The maps are functional but forgettable. The characters are faceless. People just wearing suits with no personality, no identity, nothing to be able to latch onto. Visually, it's just kind of bland across the board. Nothing sticks, nothing is leaving an impression, and the whole thing works on a technical level, but it just has no flavor or soul. Arena shooters live by that game-to-game experience. If matches start to blur together, you just start drifting away. You stop caring.
Okay, so I was wrong. It wasn't Anthem, it's Splitgate.
About whether or not any
I think I tried Splitgate,
arena shooter is even
but even though I know it was like below, my machine was below system requirements, I still gave it a try, and yeah, it was horrible.
solo or they're not even human, and without that layer, the entire experience just
I remember when I tried Star Citizen during one of their free plays,
over time they just
or free weekends, or free events.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
My FPS was like 1 FPS. Oh my goodness.
This is not a mystery or a market failure, it's just the result of choices. This isn't a game that's struggling to find an audience, it's a studio that already lost one. Splitgate started off as a small grassroots project built by its founder Ian and a handful of friends, a dorm room game if you will, and it went into beta in 2019. They slowly built out a core audience, and then it really broke through with its 1.0 launch back in 2021. It became one of those pandemic success stories, peaking at over 67,000 concurrent players on Steam, and for a team of roughly 20 developers, that's massive. It's the exact kind of story that we talk about on this channel all the time, but what makes this one different is alongside that 1.0 launch, 1047 Games would also announce that feature development of Splitgate would effectively end. Yeah, they released the game and then threw it onto maintenance mode, and then 2 months later they would come out and say that they also got a $100 million venture capitalist investment. The team would then pivot almost immediately to a new project, and the player base felt it just as fast. Within a month, Splitgate's numbers collapsed to under 10,000 concurrent players before everybody else just moved on. But that's fine, right? Because apparently Splitgate 2 is right around the corner, only now it's not a scrappy 20-person development team. No, the studio ballooned to over 170 developers, and then the CEO goes and takes the stage at Summer Games Fest to finally announce the game's release, and he says that he's tired of Halo. He's sick of Call of Duty and their cycle. He wants Titanfall to come back. He's wearing a Make FPS Great Again hat, and then he announces a Battle Royale hero shooter, and the crowd went mild. Splitgate 2 launched to around 25,000 concurrent players on Steam, less than half of what the original game had hit just years earlier. The press had latched on to the controversial hat, unhappy with the political messaging around it. The CEO eventually apologized for it, openly admitting that it was just a desperation move to try to get attention, a terrible choice to make because the people that are asking for an apology have no interest in forgiveness. Those same journalists were criticizing him over the hat even after his apology, and ironically, even still today. There was also drama around $80 bundles, to which the CEO said he had no idea how they made their way into the game, and they all blamed it on a former employee. After that, the floor just kind of gave out. Player counts continued to crater. They had layoffs weeks after the game's launch and more a month after that. The studio blamed it on an early release, pushed the game back into beta, and then they just watched as those player numbers continue to sink even further. Eventually, they just rebranded it as Splitgate Arena Reloaded with a launch in winter 2025, and that's how we got here. A game that started as a genuine success story, a studio that had momentum, goodwill, and an actual community, and a series of decisions that slowly, and then very quickly, burned it all to the ground. We have some professional speedrunners on our hands. These guys folded their entire company in a matter of 5 years. They burned all of their goodwill. They ruined their reputation. They have zero positive image within this industry right now. And, you know, I was actually excited when their CEO took the stage at Summer Games Fest. I was like, man, this guy is totally speaking my language right now. I'm sick of the way that first-person shooters are handled today. A bunch of other people are. I would love to see Titanfall come back. I just talked about that somewhat recently. And then this guy goes out and says, here's our Battle Royale hero shooter. Oh, so it's all bullshit. Something that was proved even further by capitulating to journalists over a hat. My guy, nobody cared about the hat. The only people that did were the people that had no interest in playing your game to begin with. I think how they handled that situation, how he handled that situation specifically, really drove interest and trust into the ground for them. Because you already had a bunch of people
Splitgate.
whether or not they could trust them.
Splitgate is like
Splitgate 1.
a first-person shooter combined with portals, I think.
For the hat, now I
You can open portals and then you can go through them and you'll be in a
no idea how those 80
different location. It's a really interesting mechanic, actually.
just so happened to work for Call of Duty. After that, everybody knows that you're just selling snake oil. It's all PR. Nobody can trust you. You're not worth listening to. That's the reason why Arena Reloaded, relaunched, whatever the hell you want to call it, basically was met with no audience at all, because your game isn't impactful enough, interesting enough, or original enough for audiences to want to put up with all of this drama, all the instability, and the inability to be able to trust you. You had that. You squandered it. You sold it off. You took the money instead. And I want to be clear, I actually do think this studio cares now, but that's a survival instinct. It's the difference between them having a studio and a game and them having to go work at McDonald's. Probably a little too rough. They probably go work for Activision. You learned your lessons, that's great, but it's a little bit too late. Now, who does need to learn the lessons from this is the rest of the industry, and especially indie studios. This entire thing was just caused by hubris. That's all it is. These guys took the money and they overinvested into something, mistaking what made them successful. They didn't understand what made them successful. Icarus flew too close to the sun. And with AAA games struggling, with indie games taking off, AAA is going to start circling these guys for success, which means something like this is bound to happen again. Splitgate's lack of identity, the bad calls around Splitgate 1 and 2, the CEO embarrassing himself on stage, all of that stuff matters, but the bigger issue here, the one that actually explains why this collapsed the way that it did, is that 1047 completely misread the interest around their own game. They treated Splitgate like it was this foundation for a massive AAA scale live service platform, when in reality, it just wasn't built for that. And once they tried to force it into that shape, everything started to break. Splitgate 1 was a solid game. People liked it, but it also launched in a very specific moment. Like a lot of games during the pandemic, it benefited from audiences that had a lot more time, fewer alternatives, and a higher tolerance for sticking around. When the player count fell to around 10,000 players within a month, that wasn't some freak collapse. That was probably the real size of that game's audience, and that number keeps showing up again, or at least right in that neighborhood. With Splitgate 2, that was 25,000 players. With Arena Reloaded, it's just 2,000 players. Every launch roughly lands in that same place because, well, that's just the ceiling that they never wanted to acknowledge. That misread is exactly why that $100 million investment changed everything for these guys. Those investors did not come in looking for a modest arena shooter with a loyal niche. They were chasing the next GTA, the next Fortnite, the next live service unicorn. This is the same time frame where we saw billions of dollars being dumped into gaming startups on pure speculation alone. And when you go from a 20-person team to a studio of more than 170 people, when you're suddenly sitting on 9 figures to make your next game, your priorities are going to shift. You're going to stop building for the audience that you have, and you're going to start designing for an audience that you wish existed. You're going to chase trends. You're going to widen the funnel. You're going to build monetization first and hope the rest of the game follows. That's why that monetization story matters to me. Hiring a former Call of Duty monetization manager is not an accident, and I do not buy it for a second that their leadership somehow just didn't know that the game launched with $80 bundles and aggressive pricing pretty much across the board. When you're operating at that scale, those kind of decisions do not slip through the cracks. And by the time Splitgate reached that point, the studio is now answering to their investors instead of their players, and they're not thinking about protecting a community anymore. They're just trying to justify an investment. And I think that shift in mindset leads directly into the real fracture. Walking away from Splitgate 1 that close to launch is the moment the players realize that the studio had already moved on. Live service games survive on the idea that if I invest my time into them, then the game is going to invest right back into me. Splitgate broke that expectation almost immediately, and once players see that, well, they're going to leave too. And after that, the studio just forgot about who they were. They blew up in size. Everything started getting safer. When you go from 20 people to over 170, decisions don't come from instinct anymore. They come from consensus. Ideas are going to get watered down, risks are going to get avoided, and anything that's too sharp is going to get smoothed out. Instead of asking what makes this game ours, the question becomes, what is the safest version of this game that we can ship? And if that's what you end up with, well, that's how the game is going to technically work, but that doesn't mean that game is going to stick. Nothing bold, nothing memorable, nothing that's going to give players a reason to want to come back to it after playing it for a few sessions. I just think that these guys are way too self-assured, or maybe investor-assured is probably the better term here. That Summer Games Fest moment now tells me everything that I need to know because of how these guys saw themselves. You don't posture yourself as the savior of the genre if you don't believe that you belong on that stage, but that confidence did not come from the players, it came from capital. From that point on, Splitgate was not being shaped by the community anymore, it was being shaped around expectations set by investors, by headcounts, by the idea that this game had to be big and that it would be big, and once that became the goal, well, the game itself stopped being the point. I think this is the real trap for indie studios right now. Indie is getting bigger. The money these guys are making is getting louder. They are looking more consistent than AAA right now, and the pressure for these guys to scale is going to be constant. But the moment that you stop building for the audience that you already have and you start building for people that want to cut you a check, you're going to lose your footing. I'm telling you right now, a huge amount of what is wrong with games today comes from that shift. It's not just players buying games anymore, it's investors, partners, stakeholders, all with their own expectations that are going to kick in long before players ever get a say. And once that happens, the conversation stops being about what do we want to make, what do the players actually want to play, and it turns into how do we get our money back and how do we make more on top of that. I think this is where that Splitgate story really starts to become a warning sign, because the studios that are tending to hold on to their identity are the ones that are staying in their scope and they're not letting outside money steer the wheel. I'll use Silksong as an easy example here. Team Cherry kept to themselves, they stayed quiet, and they just did the work. And Silksong found success. I think it's worth bringing up that just a few years ago, it was reported that Xbox had a list of studios that they wanted to keep an eye on a few years back, and well, that was for Game Pass deals and possibly acquisitions, and that list reportedly included teams like Team Cherry alongside Moon Studios, Munfish, and Hello Games. Now, I don't know what kind of conversations they had behind the scenes, but
listen, guys, I think Fallout, the Fallout universe is a good setting for a loot extraction shooting game.
No Man's Sky started off self-funded by that studio, but Sony stepped in and they wanted to fund and handle the marketing and distribution.
They just need to figure out how you're going to implement it
was pushed into endless
smoothly and immersively into the universe.
Sony started pushing those deadlines faster and faster. Expectations.
Imagine entering the wasteland. The idea is you have like a certain time before the rad storm.
Honestly, they're still doing it even to this day. They definitely don't have
takes over the place.
Once in a while, comeback, but that's the exception.
Yeah, I think it will work as a loot extraction shooter.
I don't think that game is getting a second chance. What's sad is how unnecessary all of this is. There's a version of this story where Splitgate stayed small, stayed weird, stayed honest about what it was, and quietly carved out a long life for itself. It wasn't going to be the biggest shooter on the planet, but it never needed.
Because right now, Fallout 4 is like a single-player loot extraction game. So you go in, you loot for scraps or loot for anything you can loot, and then you go back and you use those as building materials to build settlements.
But chose scale over stability, optics over identity, ambition over restraint, and they ended up paying for it. I'm telling you, man, investors are the bane of this industry. They just don't belong here. It's just like oil and water. They just don't mix. And the minute they cut that check is the minute that you put something in someone before you.
Maybe just an idea.
And that just doesn't work out.
They're using gaming
works out for and other games
to launder their money.
I think it works out for these games over time. If you look at AAA and all these publishers, it's like
they just washed like
it's just
millions of dollars in an instant.
And creativity and restraint and ultimately good games. Investors demand constant growth. Not only do they want their return on investment, but they constantly want to make profits then after that. They're always expecting the number to go up. And more than anything, a lot of these guys are looking for predictability. They're looking for predictable returns from a lot of these games. And I've said this before, I've said it 100 times, and I'll keep saying it. The video game industry, at least from my perspective, is anything but predictable. While I definitely think there's some games you could look at and say, oh yeah, that's a for sure thing. The thing that's not for sure is where the players are at. And also whatever else is going on with your competition. You know, I like more times than not, I am relatively on the mark with some of my predictions that I make. But with Arc Raiders, while I thought that game was going to do really well, I didn't think it was going to do nearly as well as it has, or that it's continued to do since then. I mean, who would have guessed that this genre actually would have clicked with players on a mass scale, especially with casual players? But it's just the way that they built their game and how they put it together that it actually makes sense. And yeah, it's performing well beyond what I thought they were capable of. I genuinely am afraid for indie. These guys have been making a lot of money. A lot of money. Some of these games have outperformed AAA. A lot of these games have been outperforming AAA. And from an investor perspective, if I was to take myself out of my video game chair, this looks like the safest investment I've ever seen. Because these guys are way low to the ground. They don't need nearly as much money, so there's very little risk involved. If it fails, okay, I didn't really lose that much money. But the upside is like penny stocks. You could 100x your money if the profits are good enough. If the game blows up and it just makes a ton of cash, well, you're going to get rich as a result of it. And I think a lot of these guys are going to be coming in and looking at that. While a lot of the venture capitalist money is dried up in this industry, at least for now, it's going to be coming back. It always does eventually. And I think the temptation is going to be there for a lot of these studios to scale up when they start seeing some of those checks get cut. But I think that one of the things that makes these indie games what they are is the fact that it's a small, passionate team that's working on it, not a team that scales up past 100 people. I mean, Splitgate, 1047, these guys literally scaled up to a AAA studio. 170 plus people? That's what most AAA studios have, at least in some of their like smaller satellite studios. That's a lot of people, man. It's a lot of expectations. It's a lot of salaries that you have to pay, and that's a lot of money that you have to make on top of that to be able to make profits for the people that invested in you. Those are the expectations that I don't think a lot of these games can keep up with. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Kick. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
Family, 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 family. I'm still falling, but it tastes bittersweet.
It says here, Rich Paul is back lying again. The LeBron propaganda. Or propagandist. Okay, another Ubisoft studio gets destroyed. Hypnotic Gaming. Let's go. This was like posted 3 hours ago. Let's take a look at this.
Ruin your eyes there. All right, let's talk about something funny. Ubisoft never fails. Ubisoft, we didn't get to talk about this yesterday. My bad on that. Who talks like that on voice chat in games? People who are getting paid to make a game look more exciting than it actually is. Anytime you see these gameplay clips that are uploaded by these companies that are trying to make their multiplayer game look like the next most exciting thing ever, they always have some of the most forced reactions that you're gonna hear on the communications, and it happens like that all the time, literally all the time. Anyway, so Ubisoft, Another L for Ubisoft, boys. Now, Ubisoft just recently closed down their Halifax studio.
Ubisoft is a game development company that hates you. If you're a Christian and a conservative, and you value traditional values, family values, Ubisoft hates you because they don't like that. Ubisoft is not making games for you.
For Ubisoft, unless
So you don't have to feel bad if
which I'm sure
Ubisoft
they decided to fire
is dying. Remember, guys, this Ubisoft
legal out.
is not the same Ubisoft that made those great games a long time ago when you were younger. This is not the same Ubisoft. The people that made those games are no longer in Ubisoft. So this is a different Ubisoft.
By firing the people,
This is the Ubisoft that hates you.
leaking information and all that.
So stop giving them money.
On Discord and everything like that. Well,
Me, I love you guys. I love you. So go and give me money.
to be interesting how all of these studios are now suddenly trying to unionize. And the reason why they're doing that is because the developers that felt very comfortable telling gamers not to buy the product if they didn't like their politics. The developers that were very comfortable.
That is a very stupid thing to do.
It was being pushed in a lot of videos.
You don't like what we're saying. Don't buy our games. Guess what? They didn't.
To build community.
They didn't buy their games. That is a very stupid thing to do.
Their jobs are not comfortable anymore. Their jobs are on the line. They had over 50,000 layoffs in 2 years. And because of that, they decided that now unionizing is the way they're going to fight against the impending layoffs that they know are coming. The people that felt super safe at their jobs suddenly don't feel safe anymore, and now they all have to unionize, or at least they feel that way anyway. That's how I see it personally. Because before the layoffs were happening, these people were talking all kinds of shit, right? They were talking all kinds of fucking nonsense. But now they realize that, oh no, you guys are definitely on the chopping block. So they're trying to unionize, and they're trying to establish unions before the impending layoffs, so that way they have more rights or whatever as an employee, and it makes them harder to get fired. That's basically what's going on here. So now that all that is being said, the accusations of union busting are here, but there has been a statement that was given by the CWA of Canada, and they said the following. In a release provided to Insider Gaming, the union says that it will pursue every legal recourse to protect the members within the studios. In Canada, it is unlawful for a business to close because its workers decide to unionize. But again, you don't know if that's true. See, that's the thing. This union is assuming that Ubisoft fell to this studio because of unionization, but you have no proof of that, right? You're going to have to go through all these lawsuits. You're going to have to go to discovery. You're going to have to see if there's proof of that. Chances are there's no proof of that. If Ubisoft is smart, which I don't think they are, but I think their legal team might be, at least at the very minimum, you would have to see if they have proof of that, right? While we are not saying that this is what happened here, oh, now we're backtracking. We will be demanding information from Ubisoft about the reason for the sudden decision to close. Okay, so what if it's down to performance? Because that's exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say it's performance. They're going to say it's lack of cash. They're going to say it's due to underperformance in other avenues, whatever. You know what? Hold on. What was the Ubisoft Halifax studio in charge of? Let's see. Let's see what I find. Oh, okay. So the Ubisoft Halifax studio specialized in mobile games, notably developing the running live operations for Assassin's Creed Rebellion and working on Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Mobile, focusing on free-to-play titles, but was recently closed by Ubisoft as part of a company-wide restructuring. So they deemed you as not necessary. They deemed you as not. You guys are making mobile games. Are those games even profitable? Are they even profitable, bro? Like, does anybody know? Let's see. Let's look at this. How successful was Assassin's Creed?
Oh, look at that. I'm assuming Hypnotic is using AI or asking a question on AI.
Every game is successful. Very rarely will they ever admit that a game's a flop. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Rebellion was a successful mobile spin-off, generally praised by critics and players for its unique mechanics and approach to the free-to-play model. They would eventually face criticism typical of long-running mobile grind games. So yeah, eventually the game probably died. I have to imagine. Listen, man. Oh, look at the first post that I see is somebody on Reddit talking about how bad the monetization is. Which, is anybody shocked by that, considering that it is Ubisoft? Just a heads up, Assassin's Creed Rebellion monetization is quite bad. Just to give an example, the first live event is mathematically impossible to complete without huge amounts of money. You need 1 million points for the last reward, and if you were to do the highest paying mission, you would get 7,000 points for 25 energy. You need 100 energy per day. So that's a cap of 28,000 per day. Let's be generous to say 30,000 per day looting chests. The live event is 10 days long. That's a total of 300,000 points maximum you could get without putting money. You see? So you can't even do. You need 1 million points, and the max you can get is 300,000. So you gotta spend the other 700,000 to get the fucking 1 million points, of course. To try to get you money. Why am I not surprised? So again, when you have practices like that, chances are the game was not successful. Chances are the game fucking died. And I have to imagine the same thing happened to the other game. So you could try to claim it's union busting. And again, they walked it back, right? You cannot put, listen, you cannot, it's amazing that a legal team did this, right? How can you be a union that is going to pursue all legal recourse and you literally fucking lied, whether knowingly or not, you lied in your first statement. You cannot say that it is unlawful for a business to close because its workers decide to unionize, which is implying that that's exactly what Ubisoft did. And then in the next sentence say, well, we don't know if that's what happened. What the fuck? You can't do that. I can't believe you're making me defend Ubisoft here. I feel disgusting. I feel disgusting right now. Anyway, we will pursue every legal recourse to ensure that the rights of these workers are respected and not infringed in any way, she said. We will be looking for Ubisoft to show us that this had nothing to do with the employees joining a union. The workers, their families, the people of Nova Scotia, and all of us who love video games made in Canada deserve nothing less. Guys, you know, I have my opinions on unions. I've always had my opinions on unions. And I know some of you guys love unions in my chat, and that's okay. Some unions are actually good. A lot of them are bad, but some of them can be good from what I've seen. But what I will say is that a lot of them speak out of their ass in order to justify the amount of money they're taking for people per check. And I feel like this is exactly what's happening here. They know for damn sure that they're not going to be able to do a fucking thing about this, but because they were getting paid by the people, they want to make sure that they look as good as possible. That's really what it is. They're not going to be able to do a fucking thing to stop Ubisoft from destroying this studio. If the studio was not bringing in money, and I assure you, considering how Ubisoft is doing elsewhere and their earnings call, I highly doubt these games were bringing in a lot of money. I highly doubt it. So, I mean, we will see. 71 people lost their job at the closure of this studio. 71 people. So, there you go. And apparently, out of those 71 people, 61 of them decided that they wanted to join the Game and Media Workers Guild of Canada, which is the union. The certification for the union came on December 18, 2025. It was branded as the Ubisoft Workers of Canada, Halifax. So they were, in fact, unionized before they got shut down. So that's where the legal discrepancy is going to come from, right? I don't know what the laws are in Canada, so I'm going to leave it up to the Canadian lawyers. But I got to imagine that's not a good look. If they just got unionized on the 18th and you shut them down a couple of weeks later, that's a bad look. Especially since it was official and everything. That's a bad look. But I guess we'll find out as time goes on. Ubisoft has like 5 lawsuits right now that are currently happening all at the same time.
Okay, so here we have another, I guess, highlight from side scrollers. The title is Our Most Wrong Opinions and We'll Defend Them. Let's take a look at this. Sounds interesting, maybe?
Friends, we always like to keep the show wild and fun and bring new segments to you. Phoenix suggested this segment, so you know what? Let's try it out for the first time ever. It's Hot Takes. Side Scrollers Hot Takes. Phoenix, give us a rundown of exactly how this is going to work.
Okay, this is a fun little segment. We're going to go around the room and we're each going to give our hot take that may or may not get us all canceled. And then the audience, I'm sure they're going to have a little bit to say. And as they're getting their little chats ready, then we're all going to be able to discuss and yell at each other about those same hot takes. So we'll go around the room. You'll have your 30 seconds, whatever, to do it. And then we'll go from there.
All right. We're going to give this a go, see what happens. Phoenix, I think we should end with you. And I'll
End on me? Okay.
I'm going to start with a fairly... I'll start today, just to kind of throw this out here, all right?
We'll start tame. Let's go tame.
Look, I'm going to start this right now. We have not rehearsed this. We don't know. I don't even know if there's a good idea as far as what I'm going to throw out here. But my hot take is simply... And by the way, this can be about anything. It doesn't need to be about video games. It doesn't need to be about pop culture. It can be about whatever we want it to be about. My hot take is simply this. Guacamole is the most disgusting thing on the planet.
Oh, you're disgusting.
And I
That's
think-
insulting.
Let the man speak. We will have time.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Thank you. Guacamole, the texture of it is disgusting. And if you want to have a bowl full of pus, you get out an avocado and you slap it together, put it in a bowl, put a little bit of lemon in there, a little salt, maybe a little pico, and that's what you have there. A little bit of pus-filled pico and salt. Avocados as a whole are disgusting. Combine that and turn it into guacamole. The most
Hot take, avocados are great. I love avocados.
No one's
yeah. Avocados with, you mix them up, add milk, a little bit of sugar. It's great.
All right. Vera?
Okay, so if I don't say this one, I know chat will be disappointed, so I'm just going to say
He is wrong
is a soup.
in that one. Not the guacamole thing. I don't know what a guacamole is. I don't know if we have that here. But we do have avocados. They're great.
And make it any less souply.
Genuine question: who eats cold soup?
There's plenty of cold soups. There's like cucumber soup and gazpacho.
Yeah,
and
there's
all
tons
those
of
different
cold-
things. There's tons of cold soups.
All right. Meg?
Mine is so dumb compared to everyone else. ASL will never stand for American Sign Language. It will always stand for age, sex, and location. So get out of my face.
Agreed. Because back in the early 2000s, when you are chatting with someone, especially if you enter a room, they would ask you ASL.
Yeah.
It means age, sex, and location. In fact, there are still, even now, with 3D avatars and 3D spaces, there's still some people who would ask their age, someone's age, sex, and location.
Trilogy has a far superior story than the original trilogy. Yes! This is not to be confused with better films. I'm saying it is a better story. The prequel's far superior than the originals. Joy.
Can we talk about soup for a second?
No, now we can go. Free for all, baby. Free for all.
Okay. Listen, Labs, you said who eats cold soup? Millions of people across the world eat cold soup all the time. Now, do I agree with Meg in her take that cereal is soup?
No, that's Vara.
That was me.
I'm sorry, Vera. Do I appreciate?
It's not soup because soup doesn't have milk in it, really.
No,
yes, it does. There's plenty of soup that has.
Wrong, Babs.
Whoa.
There are soup with milk in them. We have that here. We do have soup, hot soup with milk in them.
There's plenty of
cereal
that have a cream base.
Is the
or milk
cereal
base.
goddess.
Cereal is not a soup.
It's just in a class of its own.
It's the same with my coffee rice. I love coffee rice, coffee, you know, and rice.
I agree.
It's not just plain old coffee. Coffee that's, you know, coffee drink and rice.
It's better than normal.
So that's not a soup. A soup is a different
I disagree with that.
kind of food.
I always like being judged.
You make me sad.
I always make you sad.
I do think that we can agree that everyone agrees with Meg and her hot take in this situation.
Actually, no, I disagree because I took American Sign Language in high school, and I was not old enough to be on the MySpace as a child, so I didn't do the whole
Those were the
ASL stuff.
AOL days before MySpace, and that terminology became a thing before American Sign Language.
No.
Made it in a little acronym.
No, I took it in high school, and that was the only thing I knew because I was too young, and I was only on AIM, and I would just be aiming with my friends.
In my head, whenever I see ASL, I'm like, oh. I see it. Like, I just see
you guys
age,
are
sex,
the
location.
weirdos just giving your age, sex, and location to strangers online.
Yes, this was like the early
probably
online
bad.
grooming phases.
Yeah.
Do the take on guacamole? There was some
This is
visceral
stupid.
response.
I'm with you, Craig.
Listen, there is really, really bad guacamole.
Yes,
and then
call
there
it
is
all of it.
really, really good guacamole. I happen to make a very good guacamole.
My dad makes some really good ones.
I can do a little bit. If I have a little bit of guacamole, that's fine. It's when people put that ton of it, that gets me
I
a
don't
little-
like it on things. I like to eat it with chips. I don't like it on stuff.
Yeah, so like my daughters, they have guacamole toast. Do you guys know what that is? Or avocado toast. I'm sorry, avocado
Your wife
toast.
tried to make me some.
Did you like it?
No.
I don't like avocados.
Wait, but you like guacamole?
I love
Because you have to put a
Well,
bunch
it's
of
got other
stuff
stuff in it.
Avocado only tastes like what you put in it. So
Right.
guacamole makes the avocado taste like all the good stuff that you have to put in it to make it taste good.
So here's the thing. I actually really love avocados too.
Not true. Not true.
Whole grain bread.
If you put, you know, if you took, if you take the avocado meat, put it in a bowl, mix it,
That's why I didn't like it.
add milk and a little bit of sugar,
Everything bagel.
and you mix them together.
That's kind of the
It
idea.
just enhances the taste of the avocado.
Go get my matcha tea. Have my-
I think they just don't like the you know the
most, but
the default taste of the avocado.
Can't think of a good argument.
soup
That's the
and cereal,
problem.
cereal,
Yeah,
done.
I know, but
That's
that's not a good argument. They're just like, I'm
No.
right, you're wrong. There needs to be.
Yeah.
We need a chef. We need to get a chef on here to combat this.
I think that's the biggest issue here is that I vehemently disagree.
Right.
With her, but I have
What's your
nothing-
argument?
But
You
like
know?
your logic as you're laying it out, I'm like, well, you know, actually,
Yeah. Like temp.
Okay, so this is something happening here. Okay, let's take a look at this. Mayon volcano 3,500 evacuated 100 pyroclastic. Pyroclastic what? Okay, let's go check this out. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. That is a lava flow.
Southeast of Manila in the Philippines, one of the most active and dangerous volcanoes.
And this happened on January 8th.
Of nearly 3,500.
Wow, look at that.
When I started researching the data about Mount Mayon in the last few hours, man, the numbers genuinely worried me.
Again, this is happening here in the Philippines. That is Mayon volcano, I think. Well, it's not near our place, but if that thing blows, yeah, we'll be affected as well.
Mayon's alert level to 3. This means high probability of a hazardous eruption. Let me explain what's happening there right now and why it matters. Mount Mayon is located in Albay province in the northeastern Philippines. And you know that classic volcano image we draw as children, that perfect cone? Well, that's exactly what Mayon looks like. Standing 2,462 meters tall, about 8,000 feet for those using American measurements. It's one of the country's most famous tourist attractions, precisely because of this nearly perfect shape. But don't be fooled by the beauty, okay? This is the most active volcano in the Philippines, with 54 recorded eruptions since 1616. And now for the second time in less than 2 years, it's showing its teeth again. So what exactly is happening at the top of that volcano at this very moment? Well, I'll be direct with you. There's a lava dome growing at Mayon's summit, and this dome is collapsing. Think with me for a second. When very thick, almost pasty lava comes out of the volcano, it doesn't flow like water, it accumulates at the top, forming like a cap. But this cap is extremely unstable. And when pieces of it collapse, look what happens. Scientists recorded 100. That's right, 100 pyroclastic density currents in the last 24 hours. These currents, known locally as uson, are basically supersonic avalanches of extremely hot gas, ash, and rock fragments that descend the slopes at speeds that can reach... Wait, let me check here. More than 100 kilometers per hour. It's impossible to escape them if you're in their path. And the numbers that 5-Volks released are impressive. Since January 1st, 2026, 346...
That is quite fast. You can't outrun it. 100 kilometers per hour. What's the top speed of an average human? 10 to 15 kilometers per hour?
Do you see the pattern? In less than a week, Mayon produced more than half the activity of the previous 2 months. This is a brutal increase in activity. The 5-Volks director, Dr. Teresito Bacolcol, who has been studying volcanoes for decades, explained in a press conference that these rockfall events lasted between 1 and 5 minutes each, transporting lava debris up to 1 kilometer down the slope, specifically on the upper southern part of the volcano. The rockfalls are incandescent. You know what that means? It means the rocks that are falling are still so hot they glow at night. You can see the red-orange glow from kilometers away. This indicates we're not talking about cold rocks falling by normal gravity. We're talking about material that just came out of the volcano's interior, still at temperatures that can exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. And look, before I forget to mention, on Tuesday, January 7th, 5-Volks cameras captured images of the crater glow between 1836 and 1900 hours. The images clearly show the incandescent lava dome at the summit with freshly deposited material still glowing. The situation escalated dramatically on Tuesday afternoon, January 6th, at 12:26. That's when pyroclastic density currents began to be generated by the collapse of newly expelled lava, descending specifically through the channel known as Bonga Gully, which is on the volcano's southeast side. This event lasted approximately 3 minutes, and the debris reached up to 2 kilometers from the summit crater. And here's the part that impressed me most when I saw the data. In the last 24 hours, between 0 hour on the 8th and 0 hour on the 9th of January, 5-Volks recorded 72 rockfall events, 100 pyroclastic density currents, and 2 volcanic earthquakes. 100 PDCs in a single day, folks. That's a lot. Dr. Maria Antonia Bornas, chief of 5-Volks's Volcano Monitoring and Eruption Prediction Division, was very clear during the press conference on Tuesday. She said the most likely scenario now is similar to what happened in 2023, when Mayon remained at alert level 3 for 6 months. But there's a critical difference this time: ground deformation. Continuous GPS data, electronic tilt meters, and electronic distance measurements show that the volcano's edifice, like its entire structure, continues to be inflated since June 2024, especially in the eastern and southeastern sectors. This means there's magma pressure pushing from below. As Dr. Bornas herself explained, if the slow extrusion of the lava dome and short lava flows continue, alert level 3 may be maintained for several months, just as happened in 2023. Sulfur dioxide emissions, which are an important indicator of magmatic activity, were measured at 195 tons per day on January 8th. Although these numbers are still at basal levels, not excessively high, they confirm the volcano's continuous degassing. The observed volcanic plume rose up to 1,000 meters, about 3,000 feet, drifting west-southwest. And here's a concerning detail: ash has started to fall. On the afternoon of January 8th, at 1756, 5-Volks confirmed traces of ash in Barangay Busay and Daraga. and light ash deposits were reported in Barangay San Francisco and Barangay Travesia in Guinabatan. Other affected areas are still being verified. Now let's talk about what really matters here, the people. Because at the end of the day, scientific data is fundamental, but what really counts are the human lives at stake. Albay Province Governor Noel Rosal announced on January 7th that a total of 2,889 people, representing 729 families, have already been evacuated from their homes. These evacuations began at 1600 hours on January 6th and involved residents from 3 villages located within the 6-kilometer radius permanent danger zone around the volcano's crater. And look, there are more 300... No, wait, let me check this properly. There are 600 people from 39 families who left voluntarily, even though they live outside the danger zone and went to emergency shelters or stayed with friends and relatives. In total, as of 600 hours on January 7th, 3,476 people, 952 families, had been displaced according to a report from the Disaster Response Operations Monitoring and Information Center, DROMIC. Evacuations were concentrated mainly in 6 areas: Tobacco City, where 1,181 people left their homes, Malilipot, with 1,193 people, and then Kamalig, Ligao, Guinabatan, and Daraga. Military troops, police, and disaster mitigation teams worked together to help these families move to 13 government-administered evacuation shelters. And you might be wondering, but why do these people live so close to such a hazardous volcano? It's a fair question, you know. The reality is complicated. Thousands of Filipinos live in dangerous places out of pure economic necessity. They've built their lives, their farms, their businesses on Mayan's fertile slopes over generations. Governor Rosal assured that relief supplies and basic needs for evacuees can be sustained even if evacuations last months. He explained there's a well-established coordination between local government units, the province, and the national government through the Department of Social Welfare and Development, DSWD, the Department of Public Works and Highways, and other national agencies. Regarding concerns about water and sanitation in evacuation centers, Rosal said contingency measures are ready, including deployment of the Bureau of Fire Protection and installation of large water containers and sanitary facilities. Classes at all levels have been suspended in schools in the affected areas. Entry into the 6-kilometer permanent danger zone is strictly prohibited. There are warnings against unsupervised entry into the extended danger zone as well. Monitoring is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Five Volks maintains constant vigilance through its live video transmission at the agency's headquarters, in addition to seismic instruments, GPS, tilt meters, thermal cameras, and gas measurements. Coordination between the provincial government, local government units, and national agencies is active. Evacuation drills had already been conducted previously, so communities know what to do. And perhaps most importantly, there's clear and consistent communication with the public through regular Five Volks bulletins. After studying all this data in the last few hours, here's what I can tell you responsibly. The situation at Mount Mayan is serious and deserves attention, but it's not a reason for panic.
Anyway, I hope everyone's like safe in that area. If you're anywhere near there, it's best to just evacuate to a relative and not wait for disaster.
All right, so the Honey lawsuit is happening once again. The actual class action lawsuit against Honey did get dismissed, but it is now back on. Megalag was talking to Ryan Hudson, which is one of the co-founders of Honey. The conversation started off very cordial, and it started off nice enough, and then it started escalating to Ryan being like, hey, what's your full name and your mailing address? Because I want to send you some certified mail. And that certified mail is obviously going to be him serving Megalag his own lawsuit and basically being like, yeah, you can't be talking about Honey like this, and you can't be talking about Pi ad blocker, which Megalag has mentioned in his new video. So Ryan Hudson is essentially trying to silence Megalag and stop him from talking about Honey, and it's getting to the point where Honey themselves had actually gotten a lawsuit dismissed. So despite the fact that Megalag had essentially proven that Honey was being scummy and scamming people's affiliate link commissions and just scamming their normal users as well, illegally tracking them. I mean, Megalag did so much research and he put so much work into his videos. Ryan made a super mega thread basically saying that Megalag lied about everything. He showed some images of his own and tried to basically directly dispute the video, and they got into it in the DMs a little bit. But then Ryan made a tweet on November 25, 2025. Can't believe that it's already 2026. But anyways, he said, update, case dismissed. And he linked a link that just shows that the Honey lawsuit in general has gotten fully dismissed. So despite the fact that Megalag had made a video proving that PayPal was sniping away affiliate link commissions, proving that they were doing illegal tracking, and proving so many other shady things that Honey and PayPal in general were doing, the lawsuit did actually end up getting dismissed. And post lawsuit, Megalag actually got silenced by PayPal themselves when they tried to stop Megalag from uploading his video on Patreon and kind of YouTube in general. Shout out to the writer of this article, Lewis, but he made a nice convenient timeline for us to actually follow what's been going on since Megalag made his first video. So it all started in October 2012, where Ryan Hudson and George basically created the Honey browser extension. October 2017, the earliest documented selective stand down system code appears in Honey version 10.5.2. Then in January 2020, the big event happens. PayPal acquires Honey for $4 billion, and that's when the extension started blowing up in terms of advertising. They started pushing advertising heavy on YouTube. You guys know this. Everybody and their mama started pushing Honey on their YouTube videos. They were getting actual...
Oh, no wonder. Now it explains everything. It explains why PayPal got mixed into this scandal. It's because PayPal, in a way, owns Honey.
After 9.5 years with the company. And then December 22, 2024 is when Megalag first started that investigation. He made his first video where he exposed Honey's affiliate link diversion practices. And then a week later, a bunch of content creators got together, including actual lawyers like Legal Eagle, and they filed the initial class action lawsuit over affiliate commission practices. A lot of YouTubers were involved in this. A lot of people were like, you know what, PayPal, you guys are full of crap, and we are going to make sure that we get our money back and make sure that you guys can't do this to the regular consumers anymore. And then November 7th, federal court denies PayPal's motion to compel arbitration. After that, the court actually dismisses the first amended complaint with leave to amend due to standing issues. And then the plaintiffs, the people trying to sue PayPal, actually filed a second amended consolidated class action complaint with detailed merchant contracts. So they basically added more evidence to their lawsuit, and that's pretty much where we are right now. So basically the lawsuit did end up getting dismissed, and Ryan, with a little shit-eating grin on his face, was like, yep, the case has been dismissed. And Megalag replied cryptically and said, we'll see about that. And so before we get into the actual new lawsuit and everything like that, I've got to admit, and I've said this in, multiple videos where I've talked about Honey and talked about it on live streams as well, it's really strange to me that this time around, it seems like people didn't care about this whole situation that much. This guy is launching an investigation into PayPal and Honey, and he made all of these comprehensive videos that do an extremely good job explaining the situation. The first video blew up, everybody talked about it, and now a year later when he's continuing the investigation, it seems like it didn't make as much noise this time, despite the fact that, you know, Streisand effect, which is the effect where when you try to silence somebody, then usually the situation gets bigger. He was having trouble uploading this video because PayPal was stopping him from uploading the video, claiming that he was leaking some of their confidential code or something like that, when in reality he wasn't, and that's why the video is able to be up right now. A billion-dollar corporation, multi-billion-dollar corporation, is trying to silence this one YouTuber, and it seems like people aren't rallying behind this guy to try to help him out, or at least not as much as they did the first time. Shout out to people like my man Critical. I know he made a video talking about it, and he basically gave it the due diligence that it deserves, and he is, you know, the heavy hitter on YouTube when it comes to commentary topics anyway, so I'm glad that at least he discussed this. But yeah, like I said, it just seems like the whole YouTube community in general, they don't seem to really give a shit this time around. I don't know if it's just like an out of sight, out of mind situation where a lot of people don't even know that Megalag is going ahead and uploading more videos on Honey, but just as a content creator, right, seeing somebody get like silence like this in terms of lawsuits and getting threatened to be sued over and over again, and you can't even upload this video onto YouTube and stuff like that, it really makes me feel for him, and I'm like, damn man, we gotta help this guy out. But anyways, the content creators did file a second comprehensive amended complaint on January 5th, where they basically added a bunch of details that will help strengthen their case against PayPal. For example, they provided specific merchant contract terms and detailed evidence of commission theft that directly addresses the standing issues that led to the November 21, 2025 dismissal. They showed some exact commission percentages and qualifying link definitions that PayPal's Honey browser extension allegedly violated. And now there are more people that have joined this lawsuit as well, and they're basically going to be like, yeah, you know, PayPal screwed us over and we're going to make sure we hold them accountable. These content creators claim PayPal systematically interfered with their contractual relationships and stole affiliate commissions worth potentially tens of millions of dollars. And they were just going into the fact that they were doing affiliate link poaching, basically giving these content creators their affiliate links and being like, yeah, you guys are going to get the commission for this sale, when in reality, Honey and PayPal in general are just going to snipe it at the last second, so the content creators don't actually get anything. And they were also going into the fact that Honey was secretly violating their privacy as well. According to the filing, when consumers download Honey, the installation process grants the extension permissions to query and modify cookies, observe and analyze web traffic, execute scripts, store consumer data, and schedule periodic code execution. This was something that Megalag had proved in his second video, where he was talking about some accounts from some Honey users where they were essentially tracking everything that he would do. They would go ahead and track his searches, they would go ahead and see what types of things that he was looking up in terms of products, they would go ahead and see other products that he would buy even when he wouldn't apply a Honey coupon. They were seeing him, you know, trying to book hotel rooms and everything. Like, they were completely violating this guy's privacy just because of the Honey extension. And it was getting to the point where obviously the average consumer doesn't even know that all this type of stuff is happening until Megalag made his video talking about it. Another thing that Megalag had proven that he was talking about is that Honey would put like affiliate coupons and all this crap on websites that weren't even participating with Honey or being partnered with them, and they would essentially bully the websites to partner with Honey, because Honey would just go ahead and like snoop into their website code and take away all these like coupons anyways that the websites didn't give them access to. So in terms of like the whole privacy stalking thing that the Honey extension was doing, the cookie contains the affiliate marketer's affiliate ID and logs the consumer's purchasing activity to ensure proper commission attribution. But they also inject themselves into the last click during the consumer's checkout process, so they basically pocket all the affiliate commission. According to the complaint, which again, Megalag did prove this in his video, when a consumer engages with Honey in any way, even if only to view discounts or click the got it button on a pop-up message, then they basically secretly create a hidden tab, an iframe, or refresh that reloads a merchant's website with the Honey's own affiliate link. This was carefully designed to just take away all of the affiliate commission. This was like some slimy ass shit. The way that they were able to do this, and this is why they were able to get away with this for so many years, is because they were doing it in a very secretive way, in a very calculated way. And for the people who keep saying that Megalag has some sort of agenda against Honey or something like that, other content creators are saying the same thing, where they're saying that they've lost commission by using Honey. Consumers were clicking.
We have a raid in trouble from.
Consumers made purchases without Honey activated. Justin.
Oh, it's gone. Okay, I wasn't able to read the name because it's gone. Anyway, thank you for the raid.
Providing the initial referral that brought consumers to the merchant's website. And this does go against industry standards. You can't just do this whole cookie stuffing thing that PayPal tries to do. And this has led to a bunch of content creators ending their partnership with Honey, Linus Tech Tips being one.
So basically, PayPal, who owns Honey, they're doing something
60 sponsored segments
shady, and they got exposed.
And obviously,
and then what did PayPal do?
Rapidly lose users.
They were preventing the guy exposing PayPal and their Honey.
They have lost millions of
from
because of Megalag's video. So
creating content about it, I guess.
Talking about this,
something like that.
kind of like
Wow.
battle, and this could take years for this to actually get solved. But yeah, like I said, my other video talking about this, Megalag needs our help. He is trying to go up against a multi-billion-dollar organization, and I'm kind of baffled that this time around people don't seem to care about this too much. But hey, as a YouTube community, we should try to stand united and try to help out a fellow YouTuber when he's going up against a massive company. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are on the situation in the comments. Please leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe.
It says that YouTube is demonetizing AI. That is kind of ironic because YouTube is using AI in moderating their platform. So how can you ban AI when you yourself is using AI? It doesn't make sense. Shouldn't YouTube ban themselves for using AI? Okay, I'm going to check out this video from Viva La Dirt League. Ah, it's D&D. Okay. I'm not interested in their D&D content, but I'm interested in their D&D parody content. I'm not interested in them playing D&D, actually playing D&D. I find it really not fun to watch. But there are other content like Epic NPC Man, the other skits like the PUBG skits, the board skits, and the other skits. I find those very entertaining, but not their D&D hour-long content. I'm not going to watch an hour of people playing D&D. The WNBA season cancelled. Okay, owners lock out players. Okay, let's take a look at this. Because this is just stupid. The players are asking for money the league doesn't have, because the league for 30 years, the league hasn't made any money. So, yeah. Maybe the players should be playing or paying the league for letting them play basketball on TV. Okay, let's take a look at this.
Chat, they are done with the games and the back and forth. It looks like the owners are about to lock this thing.
2 weeks. The WNBA
Okay, so he's saying that there will be a lockout, but in another video that I watched,
that's not
it said that the owners are not going to lock the players out.
And what we're looking at right now is the
Okay, so the thing is, which is which? I guess we'll just have to wait. We'll have to wait and see what really happens.
Confirming what insiders have been whispering for days, the league received the union's counter-proposal around December 23rd. And since then, radio silence, no counter-offer, no conference call, not even an acknowledgement. The owners have checked out of this conversation completely.
Players are seeking a salary cap of over $10 million and 30% of league revenue. We already know the owner said, "Bruh, doing something like this will cause them to lose
What revenue? The league is not making any revenue.
Let's get into this article, man. This is by Annie Constable. Shout out to you. Let's get into it. A little more than 48 hours ahead.
Here's what the players are asking for. A salary cap of $10.5 million and 30% of gross revenue. To put that in perspective, the current salary cap sits at $1.5 million. So we're talking about a 7-fold increase. The average salary would jump from around $50,000 to over $30,000. Under this proposal, maximum contracts would hit $1.3 million initially.
They don't realize, or I'm pretty sure they know about it. They're just acting stupid. The WNBA, everyone knows. Everyone who is into NBA or basketball or sports knows that the WNBA is a subsidized league, which means that it's losing money, but it's able to operate because the NBA is giving the league, the WNBA, money to operate. Oh my goodness. So without the NBA money, the WNBA wouldn't exist.
They haven't responded.
But for some weird reason, the players don't understand that fact.
To be extended this.
Yeah. Imagine getting paid to do the thing you love to do, and that is playing basketball.
And this is where the
I wish someone would offer something like that to me. Pay me money to just do what I do or do what I enjoy doing, and that is live streaming games or live streaming.
Over the duration of the CBA.
I wouldn't complain how much it is. I'm going to accept it, and
that's a non-starter.
I'll be very, very appreciative and thankful.
The NBA for its entire existence. We're talking about a league that's never turned a profit, being asked to commit to losses that would dwarf anything they've experienced before. Yes, 2024 brought record ratings and attendance thanks largely to the Caitlin Clark effect. But one good year doesn't erase decades of red ink. And it certainly doesn't justify betting $750 million that the momentum continues.
Losses for the league and its teams over the duration of the CBA, according to that report. They're not doing it. They're not doing a $10.5 million salary cap with 30. It's not happening. Caitlin Clark talked about compromise. Where's the compromise coming from, y'all? You've heard a lot of chatter about what we're asking for is not sustainable for the business, Nafisa Collier said during an Unrivaled broadcast Monday. Being on this side with Unrivaled, I know what it takes to run a sustainable business. Respectfully, y'all doing 3-on-3 in the same.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room. The players authorized a strike back in November with a 98% yes vote on 93% participation. That's an overwhelming mandate. But here's what's interesting about the current situation. The owners are the ones who've stopped responding, which means if there's a work stoppage, it's going to be a lockout initiated by ownership, not a strike called by the players. That distinction matters. A lockout sends a very different message than a strike. When players strike, they're the ones walking away from the table. When owners lock out, they're saying we're done accommodating unrealistic demands. It's a power move. And based on the timeline, based on the silence from ownership, based on everything we're seeing, that's exactly where this is headed.
Chartered flights, y'all not traveling all around the world, paying for all these bigger rings. Y'all not doing all of that, man. Stop. Y'all playing 3-on-3 in the same gym every day. No disrespect, it's cool. I'm glad everybody's making their money. I hope everybody get their money and stay healthy. But it's not the same thing. Stop it. Just stop, man. And at the same time, y'all talking about partnering with the WNBA, but you constantly taking shots. This is part of the reason they probably ain't responding to your ass for 2 weeks.
Now let's address the unrivaled situation, because it's relevant here. Kelsey Plum went on an unrivaled broadcast on Monday and said, quote, "You've heard a lot of chatter about what we're asking for is not sustainable for the business. Being on this side with Unrivaled, I know what it takes to run a sustainable business." She's using Unrivaled's existence as proof that the WNBA's financial concerns are overblown. But that comparison doesn't hold up under scrutiny. Unrivaled is 3-on-3 basketball in the same gym every single day. No travel costs beyond getting players to Miami initially. No arena rentals in 12 different cities. No chartered flights crisscrossing the country for 40 games. No massive operational overhead. They've got 6 courts in one facility and they're rotating games. The business model is completely different. Acting like running Unrivaled for 1 year proves the WNBA can afford a $10.5 million salary cap. Is comparing apples to aircraft carriers.
Deal, those numbers will climb to almost $2,780,000 respectively. So at the end of the day, man, the owners have checked out. They said, listen, man, we done with the games. We're done with the back and forth. They haven't responded for 2 weeks. The owners haven't responded to these ladies for 2 weeks. They after all of these talks, 2 extensions later, y'all are still talking about 30% of the revenue, $10.5 million.
Here's what's not being talked about enough.
I think that was like gross revenue, you know, before expenses. That is insane.
Both sides agreed to push it back. And
if it's gross revenue before expenses, not net revenue, that is insane.
They were already frustrated.
They're asking for 100% of the net revenue. So if I was the owner of the team,
what the league had offered, and now
why would I run a business like that?
That tells you everything about.
Unless, of course, it's a charity. But then again, even charities. Have you heard that the CEO of Red Cross gets paid hundreds of millions of dollars every year? Oh my God! And that is a charity.
Negotiating table.
So every time you donate to Red Cross, you're giving millions.
Wanted his influence.
To the CEO alone.
Make their demands possible. But Silver has made it clear through his absence that this is the WNBA's problem to solve, not the NBA.
Move on with the rookies. Caitlin Clark, the rookie contract players, the Sonia Citrons, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese's. Bring in the draft picks, Olivia Miles.
What I would do if I was like an NBA team owner, since there is no restriction in making a female player play on the NBA, I will, you know, since Caitlin is not playing, I will get Caitlin on the team just to add, you know, viewers and ticket buyers.
So what happens if we hit January 9th without a deal?
And then I would put her in maybe during a blowout.
Kicking the can down the road again. But given the owner's silence, that seems unlikely. Why would they extend when they're not even engaging with the current proposal? Second, we could enter.
And also because she's a female, the male players won't be too hard on her, unless of course the male player are assholes.
That gives ownership some leverage, because it forces the players to make the first move toward a work stoppage. Third,
and if that happens, Caitlin will be the first female basketball NBA player in history. That would be amazing. I don't know why they haven't considered that. You know, they know the value of Caitlin Clark. She brings in millions of viewers.
On Fox, nothing. Nobody's talking about.
Again, if I was I'm
keeping it real.
Now that they're having problems with the WNBA,
The numbers is low.
Is there
Really checking for it.
anything stopping a team owner in getting the services of Caitlin Clark?
They have not responded.
Again, there is no rule in the NBA that it's exclusive to men.
It's about to be a lockout. Get down in the comments and let me know what you think. This is Keep the Vision. Make sure you like, comment.
Obviously, she won't be competitive in the NBA, but
the 2026 draft.
The goal is to bring in just viewers and interest and viewers. I said viewers again. And you won't even let her play. Well, you let her play, but during blowouts and non-important games.
Players like Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, Cameron Brink, they're already under contract. The draft picks coming in April. Players like Olivia Miles, Kiki Iriafen, Lauren Betts, they'd be signing new rookie deals. The question becomes, can the league operate with just rookies and players still under contract? Legally, maybe. Practically, that's a different question. You'd have rosters full of first and second year players, massive talent disparities between teams, and a product that looks nothing like what fans expect. But if the owners are truly done negotiating, if they're willing to let this play out, replacement players and rookies might be exactly what we get. And here's the uncomfortable truth that nobody wants to say out loud. The WNBA's ratings explosion in 2024 was driven almost entirely by one player. Caitlin Clark's games averaged 1.
Exactly. Caitlin Clark is ratings magnet. So if there is an NBA team owner out there, why are you guys not getting the services of Caitlin Clark? What's stopping you?
The ones who've supported the league for years.
Unless, of course, there is some kind of rule
but the new
or regulations that preventing a team owner from recruiting or getting the services of Caitlin Clark. Again, if I was a team owner, if I was the owner of the Lakers or any NBA team,
you've got veteran players who've sacrificed, who've played over.
And I think the Indiana Fever, they have an NBA counterpart. Isn't that the Pacers? Why not bring Caitlin Clark from the Fevers to the Pacers? That will bring in massive viewers and increase your female audience.
It's about revenue and expenses and whether the math works. And right now, the math doesn't work. The league brought in
and you don't play her as a point guard because
$2,000 to $250 million based on available.
The men will destroy her.
For 30% of growth.
You play her as an off guard,
Talking about roughly $25 million.
Someone who just stands around and wait for the ball and then shoots
the players also want.
3-pointers.
Improved facilities, the housing stipends, the fertility benefits, all the other asks, and you're spending more than you're making. The players would argue that's a short-term problem, that investing in them now will grow the league faster, that you have to spend money to make money. And there's logic to that, but it's asking the owners to gamble hundreds of millions of dollars on that theory. And these aren't NBA owners with unlimited cash to burn. These are WNBA team owners who've been losing money for years, who've stuck with the league out of belief in its potential, who've finally seen some light at the end of the tunnel, and who are now being asked to drive deeper into debt on the promise that it'll pay off eventually. Can you blame them for saying no? Can you blame them for looking at a proposal that would cost them $700 million and just walking away from the table? Because that's happened here. They haven't countered, they haven't negotiated, they've just stopped talking. And when someone stops talking in a negotiation, it means they've already decided the answer is no. The tragedy here is that both sides probably want the same thing ultimately. They want a thriving WNBA that's financially sustainable and pays players well. But they're so far apart on how to get there, and neither side seems willing to bridge that gap. The players see compromise as accepting less than they deserve. The owners see the players' demands as financial suicide. And now we're 48 hours from a deadline with no deal in sight, and one side refusing to even respond. What happens next? If I'm handicapping this, I'd say there's a 70% chance of a lockout, 20% chance of a third extension with major concessions from the players, and 10% chance of a miraculous breakthrough. The owners hold all the leverage here. They can operate without the veterans if they have to. They can rebuild with rookies. It's not ideal, but it's possible. The players, on the other hand, they need the season to happen. Most of them can't afford to miss a year of salary. Some will go overseas, but that's not an option for everyone, especially players with families or injury concerns. So the pressure is on the union to blink first. And that might be exactly what the owners are counting on. By going silent, by refusing to engage, they're forcing the players to come back with something more realistic. It's hardball negotiation tactics. It's uncomfortable. It's going to make a lot of people angry, but it might be the only way to get a deal that actually works financially. The question for fans is, what do you want to see happen? Do you want the players to get everything they're asking for, even if it means the league loses massive amounts of money and potentially folds in a few years? Do you want the owners to hold firm, even if it means a lockout and a compromised 2026 season? Or do you want both sides to find middle ground, even though right now they seem miles apart? Because here's the reality. If this lockout happens, if the 2026 season is canceled, or played with replacement players, all that momentum from 2024 evaporates. The casual fans who just discovered the WNBA, because of Caitlin Clark, they're not going to stick around through a labor dispute. They'll move on to something else.
Yeah, I only got interested in the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark.
Prove it deserves.
This girl who is like...
That's what's at stake here. Not just money.
Someone who actually knows how to play basketball.
The entire future trajectory of women's professional basketball in America. And right now with two...
And she's not bad to watch. It's not because she's good looking, because she's actually not that good looking. It's that her basketball is good to watch. It's not painful to watch. Unlike with the other players, what are they doing? Why are they doing that? There is some sense and logic in how she plays. She's actually watchable.
Giannis just went from saying that he wanted out from Milwaukee to saying he'll never leave Milwaukee. Why? 2 words. Anthony Davis. Now, before you say that's crazy, listen to what just happened. Chris Haynes just reported that the Mavericks are shopping Anthony Davis after firing Nico Harrison. But here's what nobody's talking about. The Hawks didn't just trade Trae Young to rebuild. They did it for financial flexibility. Shams literally said it. They're going after another major salary, that being Anthony Davis. But the Hawks aren't alone. Remember when Giannis said this after losing 7 straight?
I just want to win. We've lost 7 in a row. I want to remember last time I lost 7 in a row.
That was 3 weeks ago. Now suddenly he wants to retire a Milwaukee Buck? The Bucks told him something, and that something has a name. And it gets even crazier. According to Sam Amick, every team in the East believes they can win it all if they get AD. We're talking Knicks, Heat, Celtics, Sixers. Everyone is making calls right now. But here's why the Bucks and the Hawks are the front.
Okay, so they are
Milwaukee has Giannis, and AD choosing the Bucks means
what do you call this? The term?
teams can offer what Dallas actually
They are trying to get a player that would only play a few games per season.
in the comment section. And make sure you're followed so we can keep you updated on the story. Giannis just went from saying that
And the few games the player will play won't even guarantee that will give them a win.
Chris Haynes just reported that the Mavericks are shopping.
So, for example, if this player played like maybe 30 games in the season,
trade Trae Young to rebuild. They did it.
it would be great if all those games were a win, but that's not a guarantee that all those 30 games that this player played will be winning games. I don't understand how all these things work. Okay, as if a player that gets injured like 80% of the time will suddenly stop getting injured just because he got traded to another team. That's not gonna happen.
Making calls right now. But here's why the Bucks and the Hawks are.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you met the cannibals from Far Harbor while being a cannibal yourself? Here is what happens if you don't have the cannibal perk.
Fresh meat crawling in from the fog. Don't care if it's Mirelurk or man.
Oh, dude, you're cannibals?
We survive.
So the main character is a bit shocked to find out that they are cannibals. But what happens if you are a cannibal too? What will the sole survivor say then? To test this, before going to the cannibal's house, I completed several quests to level up and fully upgrade the cannibal perk. Before going to the cannibals, I decided to use the perk once, just to make sure the game counted me as a cannibal. After I had a good meal, I went to the abandoned house where the trappers live. I got closer to them, and this is how our conversation went.
Fresh meat crawling in from the fog. Don't care if it's Mirelurk or man.
I understand. I get the cravings too. Maybe we can help each other. I'm just looking for a man with white hair.
Yes, we can help you. We found him, dragged him here, had our fill. But you're here. What's left is yours. Now go. Don't come back.
Have you ever wondered what would happen?
I was just kidding. I would never join the inner circle. It's a stupid group. You have nothing that I want. Except for that.
Lawyer's reaction.
You come here. Ooh. Hey. Girl, my kid. Oh, his kid in there.
When you apply the law to the facts of this case, nothing can negate the fact that it was the father who left the child in the car, which means it's the father who exposed his child to the risk of a potential harm that could occur. But none of that negates the fact that a tow truck company has a legal obligation to check the car before they tow it. And you can clearly see in the video that the driver swooped in, took the car, and left. The thing about child neglect is that it doesn't have to be intentional, but a negligent disregard for the safety of the child is enough to find this tow truck driver guilty of child neglect.
My dad used to play a ton of chess, and then at some point where I was already a lot better than him, he played a certain opening as white, and I told him I quit.
Game of chess. Whenever I play a game of chess back in the day, I would have a headache, and then
I'm one of the best players in the world.
It will turn into a fever.
That's lying. I used it with.
That's why I stopped playing chess.
If that variation has a name,
It is
play it afterwards as well.
playing chess literally fries my brain.
Must be pretty proud of that. He is very proud. My dad used to play a ton of chess.
So, thinking that Nintendo's going to go all out for the 40th of Zelda is lunacy at this point. And I'm trying to reverse psychology in my brain because maybe Nintendo will prove us wrong. I don't think.
We all knew that Superman was moving on in DCKO, but now let's talk about how Captain Atom, the jobber to end all jobbers, got, well, jobbed. Because before they even got matched up, Superman and Captain Atom were at each other's throats. This is because during the initial elimination of round 1, Captain Atom eliminated Supergirl by taking Psycho Pirate's mask away from her. So when the Heart of Apocalypse is picking its combatants for round 2, it notices the animosity between these two combatants. So it chooses Captain Atom and Superman to fight one another in a best 2 out of 3. And when the fight starts, Captain Atom goes in and starts swinging for the fences, letting out a bit of a secret grudge along the way. Cause in the middle of giving Superman left hooks filled with red sun energy and uppercuts filled with kryptonite radiation, he mentions that this ass beating that he's given him right now is for all of the times that Superman overlooked him, for all of the times that he was in danger and never looked for him, giving Captain Atom the first win of the contest by draining Superman of all of his yellow sun radiation, causing Superman to turn to dust. And when he reforms, Superman is pissed. So pissed that when it comes to round 2 and the Heart of Apocalypse is like, choose your next form for battle, Superman chooses Superman Prime, which if you don't know, is the version of Superman who sat in the sun after everyone that he cared about passed away. He did this because Captain Atom was going to choose the Monarch, his time-traveling counterpart, which was kind of like a god. But unfortunately, the Monarch was nothing for Superman Prime, because the minute that Superman chooses that form, he flies out into space and uses his cold breath to put the sun out, causing the Monarch to freeze before Superman, resulting in Superman's win. Now as for the third round, when they're picking who they're gonna be, Captain Atom decides to combine every single version of himself and essentially shatter the space-time continuum, to the point of where the fight between Superman and Captain Atom looks like it's happening in some sort of weird liminal space, with Captain Atom taking literal memories of himself and trying to hit Superman with them. And when Superman manages to withstand every single attack, Captain Atom then gathers all of his energy to create something known as an origin bomb. And when he hits Superman with it, instead of winning, Moron doesn't realize that he hit him with an origin bomb, so Superman just lost his one major weakness. And instead, Superman left his fight with Captain Atom with Captain Atom's superpowers. We all knew that Superman was moving on in
That is sick looking Superman outfit, you know, the platinum colored costume. That is sick.
While some companies are launching AI anime girl hologram assistants, other companies are actually dialing back their AI marketing. This is great news. At CES, which
bit by bit, creative imagination began to build a new art form. Makes me feel I belong to something.
all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go.
Okay, so the entire page just became white. It turned white.
So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way.
Review Tech USA trailers to beat up detractors. That is so stupid.
So will I feel it again? I just don't know.
How is he going to beat up anyone when he doesn't even go outside? And obviously he doesn't know where these people are. What if the person was in China? Is he going to China? Is he's going to do that? What if the person, the detractor, is in well, in another country? Is he going to spend money and do a crime in another country?
Reason to call you up late at night, and we know it's for the best. I won't put up a fight, cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go.
Ah, look at that. Europe is revolt over EU decision. Really? The Europe in revolt over EU decision. So does it mean that Europe itself, the people, are not agreeing with what the what I would call the neo-Nazis? There was a meme saying that, you know, the Nazis, they didn't really lose, they just changed their name into the EU. I'm not seeing anything new here. They're all old videos. Okay, so this was three days ago. Let's go watch this fake speedruns. Okay, fake speedruns from Carl Jobs. By the way, he lost his lawsuit. Yeah, because he was getting sued for defamation, and his defense was copyright infringement, something like that. I don't know. He messed up. Okay, he messed up.
Hello, you absolute legends. Last month, I released a video titled, "This cheated speedrun is so bad, I lost brain cells," where I covered the amazingly terrible fake speedrun by the player Exotic Alec. In his case, he submitted a speedrun to a Logitech speedrun competition where one of the prizes required you to finish a time ending in 8.88. The only problem is that unbeknownst to Logitech at the time, ending with those decimals wasn't possible due to the fact that Counter-Strike 2 runs at exactly 64 ticks per second. And after getting frustrated at not being able to accomplish this challenge, Exotic Alec decided to cheat by editing the final timer. Unfortunately, he did a terrible job. His subpar video editing was quickly spotted by other players and he was promptly banned. His 8 moved all over the place, it appeared in front of his hand, the size was all over the shop, just to name a few of his mistakes. And at the end of my video, I offered the public a challenge. I asked you, the viewers, to try and fix Exotic Alec's fake speedrun. This was a difficult challenge because viewers didn't get access to the original footage, only the altered footage, so you had to overcome the fake speedrun's already existing terrible editing. Honestly, I didn't know how people would perform. I didn't know if the deficiencies were even possible to fix. But I did receive a ton of responses. You guys truly went above and beyond my expectations. So today, I'm going to take a look at what people were able to achieve and see just how good you all were at making this terribly crafted fake speedrun look believable. Now, I must warn you, I'm not going to be sugarcoating my assessments. If your work sucks, I'm going to tell you. But I do also appreciate fine art, and I have been known to dish out a compliment or two when exposed to high competency. So if you do a good job, I might even say something nice. And of course, we even received a lot of obligatory meme posts, which were pretty epic as well. So let's see how people did. I really hope you enjoy. You see this chair? I've used this chair for years and it sucks. I'm serious. After sitting on this chair for hours...
Oh my goodness. If you think if that chair sucks and you still have it, how about giving it to me? I will gladly accept it, and of course you're also going to pay for the custom because the custom tax for that thing is gonna be the value of that thing as well.
Which really hurts.
Yeah. Give it to me, come on. Come on, Carl. Give it to me.
FlexiSpot. FlexiSpot's ergonomic chairs are amazing. The cushioning is fantastic, the lumbar and head support is superb, everything is adjustable, and best of all, they allow my shoulders to fully relax back and sit in a healthy position. I'm serious when I say everything is adjustable, which is important because not everyone's body and posture is the same, which is especially important for me. The quality of my life has increased dramatically with the FlexiSpot C7 Max chair because I do spend so long in front of my computer. Now, after working long sessions, I'm no longer hating life. FlexiSpot chairs are incredible. They offer a 30-day return policy and a 10-year warranty. Depending on your budget, you can also check out the C5 range, which is a bit cheaper but still totally legit, or you can go all out and sit like a king in the C7 Morpher. Just click my link in the description and use the code C750 to get $50 off in the C7 range. Now, before we begin, there is one thing I need to admit. I know hardly anything about video editing. My videos usually just involve a fade transition between clips, so I'm basically a noob, which explains why so many people were calling out the fact that I was almost certainly wrong in how I thought Exotic Alec faked his timer. I thought he had to go frame by frame, putting the 8 in the correct position. After the video, Exotic Alec reached out to me and explained exactly how he did it. Unfortunately, because his fake was so long ago, he had already deleted the video file itself, but he did show me the project file, and he did use keyframes, though he said he only spent about 5 minutes on it and just uploaded it without really checking the result. He didn't even know all of the problems I pointed out existed, which is pretty funny. Importantly, I should also acknowledge that he seemed genuinely apologetic and says that he has learned a valuable lesson. I mean, there is no way he could have predicted that after spending 5 minutes cheating on a speedrun in some random Logitech competition, that 6 months later he'd be getting blasted in front of hundreds of thousands of people. That must be pretty jarring, and he seemed to take it pretty well. Now onto the viewer submissions. The main issue to fix is that pesky 8 that is moving all over the place. But we also have to fix the 8 appearing over the hand and masking it properly. So in this video I'll be focusing on those two particular issues. The first submission is from Kabalyero. The masking of the 8 is pretty good, but I can definitely see the 8 still moving around a bit, and there are times I can still see that the size of the 8 is different from the one next to it. Overall, it's pretty decent. I would have given this a B. However, I'm going to be penalizing people very heavily for doing the cardinal sin of lowering the frame rate. The original video was 60 frames per second, and Kubil's video is rendered at 30 frames per second. This means he has half the frames he has to fix, which in my opinion is cheating. So the score goes from a B down to a C-. Sorry Kubil, I don't make the rules, so don't blame me. Next is Fed's Base. The 8 looks pretty good. I can see some slight movement, but this would probably go unnoticed just based on the size and placement. But oh no, Fed's Base, what is this? You were doing so well until this frame. Even I did a better job. We can also see the 8 overlapping the gun as well. Clearly your strength is the keyframing and not the masking. This is heartbreaking. I'm going to have to give you a D+, just because the 8 interfering with the hand was such a core component, and I think it's way easier to fix than the motion tracking. What happened, man? This is really disappointing. Next up is WK Wavy.
Nice work. I gotta build something really quick. There it is, there it is. Let's go.
If everybody had a nose across the U.S.
Okay, here we do have some slight issues with the timer, including accidentally showing multiple 8s at random times and at random locations. Some would argue this is even more obviously faked than the original. However, and this is where I have to give credit, the dance number at the end works as a very good distraction from the otherwise obvious flaws. So I like the creative problem solving here. The music and the dancing draw attention away from the inconsistent size of the 8s, which might ultimately make this speedrun passable to some people. I give this a B-. Next is Raharu. I literally have no idea what's going on. Previously, I docked points for lowering the frame rate to 30 FPS, but this combination of lowering the frame rate and the bit rate is genius. It is so unintelligible that it's impossible to tell if this speedrun is fake. I'm rating this a 6.9 out of 10. Next, we have Mr. J Speed. Okay, well, this one looks pretty good at normal speed, but let's see it in slow motion. This looks really nice. Hard to see any noticeable flaws. But
oh my goodness, this is funny.
Because the burger is partially obscuring the webcam, and it's imperative we see the full webcam at all times so we can sync up the hand movements with what's happening on screen. So unfortunately, I'm downgrading this one to an A-. Next up, we have S23N Videos.
So without looking at you do that, though, so like, you remember how the
That one is funny as well. Oh my goodness, it turned into a D5.51, which was an impossible score in that particular game.
Rogers framed this way. Is this a budget commercial? Seriously, is this a budget sponsored interview? The truck in the background is taking up most of the screen time. I need answers here. In any case, next time I need to rent a truck, I know who to call. Next up is this person.
Nice work.
Honestly, this one looks pretty good. The masking is really nice, the 8 looks great. I think this is the best we've seen. But what's the deal with this weird coloring on the 8s for a few frames? On the original version, that weird coloring only happened on one 8. But in this version, the weird coloring happens on both 8s. It's kind of hard to see because of the low quality, but in the original video, the player has a crosshair, which you can see easily against a white background. And that's why on this frame, the coloring on the corner of the 8 darkens, because the crosshair is appearing over the 8, therefore affecting the color. But because there is only one crosshair, this darkening should only appear on one 8, which indicates this is more than just motion tracking. This appears appears to be copying the 8 next to it on every frame as well, which is kind of smart because it keeps the sizing consistent, but now you've introduced this double crosshair anomaly that shouldn't exist. It makes it obvious that the fake 8 is just a copy. Plus, you've lowered the frame rate to 30, so you automatically get a C-. Next up is Gonna Do Stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, not the best masking we've seen. It definitely looks a bit sketch. Also, due to the matching color of the 8, I know you've just copied it again. You've got to mix it up. Also again, only 30 FPS. Come on guys, I'm looking for magic. I'm looking for the perfect fake. I want something I can show my son when he grows up and say, son, you see this fake speedrun? I was there, man. I was there when it happened. This right here is what humans are capable of. And if someone can make a fake this good, maybe one day you can be president. And he did. He grew up and became president. President of the world. That's how good this fake was. Okay, K plus 87, no pressure. Make me and my son proud.
You come highly recommended, Mr. West.
Okay, so I had to go and stop here because now the fake speedrun submissions are using commercial content, which I'm not gonna show. Okay, don't want to get any violations in YouTube. Okay, anyway, this is a very interesting video, and it made me laugh seeing the the sexy dancing ladies. Okay, anyway, I'm going to stop here and look at or watch other content or videos.
November, you and I flights to wherever. I don't mind as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you.
Okay, over here we have the end of mukbang. Why is AI ending mukbang videos? Let's take a look at this one.
And Dearest sends in $5 to say, I've seen shorts where AI was used to dub over real people. AI could have changed the truth of originals. AI will break trust. Authentic. Yeah, well, this is in authentic media. Well, this is where they're talking about where celebrities and certain other dignitaries and other people are kind of concerned about this, and they should be. They should have been worried about this a long time ago. But now they're a little late to the game. But yeah, like Andre said, he's already been duped by a video that he thought was Jordan Peterson, and now he realizes, oh, all that shit that I just heard him say, that's not even Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
none of it is probably true.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
another one I noticed is the ads. Have you guys noticed these AI ads where they're the people and the whole thing is completely AI generated?
Okay, they're going to take a look at AI videos, I think.
Yeah,
let's see.
When you were talking about YouTubers being scraped, the bigger fear is that they're going to be duplicating people like Critical Drinker. They're not going to be duplicating small channels like myself.
No, and that's what I was getting at.
Well, actually, this is something, because here's the thing. We were already duplicated by way of people just straight out taking our videos and re-uploading them as our own.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
old
a new version of that is going to be creating, if you have a brand, why wouldn't someone create new videos using your brand and take the commercial revenue for themselves? What can you do to stop it?
Like everything else, there is good uses, or there are gonna be people who will use AI responsibly, and there are people who are going to use AI irresponsibly.
It's true, but Linus Tech Tips, things like that, massive channels like that, those are prime for being duplicated.
And like it's funny because it's almost like they're cutting off their nose to spite their face.
Well, that's
with
my
some of
point.
these larger creators, because they make a lot of money off of things like Friday Night Tights and the Critical Drinker, open bar and stuff like that. YouTube pulls in 30% of what those shows bring in, and they bring in a lot.
It's not helpful for them in the long run to support AI content.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's to the point now where I mean, I know a lot of people have said to me, like, the money in YouTube is in live streaming right now.
The thing is, guys, AI is gonna be big, but it will wear off because eventually people will seek out handcrafted, handmade content.
That's how you build a channel.
That is just the reality of things. If you are an artist, you don't have to worry about AI taking your job if you're really good at it. Because even if there are AI generated images,
isn't it?
There is nothing that can replace the human imperfection.
Videos. As long as
if you're an artist, you're making art that is not perfect, and eventually people will find
half of those are
consumers, enthusiasts will find those imperfections in your art more valuable because it's gonna be unique. Okay, it's gonna be unique.
Feed where they actually do real commentary and have repurposed it with AI. It's getting tiresome. It's not
at first, for example, right now there are like a lot of hype with AI generated content because people are creating fan videos of Star Wars, Zelda, things like that, and they look really good, and people are excited about it because now they have like the ability to actually create the stories that they wanted to see and watch.
It's like a kink thing.
Well, I guess I don't know.
But eventually, the novelty of that will fade, and people will go back to, watching real people
that I want that in that strategy.
Performing on screen, performing on stage is a lot better. It's more personal, it's more human-like, and people will seek that. People will seek that. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Oh boy.
Have you got that recommendation from me?
Yeah.
Taxidermy, check it out.
I will.
I'm not watching that movie again.
But it was fun the first time you did see it, though.
Yeah, it was something. I'll tell you, creative.
Yeah. But no, because like you have all of these videos of these AI fat slobs wanting to get into Burger King and hijacking entire buffets and stuff like that. How's a real mukbang content creator supposed to compete with that?
So they're making AI videos now with people eating?
Yeah.
This is why RAM is $800 right now.
Not just people eating, but like real fat slobs, like fatties out of Judge Dredd, going completely nuts in narcissistic rages in buffets and stuff like that, wanting everything for themselves.
People should remember that AI is basically just a tool
that they're struggling
that make things easier.
Midnight Setch in the Morning, which streams live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at night.
For example, back in the day, I was like handwriting. The way I learned HTML is I would write it on a piece of paper. I would have a book on HTML and I would write the HTML code on paper. And then because I don't have a computer back then, and then I would go and rent a computer, and I will save the file. I will retype the code that I wrote on the piece of paper in Notepad, save it as an HTML file, and then run it in Netscape. That's how I learned how to write HTML back in the day. And it was very tedious because if you're going to update a site, you'll have to, go through each file. And then a few years later, Dreamweaver came along and made it's a what you see, what you get editor. But I only use the editor or the graphics interface or the WYSIWYG as a preview. I still do the HTML by typing it in, but this time it's much easier because now it can check if you didn't close a tag or things like that. And if you don't want to do manual coding, you can use the WYSIWYG and just lay out the entire page using that. So it made things easier. And then there are times then when I would use the WYSIWYG, lay out the page and then go in the HTML and clean out everything, which was a lot faster because you can just do a find and replace and you can easily clean out the HTML code to something more human-like. So those are just tools that eventually evolved into something else much better. So AI is also just a tool on how you use it. Yeah, sure, they're making images, but and they're getting very impressive in making images and even videos, but eventually the novelty of that will wear off and a new trend will appear. It's again back in the day when the internet became popular. You know what? Television was like, classic media was like not really happy about it. They said that the internet nothing will come out of the internet, but look at the internet now. And just like with the internet, it's good and it's bad based on how people used it or based on how people are using it. You can use the internet to spread your misinformation, and that is obviously not good. And you can also use the internet to search for actual information and facts that can increase your knowledge about things. But there are a lot of misinformation out there, my goodness. You'll need to learn how to filter out misinformation. Don't be fooled by certain people.
Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
Ooh. Okay, so the window turned white again. Why are you turning white?
I could make it last a little longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama. But I'm
I don't know why the browser is using 1 GB of RAM. I have only one browser tab open. That is very weird. RPG Maker MB is not using a lot of RAM. In fact, OBS Studios is using a lot. It's using more RAM.
only on from now. With frogs, cold night and the winter hot cold. Sorry that I fall away sometimes. Sorry that I fall away sometimes. Yeah, yeah. The end. About to end it all on the weekend. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Oh, oh, yeah. You don't really wanna know me. Hanging in the corner with a nosebleed. High on whatever they sold me. That's the old me, yeah. 6 years later trying to find me. Still trying to figure out the line piece. Looking for the love inside me.
Okay, so let's watch this WNB PA crash out on WNBA owners 30 tactics. Oh, okay, let's see. This I've already watched it.
I don't know. Don't know how I feel that way sometimes. Don't know how I feel that way sometimes. Yeah, yeah. The end. Think all we can say that on the weekend. Funny how I kinda like this life. Funny how I kinda like this life. Don't like this life.
Okay, let's take a look at the Viva La Dirt League's web. What is this? Oh, this was like 13 hours ago. Let's go check this out. So this is Viva La Dirt League. They do skits, and I think they're doing a PUBG skit this time. So I guess they're still playing PUBG.
Ben, are you serious?
Something just looks a bit, I don't know, different.
Yeah, maybe it's all the snowy landscape, Ben.
Ben, we just froze to death in a blizzard. No, I don't think it's that. Maybe it's nothing.
Grenade! Oh, Jesus. Okay, guys, that blue's gonna move any second. We need to get out of here.
You know what? I'll flank around them. Blue zone, safe zone.
Ben, no, wait, what are you doing? Ben, no, wait, the blue zone's one of the things that's changed. You need the new thermal suit.
Guys, I've worked it out. The blue zone, it's different.
Do we try to revive him? Or? Well, there's no coming back from that. Should we move out? Yep. Okay. Did you guys know that Erangel is now going sub-zero? Blue zones ain't safe zones anymore.
Okay, so I haven't played PUBG for a while. I didn't know they changed the blue zone. Did they? Did they change the blue zone? Anyway, if they did, that was like interesting. Okay, the new blue zone. Okay, let's go check this out. The new blue zone.
Yeah, I know. Now the...
Okay, so this is the shorts version of the blue zone. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I've seen this one as well. Is there anything new? Okay, what is this? This was like 10 days ago. Let's go check this out. Again, I haven't played PUBG for a while.
What?
Because although I can run PUBG, I'm not just good at it.
Erangel?
Yeah,
I suck at it.
Wait, I heard about this. This is the new Sub-Zero patch.
The what?
It's like a winter theme for Erangel.
Okay, sweet. Well, should we head off to, I don't know, Rostock or something? Or?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I think there were some pretty important things in the patch notes.
Yeah. Snow, cold, blah, blah, blah.
No, guys, for real, there were some things we like actively have to watch out for.
Ooh, snowflakes.
Oh, holy crap. No, that's one of the updates, and that is a blizzard.
A blizzard on Erangel. Yeah, right, Alan.
Yeah, no, genuinely, that is a blizzard, and we need to get out of here ASAP.
Alan, Erangel doesn't have blizzards, you silly Billy.
Guys, I'm serious. We need to find shelter.
Blizzards on Erangel. What a dum-dum. Exactly. Alan the dum-dum thinks there's a blizzard like a dum-dum.
Screw this. I'm getting to cover.
And then they froze.
Alan the dum-dum, huh?
Uh-huh.
Why didn't you tell us earlier?
You should have said something, man.
Oh, God. It's cold. Real cold.
Is this the new update?
Our favorite map in PUBG is getting a massive transformation.
Erangel is...
I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Okay, Red Dead 2 comparison videos are lying to you from IGN. Let's check this one out. This is not new. This was like a few days ago.
We did like a week or two ago. Is we looked at a video from IGN that was actually very, very good. And funnily enough, it was a video posted by, I think, the best host that they have. It's this guy, Jim Trinkup. But you'll notice the logo on the bottom left is not IGN's logo. It's apparently because they are owned, like Eurogamer and IGN are owned by the same parent company. So IGN has started reposting Eurogamer videos, which they can do. And they ended up being like the highest rated videos that they've put out in a long time, which I find really funny that the best IGN videos are non-IGN videos. But having said that, this is a video that a bunch of you guys recommended we check out, posted over a week ago from IGN, and it apparently discusses why the comparisons to Red Dead and other similarly massive games can kind of end up being the thief of joy. You know, they say comparison is the thief of joy, and apparently this is making a similar case. Let's see what he has to say. Check it out. Take it away, Jim.
Let's consider the facts here. Red Dead Redemption 2 and Mafia: The Old Country, released 7 years apart, are both about a guy who rides horses in a hot country, which means they're exactly the same, and so it's perfectly reasonable to compare them.
RDR2 is like peak gaming.
Break if you shoot it, or how much does water splash if you shoot it, or will a guy cradle his wound if you shoot him? Sure, we might be comparing billion-dollar apples to bulk discount Sicilian lemons here, but it does prove conclusively that Red Dead 2 was the last good video game made with real passion and not to further some sort of agenda. Oh, I can't even do this facetiously, but it seems as though the internet is obsessed with comparing Red Dead Redemption 2 to everything that comes out, from the latest Assassin's Creed to the new Mafia to even Death Stranding 2 of all things. But why? What is it about Red Dead 2 that makes it the bar to clear, even now, after the best part of a decade? And why does it seem like games and the technology they run on are getting less impressive as time goes on? Well, let's talk about that. And I'll tell you straight off the bat, it's got nothing to do with developers being lazy.
I will say at the outset, I'm excited to hear his case. I agree that it can often spoil the fun when you are constantly comparing everything to Red Dead or to GTA or to Cyberpunk or whatever. Games are made with different intentions and different priorities constantly. And all of game development is about concessions. It's about, we want to do this, but we can't do it all the way to that degree, so we'll do it to this degree and we'll make the most of it. It's always about making those exceptions and working with it. And it's important to remember also, like, the scope and scale, the budgets, the time, all of that. Red Dead compared to Mafia as an example, because I remember those comparisons, people being like, you could swim in Red Dead, you can't swim in Mafia, therefore Mafia is bad. And it's like, they are fundamentally different things. Like, these games are so far apart in what they're trying to do, in the resources they had available to them, the time they had available to them. Like, comparing them is frankly ridiculous. It's just, they're not the same thing at all. And so I also cringe at a lot of the comparisons, and I think that it's also unfortunately just an artifact of modern social media, videos on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, everywhere. Is that it's really easy, especially when people are looking for a reason to be upset about a game or something. It's really easy for them to attach to it an excuse or an explanation by saying this other thing looks better or is more impressive in this way, therefore it's okay to dislike it. We saw it a lot with a lot of games that came out in the last year and a half that people may have disliked for political reasons. We even saw it with KCD 2, where there were people saying, no, this game is bad because it's too European or something. And so they're trying to find a reason to be upset about it. And they look at comparison videos where they see the muscle deformation in KCD 2's horse muscle is not as good as Red Dead 2's horse deformation with their muscles when they walk. So clearly they're lazy. And so, they just start to look for reasons to be upset, It's cringy.
There is a good reason why certain types of outlets are fixated on the idea of Red Dead Redemption 2 as the gold standard that every subsequent game fails to live up to on some level, because
I'm going to tell you guys, RDR2 is like peak when it comes to graphics.
But there's very little value in producing content.
It is peak.
Some kind of fresh news story, because until
at least for me, do we really need to see people or characters sweating? Do we really need to see muscles jiggling?
A Stone Cold classic and remains one of the most technically impressive game worlds ever realized. Its map is out.
Do we really need to see cinematic lifelike characters?
Its attention to detail in its world simulation and how the player can interfere with it is frankly staggering. We haven't seen anything quite like it before or since, apart from, other Rockstar games, of which it is considered the best, and for good reason. There's a cottage industry of gaming content out there that is obsessed with unfavorably comparing new releases to genre classics. If the internet flags you as a gamer, you probably have been fed a lot of these comparison videos that compare cherry-picked footage with the goal of demonstrating that new things are bad and old things are good. It's our generation.
And what's funny is that even happened back in 2018 or 2017 or whatever year you want to look at, where even back then there were comparison videos pointing out how the older game was better than the newer game. which is, I think, just a human thing to do. We always look back on the simpler times and how they were better. So I think it's very normal. Even, you know, whether we look at, you know, something like big franchises like Call of Duty, where we look back at the older games and like, oh, they're so much better than what we have now. Or we look at, you know, other projects or other things like even single player games like the Mafia franchise, which he brought up. We look back at like Mafia 2. Oh, that was way better than Mafia 3. So it's far from a new phenomenon for sure. I think it's just exacerbated by the fact that those videos go super viral too.
It's equivalent of pining for racist sitcoms based on the war, or pining for the war. They're often short form as well, so they'll be less than a minute long, and all the footage will be scaled down to a portrait frame, which is obviously bull. We're clearly not talking about a Digital Foundry level of analysis here. Yes, I'm allowed to mention them. And no, we're not enemies now. I can't believe Digital Foundry walked out on us. Red Dead 2's remarkably future-proof technology and the gorgeous art direction that give it its timeless look is a gift to people who make this sort of petty outrage farming content, because it's getting long in the tooth, and we are at a point where I think instinctively we would expect it to look its age by now. 7 years in terms of the video games industry, this massive ongoing autobahn collision between artistic expression and tech product. I mean, that's a lifetime. The amount of time between Red Dead Redemption 2 and Mafia: The Old Country is the same amount of time as there was between the original Grand Theft Auto on PS1 and San Andreas on the PS2. And the difference between those games is mind-blowing. On that basis, you'd expect Mafia: The Old Country to be almost as realistic as actually going to Sicily, as if Sicily needs any more lemons. But everyone watching this knows that's not the case, because we just don't have those massive generational leaps in technology anymore.
Well, and I think it's not always just about technology. Sometimes it's also about manpower, time, resources, and like, considering that the technological advancements have allowed them to make this game in a much shorter period of time and way cheaper, I will say, than like Red Dead 2 was. If you wanted to make Mafia: The Old Country with the level of fidelity and interactivity and simulation and everything that you saw in Red Dead 2, it would be possible, but you would need 2,000 people that are all industry leading talents, and you need to give them like 5 to 6 years to work on the project, and you'd be spending like $1 billion doing it. And that is just frankly not something that makes sense for 99.9% of all companies out there. It just doesn't make sense to spend that much time and that much money on something like that when you can spend like 40 million, 50 million, put this game out and make more profit and take way less risk than spending $1 billion. You know, at some point it just doesn't make sense. Like, you can make a lot more money for most companies. You can make a lot more money with low risk, smaller products than trying to swing for the fences with one gigantic project. Like, there are companies that have gone to bat trying to do the $200-300 million AAA games.
That is just
because I know some of them
insane.
Do the AAA thing, and then you'll make AAA money.
And there's a game that is like literally almost $1 billion spent on it, and that is Star Citizen.
They missed Concord. Yeah, they missed. They spend crazy amounts of money and it did not pay off for them. And that's where the risk comes in, because it's easy to say, just make a Red Dead 2, make The Old Country, but with Red Dead 2 levels of interactivity and complexity and simulation. It's easy to just say that. If it were easy, everybody would do it. Why wouldn't they? The reason not everybody does it is because it's incredibly difficult and stupid expensive, and you need world-class talent as a part of all of that, which you can't just get, by the way. Like, you can't just flip a switch and hire the world's best people. Like, you either have to pay them way more money, or they have to already be working for you, or they have to believe in what you're doing so much that it's going to be good for their resume. Just like everybody who's working on GTA 6 right now knows that being on your resume goes a long way. Goes a long way. You have GTA 6 on your resume as like a quest designer, you're going to be able to get a job anywhere in the world you want, right? Whereas working on a Mafia project, maybe if it ends up blowing up, sure, but it could also turn into a Forspoken, in which case nobody wants to touch you once you've worked on a flop, you know? So the point is, people act like the reason you don't get more Red Deads is because of laziness, and that's just not the case. For most companies, 99.9% of companies, it just doesn't make sense to try and do that. It makes way more sense to do something smaller and more focused with tighter scope that you can rely on being successful with a smaller budget. It makes way more sense to do that than to try and swing for the home run and potentially end up like a Forspoken or a Concord. It just doesn't make sense to take that risk, you know? And I think it's good because, like, I don't want more flops. I want more games that I can enjoy. I really enjoyed Mafia the Old Country. I did rant and rave. Rave is maybe the wrong word. I did rant and vent a lot about the ending of Mafia the Old Country. If you want to hear that, I put together a big like 2-3 hour critique of the game, so you can go check that out if you're interested on the main channel. But anyway.
But why? Well, Moore's Law is not the law. The fact that 7 years have passed since Red Dead 2 means absolutely nothing. It's a pithy and effective thing to point out if you want to convince people that video games are crap now, for reasons. But the passage of time doesn't guarantee whatever a YouTuber's narrow definition of progress is. I'm not a YouTuber, I'm a member of the specialist press. When I started high school, there was no such thing as an MP3 player. It did not exist as a concept. And by the time I'd left high school, everyone had an iPod. And that's only like 4 years because I'm a thicko, right? So in that short amount of time, we went from the concept basically not existing to it reaching its zenith. The portable digital music player with capacity measured in gigabytes and an intuitive interface that your granny could use. Now, since all the things we used to carry around with us have been superseded by everyone carrying around a portable supercomputer that is your iPod, your phone, your telly.
Dude, the fact that he has like I thought I couldn't like this guy anymore. It's just is fantastic.
Your life.
But he is right that like at some point the diminishing marginal returns reach a point where it's just not going to feel like that big of a leap anymore. It's like, as you know, if we go back to the 1980s, so we'll just say that this is like 1980, okay?
Whoa, look at that. He's also doing the Asmongold paint graph
the PS1, PS2,
skit.
PS4, PS5, and then PS6 will be here. It'll be a step up, but probably not that big of a leap compared to what you're expecting, right? And that's why I think they'll also, frankly, I think they're going to come up with a reason to
that is the curve of the XP curve that I'm using in the RPG Maker game that I'm using.
RAM stuff going on.
That is called fast leveling. Okay, fast leveling.
Well, and I think a lot of people are hoping for that like PS3 to PS4 leap in graphical fidelity. They didn't really get it with the leap from PS4 to PS5, and they're still hoping for some big leap, and I just don't think we're really going to see it. I think where the advancements will come is with like NPC AI, with scope and scale.
Exactly. That is going to be the next big thing, especially in role-playing games. NPCs with actual personalities, NPCs that don't repeat what they say, NPCs that will have like simulated feelings. That is going to be the next big thing in gaming, and not graphics.
My opinion, cancel me. I don't care.
I'm happy with the current graphics that we have right now. We don't need lifelike graphics.
And How to Find Time, it was super broken.
What we need is a more immersive and lived world in our virtual environments or games.
I don't know. I have very little interest, but what I did have interest in, that I didn't expect to have interest in was Pal World. So to me, it seems like if they want to win people like me over, they should give the rights of the IP to other studios that are more capable, it seems. Whoever's doing the Nintendo or the Pokemon stuff right now, what they think is good enough is far from good enough for people like me. So if they want to win people like me over, at least, they need to bring in some fresh ideas, because it's not working. And I think that if they license the IP out to other studios, like if they gave, you know, the IP to
I like Pokemon, but never played the game and only watched a few episodes of the anime. What I really like about Pokemon is the US or the Western theme song, you know? Pokemon, gotta catch them all.
More or less does the same my iPhone 4 did 15 years ago. And it does it in the exact same way. In fact, if you went back and showed this to a person in 2010, they'd know exactly what it was. They'd instinctively know how to use it. And if anything, they'd probably wonder how you can manage with something that's so big. I mean, to someone rocking an iPhone 4, that's like a broadsheet. If you went back to the time of Diocletian and showed a Roman irrigation engineer one of these, they'd probably ask you not to wave a piece of obsidian at them while they were trying to drain a lake with an Archimedes screw. The exact same Archimedes screw his ancient Greek counterpart was using hundreds of years earlier. Like hundreds of years earlier. Now what the f am I talking about? Well, I'm just trying to illustrate that the rate of technological advancement is not and has never been constant. Progress is not guaranteed in tech or science or medicine or anything. We've just come to expect it because we happen to have lived through a time of accelerated change. And I think our brains have also been cooked by concepts like Moore's Law. If you haven't heard of Moore's Law, it's often expressed or understood as roughly a doubling of computing power every 2 years. What Gordon Moore was actually doing was observing that the number of transistors that Intel could cram into a single chip was doubling at a consistent rate, and extrapolating that to predict where the technology would be a decade down the line. But Gordon Moore was speaking in his capacity as a businessman as much as he was speaking as an engineer. And the thing about businesses is that they like stable, predictable growth. In a nutshell, Intel likes knowing when and how it's going to sell its new chips. And although every chip manufacturer since has tried to keep Moore's Law going, because their businesses all operate on the assumption that it will hold like forever, it is no longer a sure thing. In fact, a lot of businesses have decided that it's already over, and that's rapidly becoming the consensus. And that's also one of the reasons.
Well, it's also not just about, I think it's also how the technological advancement is applied, right? So we can have more powerful computing hardware, which we objectively do, but it's how it's used that matters. And I think in the leap from like the PS2 to 360 era, we had huge leaps in the available memory, which allowed for much bigger worlds and open worlds and larger zones for you to explore. And then the jump to the PS4 era, there was much more memory, and we also had higher levels of VRAM available, so you got better textures and all sorts of stuff. And I think all of that contributed to what were tangible leaps. With the PS5 era, the leap has been much more towards a player demand of 60 frames from 30. Back with the PS4 era, 30 was the standard. Like, that was the standard. I think with the push to 60, that's led a lot of studios to try and hit those targets with like a performance mode that suffers graphically, or at least in terms of fidelity, whether it's by lowering the resolution or it's by doing really aggressive upscaling like we saw with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which the whole screen looked like it was smeared with a Krispy Kreme donut. I mean, it just was like blurry as hell. So when we talk about the AAA space with the PS4 era being okay and tolerant of like 30 frames, nowadays that's seen as like, if your game launches just at 30, it's like, really? And so the standard, or a lot of the extra power has been pushed into that. And to be clear, I'm okay with that because I like having higher frame rates, but I think that's also part of the reason that you haven't seen a lot of crazy pushes elsewhere. And they also, let's be real, this generation has been completely focused on ray tracing. That's where a lot of the effort is going, a lot of the extra compute power is going. And I think most people don't feel like it's worth it, but maybe one day it is. Some games it definitely is tangible. You can see a big difference when it's ray traced versus not, but the performance drops as a result are rough.
By the way, the old paradigm of games consoles getting cheaper after they've been out for a few years, you can forget about that as well. Miniaturization is reaching a hard limit. So this assumption we all have as a society that technology just gets better somehow doesn't hold up anymore. And this phenomenon that's...
I will offer some potentially reassuring. Well, I'll offer this. I think part of the reason so many console manufacturers have refused to lower prices and have even risen prices is partially because of things like tariffs and manufacturing costs, because of RAM shortages, stuff like that. A lot of it's also greed, as he suggested. But when I say greed, I mean the company is pushing harder on the price line than they would typically or would have last gen or years ago, because they feel like they can get away with it. And for the last handful of years, that's been the case, is that like as gamers have been more skeptical of releases, they're buying less AAA games, but they're still engaging with hardware. They're still buying hardware, upgrading, and doing that type of thing. That's changing starting this past quarter. I mean, the last couple of quarters has been kind of rough for video game spending, but I think for 2026 especially, it'll be really rough. I think people are going to be very careful with their money, not just because of broader economic factors, but also just everything is raising in price, so they're going to stop buying. And that's going to force all of these companies to start trimming margins to get some volume coming back, because it's easy to have 30% margins when people are buying your product. When everybody says, screw that, we're not buying it at that price, then maybe you drop to like a 10% margin or a 5% margin, because you just need money to flow in. And that, I think, is what's going to happen with the console space, probably not to like 2027 or 2028. But I think that you're going to see video game spending, especially on hardware, take a nosedive this year. And that's going to force the companies to start trying to get much more competitive in order to win your dollar and win your engagement on their platforms, which I think long term will be good. Short term, it's going to be ass and super annoying because everything's going to be so expensive. But long term, I think it'll be okay.
Kind of broken gaming, where games from 10 or more years ago are still holding their own against new releases that have all the current tools available to them, is evidence of that. One of the firms that has declared Moore's Law dead and buried is Nvidia, which, not being shy of putting its money where its CEO's mouth is, has been spending its vast R&D budget, thank you crypto bros, on coming up with ways to continue improving what their products are capable of in smarter and more targeted ways than simply increasing their raw power. Technologies like DLSS and ray reconstruction, for example, are designed to make extreme...
Also, if you are playing a competitive game, you don't need high-resolution graphics. I don't know, high or ultra lifelike realistic graphics, because most competitive gamers, they like playing in low graphic settings, because
the goal is to do more,
because it turns off a lot of distractions when you are, in a first-person shooting game. You can turn off the grass, you can see everyone.
Building out your same data center infrastructure that you can then use to go to investors and claim.
That is if you are a competitive gamer.
So it makes investors happy. It lets you still pretend like things are getting way, way better regularly, even though it's just like software updates basically for DLSS and things like that. On average, I've noticed a decrease in performance in AAA games, particularly due to AI upscaling, which demotivates the devs to optimize their games. Hopefully, we see a shift towards true optimization. Well, ultimately, Composed, thank you for the 10. It's a managerial issue if they decide to launch in January versus in May, right? I'm sure the devs are always asking for more time. It's the management and the producers that decide when it goes up. If the managers and producers think that the upscaling stuff is good enough or will get the game to good enough, they'll do that. They'll push it out and be like, okay, well, I can't tell a difference between super blurry and super sharp. So yeah, call it, it's good. Ship it, which I think has happened with plenty of games. But if the devs have the time and the resources and they prioritize it and they are rewarded for doing so, then you'll see plenty of studios taking their time to optimize. Like plenty of people meme on AC Shadows. Game was pretty damn well optimized. Tell you what, even after the delay, they were able to add Steam Deck support. Virtually unheard of that a game gets delayed and they make so many optimizations that they're able to add Steam Deck support when they initially thought they weren't going to support it. That's awesome. That deserves credit. You don't have to like AC Shadows, but that is a good Ubisoft. Pat them on the head. Same with like KCD2. That game, they took their time. They optimized the crap out of it, which was a common point of feedback from the first game, was that it didn't run very well. And they made probably one of the most impressive optimized games of 2025. Ran fantastically well. And all of the freaking text sheet stuff that they put out where it's like, these are the recommended specs. None of them included upscalers in those stat sheets. It was like, no, that's for extra frames. We're not hitting targets based on those. Don't be stupid. Like, it was awesome. Very refreshing. Veilguard 2, yeah. Veilguard, to their credit, they optimized the crap out of that game. There were other problems with that game, certainly, that you couldn't optimize, but that one also deserves credit for being optimized. So I think that they really, like, the key is reward studios and games that take their time and polish, and punish the studios and publishers that are rushing stuff out. People punished Ubisoft for rushing Star Wars Outlaws out the door when it wasn't ready by not buying it. And you know what? Ubisoft responded by fixing it eventually, and then also by delaying all of their other stuff so that they didn't run into the same problem with AC Shadows, with Hexe, and everything else. And that's the point. But I think the key is when there's other games that come out and they're not ready for prime time, don't buy them or return them or whatever, to send the message that you're not going to tolerate it. That's the key. Continuing.
Not harder, all that. Which brings me to the last point. You are not Unreal 5's customer. The difference between Red Dead 2 and Mafia: The Old Country isn't just the span of time between them, it's the sheer scale and scope of the projects. Now, we know a lot less about Mafia's development story than we do about Red Dead 2's, by virtue of the fact that Mafia's only just come out, but we know enough to make a few educated guesses about the resources available to it. Mafia: The Old Country's developer, Hangar 13, took charge of the Mafia series in the mid-2010s, which led to its first release, the much maligned but honestly not that bad Mafia 3. Now, it's interesting that Mafia 3 is probably the closest equivalent to Red Dead 2 in Hangar 13's entire back catalogue. It's a proper open world with all the side content and icon janitoring that implies, and just like Red Dead 2, it runs on a proprietary engine. Now, this was back when Hangar 13 was a bit bigger and had the resources to maintain its own game engine, and without getting too much into it, because hell, this is already dragging on, since those halcyon days, Hangar 13 has properly...
Imagine GTA
projects getting cancelled, multiple layoffs,
developed in Unreal Engine 5. It will no longer look like GTA. It will look like any other Unreal Engine 5 game. It will lose its identity.
The first game, a linear mission-based experience, and The Old Country, which was marketed as a return to the series' roots, i.e. a much smaller, more focused experience. Not because of any artistic restraint, you understand, because it's cheaper to do that. Before you start typing,
and it seems to have worked. It seems to have worked. I tweeted out the reveal. Let me see if I can find it. It was one, I tweeted it out. It's because they revealed that Mafia apparently like turned a profit, I think it was. Is this it? Yeah. Mafia: The Old Country beat internal expectations, proves there's a market for narrative games done well, says Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick. And this was in a broader discussion about a bunch of other stuff. But let's see. Yeah, they were kind of underwhelmed, I think, by Borderlands 4. But other big game of the quarter for Take-Two Interactive was Mafia: The Old Country, which beat the firm's internal expectations. And Zelnick says proves there's a market for narrative games done well. What we suspected was confirmed, which is just if you give consumers a great narrative experience that's a lot of fun, somewhat contained, and at a fair price, then you have the perfect result, which is great. And I agree. But there were people saying that the game was bad because you couldn't swim. Like, if those people that are doing that, you know, that are saying these games are bad because they're not as good as Red Dead in these various regards, if they had their way, then like literally the only companies putting anything together would be the big AAA companies that can afford to swing for the fences with big budgets, but you end up with largely generic experiences that are meant to appeal to the mass market. If you want smaller, tighter experiences, you need to reward them when they come out. And the key is that they're unique and they're well done, and that they also are priced appropriately. Like, I think if you price a game like, you know, Mafia: The Old Country at the same level as GTA 6, expectations will naturally be there. But they didn't do that. They priced it lower to set the expectation that this is a smaller experience, and I think that helps along.
before you start typing down there that Mafia 3 isn't as good as Red Dead either, what you talking about, Jim? Well, yeah, it's not. But even in their heyday, Hangar 13 was nowhere near as big or as rich as Rockstar. They never had the money to have one guy spend 6 months on making horse balls react realistically to wind chill. Only Rockstar can do that because they have more money than the mob, or God. Rockstar has the resources to build a hyper-realistic, reactive world the player has a convincing presence in. It's
well, and you got to remember, this is again why I've said watch out for these Chinese studios, dude. Because what is one thing that allowed them to build Red Dead the way that they did? That GTA money. The GTA Online money lets you do so many things that you just don't get to do otherwise, man. Because you just have an endless credit card. Like, you just unlimited. Crunch as well. They also have Crunch. But like some of the Crimson Desert stuff, yeah, like this. Hold on, this was recorded on a potato.
Crimson Desert has been talked about for years.
Joystick Insider. There's a joke there about putting a joystick inside of, you know what, it's not important. Like this game, I'm sorry to just
look at this game. This is Crimson Desert, and
I'm sure
it looks great, right? It looks great, but it looks like an Unreal Engine 5 game because it was made in Unreal Engine 5. The Unreal Engine 5 signature is all over it,
and that allows them to lay, you know, and rely on that money to fund everything they're doing. Because even if Crimson Desert goes belly up for some reason, the company will still be okay because they got MMO money, baby. And that's true of a lot of these companies, like Blood Message. You know, this one, Blood Message, looks absolutely insane. This game is coming from a NetEase studio, a big Chinese development house. They built this out with NetEase money, and NetEase, historically, they've got a crap ton of resources and money flowing in from all sorts of live service games that they've built out in China, in Japan, all over the place. They're a huge company that has tons of money flowing in from those live service efforts. And that allows them to pour money into this with way less risk to the overall health of the company. That's one thing that Ubisoft used to have when they were more reliable with their releases. They haven't really been hitting it consistently out of the park like they used to. I mean, it used to be that Ubisoft was just pumping out AAA bangers pretty regularly like 10, 15 years ago. It's been a while, but now you're going to see it from a lot of these Eastern devs too. So I think that having that sweet live service money definitely helps bankroll big, very risky operations like a $1 billion or $500 million, you know, open world game.
One of the most expensive games of all time with a budget in the hundreds of millions. An estimated 1,600 developers worked on it across all disciplines. Now, if everyone at Hangar 13 worked on Mafia the Old Country, including like receptionists and accountants and all that, and that's quite an assumption, its development team is less than 300 people. So that's less than a fifth of the team it took to make Red Dead 2. On a much longer turnaround, by the way. So look, even accepting...
If you break it down in man hours, dude, it's not even close. Like the amount of people multiplied by the amount of time, like it's a fraction of a fraction that made it.
And what AI would do is lower that.
But it's because they're trying
lower the man hours needed, and also lower the number of people needed to make a game. And that's where the industry are getting scared. They're afraid of that because AI will make them obsolete.
Like that's where the leap
basically.
That's where the leap was made. It's just that's not as exciting for the player because.
But it doesn't mean that
we don't see
even if you're no longer working on AAA titles, it doesn't mean you can't make games without using AI, or you know, you can start smaller studios, focus on one thing, and they develop this one thing and they develop it really good.
Sorry,
Guess what? It will beat anything AI can create by itself.
Direct comparison, the question should be, how the did Hangar 13 get anywhere close to Red Dead 2 with the resources it had? And if it wasn't close, those guys wouldn't be comparing it. And yeah, part of the answer is that they didn't spend any time on inconsequential like fences breaking realistically when you shoot them, or horse balls, or can't really think of anything else apart from horse balls. Now I'm kind of fixated on that. But the other part of the answer is that
well, and that stuff does nothing but
the guy got stuck in horse balls.
And frankly, I think the average person just doesn't really care that much if you shoot the fence and it snaps in half versus if you shoot the fence and it has just the little bullet hole on it. I don't think people care that much. It's certainly cool, but that's probably like, oh, cool. I don't think the average person is like, I was gonna buy the game, but the fences don't break. I don't think anybody said that at all. I think what they were probably doing is when they are looking for a reason, or they don't like the game for one reason or another, and then that offers a sort of affirmation of what they had already decided, which is it's a human thing to do, but it's I don't think indicative of quality, certainly.
13, like lots of other studios, including CD Projekt Red, has switched entirely over to Unreal 5, which is not for your benefit or mine, frankly. It doesn't really matter to the end user which brush is being used to paint the picture.
It matters to me. It matters to me.
I don't understand them because I'm not a game dev. And while a lot of Unreal Engine's marketing,
especially if it's a Fallout title or if it's a Bethesda Game Studios game, it matters to me. If they switch engine to Unreal Engine 5, it will their games will lose their identity. Again, if you look at Skyrim, it has that unique look that
I think Sam,
you can only see in Skyrim.
I didn't know that was in there, but it's probably not. I think Sam said he didn't. Or
the way the images look, the way the environment look, the way the world looks, it's unique to Skyrim. If they switch to Unreal Engine 5, it'll look just any other Unreal Engine 5 game. Perfect example is Oblivion. If you look at the Oblivion remaster compared to Skyrim or even old Oblivion,
5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Old Oblivion and Skyrim, they have like the same vibe to it, even though they are like years apart. But if you compare, if you look at Oblivion remaster and then Skyrim, or even Fallout 76, if that is the latest.
What am I gonna do today? What am I gonna do? My God, I've got it.
It doesn't look like a Bethesda Game Studios game. It lost its identity. Its identity became just another Unreal Engine 5 game.
Procedural time-saving technologies like Nanite, Lumen, or MetaHuman. The big innovations here are in automating or making obsolete the kind of busy work that developers used to have to do, such as producing level of detail assets, or pre-baking light maps, or pressing F5 to make it good. I don't know, I'm not a game dev. The upshot of all this is that the ancient, decrepit Red Dead 2 being able to hold a candle to Mafia the Old Country at all doesn't represent any kind of regression. It demonstrates that the art and technical direction of one of the most expensive games of all time was built to last.
Again with the horse balls.
Technologies like Unreal Engine 5 and others have democratized.
The guy is obsessed with the horse balls.
Could only be achieved with bespoke technology and a bigger wage bill than Real Madrid, and that the economic feasibility of AAA game development is undergoing a massive rethink because it's just not as sustainable as it was in its 2018 form unless the end product is guaranteed to make $1 billion. Far from
true. It's just changed. But I think that absolutely what he's pointing out, like with the democratization of that level of fidelity, it's something we've grown used to, but the little touches and the attention to detail, that is something that you can't just have a better engine to achieve. That's something that either you need more people or more time, or both, realistically both. And it's something that they're able to do with Red Dead 2 with the budgets and timescales they have. Doesn't make sense for a smaller team of 100 people that's trying to put together a AA kind of game. You know, it's just not where their focus is. And I think that's good. I think that's okay. We need more AA games, frankly, than we need more attempts at big AAA games. Personally, just my opinion. Cancel me, I don't care.
From being a regression, it is technological progress. It's just not the kind that brings your wee brother closer to his ideal of ultimate photorealism, where you push the bayonet slowly into somebody's throat and then have to go to therapy.
Well, I think that this is also one of the other things that happens with Red Dead. You know how like on a scatter plot, you can have the all of the little points of, I don't know if this would be like quality, if we say like the vertical is quality, but you got all these random little plots, and it's like over time, you know, it's kind of like this with quality and budgets and all this, and maybe some of them have massive budgets if this is like the budget scale, but you know, terrible quality. Some of them are right in the middle, but then you have like Red Dead 2, which is just like all the way up at the top. It is clearly the outlier, but everybody is pointing to the outlier to try and make a rule for the data set, which is not how that works. The general rule of the data set is either you take in the average or look at the broader group to come up with what should be expected. Red Dead 2 is the outlier, but everybody tends to try and point to it as the rule. And so it's much less like when we look at Red Dead 2 and games like GTA 6, and we find them so remarkable, it's less of a bad mouthing for the whole industry and more of a testament to how remarkable Rockstar is. You know, it's less about putting down everybody else and more about praising Rockstar for being so fantastic, you know? Is that a Banksy?
Mafia the Old Country is a bit of an experiment. Can a studio make rent by knocking out these smaller games? Focused experiences that have
Oh my god, did you see what was on his computer, on his monitor?
Studio make rent by knocking out these smaller...
Did you see? I need one of those, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. I need one of those. That's great.
Focused experiences that have AAA production values, but without the AAA statistics and, crucially, without the AAA price point. Is there an audience for that, or do too many people habitually believe they're being shortchanged unless they're literally playing a Rockstar game? Only time will tell, but I'll leave you with this. I'm very suspicious of a lot of these outlets that obsessively compare Red Dead 2 or whatever to newer games, because it's always pretty clear that the point isn't to compare and contrast the differences between old games and modern ones in a sort of academic way, but to deliberately feed the notion that in recent years gaming has fallen off, that there's no passion in the industry anymore, that all the talent has left and been replaced with political activists because their engagement depends on the impotent anger and malaise that characterize
Wow.
the Soviet era.
Wow, okay. I thought because IGN and Eurogamer are owned by the same company, this guy is gonna be like another, you know, one of those guys that just agree with whatever the woke left wanted them to say. I'm really surprised.
Just come out. I was only asking.
I think it's also, and the reason why like we should kind of buck the trend and the feeling is because if you start to look at everything as though everything sucks and the industry's terrible and your favorite hobby is dying and all this, you will start to see it everywhere, and everything will just be a confirmation of it. And how all social media works right now is whatever you are looking into and watching, you'll be fed more of it. So then you'll just go into this spiral of everything sucks, everything's bad, you shouldn't be excited, you shouldn't be interested, everything's awful, and it just spins and spins and spins. Like, it's why I make these videos saying, no, I think it's probably never been a better time to be a gamer. Maybe with how much RAM prices are going up, I'll say last year. You know, maybe last year there was never a better time to be a gamer. This year might be rough, but you know, I think that the industry is like bigger than it's ever been. There's more talent involved with it. The tools are more accessible to anybody. Game of the Year last year was a first-time title from a brand new studio. using a publicly available game engine that you can use and download right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's a very good time. Are there going to be flops? Sure. Are there going to be disasters that we're going to talk about? You betcha. But let's not lose the forest for the trees, you know? Let's bear in mind that with some broader perspective, things are very, very good. Things are very, very good. Try to look at things with a little more optimism, a little more brightness, and I think you'll end up having a much better time. Because for every game that maybe some people might look at like a Mafia, the old country, and be disappointed that it's not like Mafia 3, the other way to look at it is that we got a new unique Mafia story in a tighter package from a studio that at most other companies would have been canceled, and the studio would have been shut down years ago. You know, I don't like positivity. Have to reset my algo now. Exactly. Yeah. Oh. And I think that there's a balancing act to be had. I've said it. Yeah, we meme on stuff, we make fun of stuff, and when something is bad, we'll call it out as bad. But I think sometimes people, I guess, mix that up with therefore everything's terrible or everything sucks. I'm like, no, this thing sucks, but all this is great. You know, I want to be clear. The reason this one feels like it sucks so bad is because how good this stuff is. You know, it's just a slightly different way of framing it. The AAA devs are disconnected. A lot of them don't play games or know what they're doing. Of course, I can't speak for every AAA dev. I don't think you can either, or anybody can. What I will say is, of the people that I've spoken to, that is not true. Of the people I've spoken to that have worked on like some of the big stuff, like the people I met working at Bungie, a lot of them were obsessed with Tarkov. Shocker, they're making an extraction shooter. You know, a lot of the people at like Ubisoft that I've met and talked to, they were super into like hardcore RPGs or other games. Maybe with some case, like there's the memes of the Call of Duty devs where, what was it? Was it a cat cafe? Hold on. I think it was a cat cafe meme, wasn't it?
One of my favorite things in the map is the cat cafe. There's a karaoke bar, which is a lot of fun. Those is call outs where it's like, I got him in the cat cafe. That's gonna be one of my...
Like, that is stupid. That is very stupid to be like, what's your favorite part of this Call of Duty thing? The cat cafe. Like, you should know that you're gonna get flamed for that, okay? Like, that is stupid. So I'm sure there are people out there working in AAA game development that are not really gamers and are there for the cat cafes. But I think that the vast majority of devs are passionate gamers that want to make the best game they can. You know, does that mean they'll make the game you want? Not necessarily, but I think it's a bad idea to just dismiss them writ large because that's easy, you know.
He took my thing. Red flag, red flag.
UK government made a propaganda video game. Yeah, in the UK.
I've been crazy, been thinking for too long now. Better take on the world with two arms now. Got me singing right in the dark. No feelings I couldn't store. Ooh, and I swear I proved all the ways I'm here. Got my drink and trying to care. What to do, yeah. I better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of patience. My mind's gone out way too far. Yeah, I'm not right, but I'm here. Better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of pages. I know that times have been hard, but that's alright, cause we found out. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mine's getting...
Okay, so I'm loading Ultima Online on the other tab here. Going to, you know, how about playing a little bit of Ultima Online?
That was just me times
Whoa, look at that. Ultima Online just loaded and it has music. Let's turn up the music. Okay, it's asking me for my account. Maybe I need to create an account. Oh, okay, I can log in with my EA account. EA Sports. What's in the game? Okay. I don't remember my EA account.
I smoke too much, I dream too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now.
Ultima Online trial account. Oh, I can only have a trial account?
Can't stop. We could see clearly now.
Okay, I have an account for Endless Journey.
We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
So how do I access my Endless Journey account? I don't get this. I have endless journey. Endless journey. Ultima. Active. It's active.
I smoke too much. I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now.
Okay, so I just what I did is I just changed my password. The username was correct, the password was wrong, so I changed the password. I couldn't remember what my password was. Fortunately, I remembered my EA account. What? Why is still incorrect?
That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly. I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
Oh, come on, this is bullshit. Why can't I log in? Okay, now it logged me in. It seems that there are certain characters that's not accepted by UO. Okay, it says here Sakura. Okay, let's go with Sakura. Whoa, there's my... Ah, I need to create my new character. Okay, choose a trade for your character. Let's go with advanced. What is this? Click here. Oh, okay, you can choose from that. Okay. So I have strength, intelligence, and dexterity. Let's choose like mining. It's the one thing I like doing, mining. And then let's choose maybe fishing. Yeah, fishing. Maybe a little bit of blacksmithing. And maybe a little bit of what else? Tinkering. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Okay, where are we going to start? New Haven. Yeah, definitely New Haven. Whoa! Welcome to UO. New veteran rewards are here, complete with a redemption gump. Check out the new monster statuettes. Ultima Store, Winter's Frost Soulstone. Look at that. 1 million gold. No, 1,000. There are new items in the Ultima Store. Okay, so what do we have here? Blood Moss. By the way, I'm playing Ultima Online Classic on a web browser. It's kind of cool. There's a horse. What is this? A smith's hammer. Okay, in my bag, what is this? There's a note, a young player ticket. Let's go open the young player ticket. This is half a price ticket. Double click the ticket and target any other ticket marked new player and get a prize. This ticket will only work for you, so don't give it away. Target any other ticket marked new player to win a prize. You can't target the same ticket. I need to find another ticket. Where can I find that ticket? Okay, I need to set up a macro. Okay. This thing is gonna be hard to play without a macro. Okay, enable always run. Okay, we have macros. Okay, so how do you create a macro in this game? Okay, it looks like typing activates the activates chat. I don't want that. Okay, always run, movement, game objects, miscellaneous, gumps and opaque background. Hold Alt key to move gumps. No. How about chat? Mobile is dead. Drug, miscellaneous. Type. Circle of transparency. Show target range, text alpha, fading, mobiles, highlighting general. Show DPS, show HP. Draw roof tiles. Is there a way that disabled by shard rules unfair for gameplay? Oh, okay. Why? Disable arrows, web, action bar, containers, modern tooltips, spellcasting bar. Spellcasting bar. Action bar. Okay, chat. Activate chat when pressing enter. Yes. Use shift enter to send message. Okay. Scale speech delay. Okay, there you go. Now chat is closed. Okay, move up. Let's see if this has the same actions. Walk. It works! Maybe I shouldn't do it like that. This is amazing. I'm configuring movement in UO. Because I was never a fan of the movement in UO, point and clicking. Oh, it's not even point and click, it's point and drag or point and hold. Okay, so now I'm moving around the game using WASD keys. Okay, there you go. I think I don't know how to repeat it. Wow, look at that. Usually when I'm mining in a UO game and I'm digging on a rock formation or a rock surface, it would only hold a few minerals in it, and then the game would ask me to go and move to another location because it has run out of minerals. But I've been hitting this rock formation here, or this rock surface, and it's still giving me minerals. My goodness. Oh my goodness, this is too big. Can I make this smaller? Oh, look, it looks like I'm over encumbered. Am I? Oh, not yet. Not yet. Not yet over encumbered. Okay, so there you go. Now it's telling me there is no more mineral on this part of this rock surface. Connection loss. Oh my goodness, I got disconnected. So it's saying there is like a synchronization problem. This is actually fun, you know? I don't know why. I don't know why this is fun. Again, guys, I'm playing Ultima Online. I'm playing on, I guess you can call an official server, but I'm playing the game on a web browser. Yeah, you don't have to download the game anymore if you want to play on an official Ultima Online server, because you can just go to classicuo.org and play on a web browser. And that is what I'm doing right now. I'm playing UO Ultima Online on a web browser. Amazing. I think EA should release an RPG maker type of software, but with UO style graphics and sprites. I think it's gonna be popular. Imagine making RPG maker type of games, but with UO style images. Whoa, I'm over encumbered. Okay, okay. Okay, maybe I should update my because this is isometric, so yeah. There is no ease. Why is there no ease? There is no ease. I think it's stupid that there is no ease. Now my control is all messed up. Okay, so how do I double click? Select the forge on which you want to smelt. You burn the impurities but are left with less usable metal. I did not get anything. That is so insane.
Looking for things that I can't control.
I'm going to do a little bit of search to see if there is an RPG Maker MV UO tile set. I think that's gonna be interesting.
Fred just fading day by day. I'm reaching out for someone who can take away the pain I feel, the things I haven't done at all. I've lost my way, but how it felt I can't recall. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it.
My guess is such a thing doesn't exist. Oh, look at that. My pickaxe got destroyed. What happened? What skill do I need to I have the blacksmithing skill. I am a blacksmith. Oh, I need to increase my tinkering skill to 40. Okay. This is gonna take a while. Okay, so I just made 84 gold. Wow. 84 gold. Okay, I have to put my money in the bank. Okay. Okay, so this is different. So I'm kind of stuck here. Okay, there you go. Oh, fine. This is so confusing, my goodness. Okay, there you go. I think I found the correct macro. It's use item in hand. The game is not showing my skills. Where are my skills? Okay, destroyed my pickaxe again. Okay, so going to make more. I'm trying to increase my tinkering skill so I could, you know, make or craft my own pickaxe. Oh, look at that. We have a raid of 1. Thank you for the raid. Why is my character not attacking? Ah, okay, because I don't have the required strength. Gotcha. I should be working on my RPG Maker game, but here I am playing Ultima Online.
just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it